Hello and welcome to Full Stack E-commerce Challenge. In this challenge, we are going to build an e-commerce application from very scratch, from zero to finish, to production, using database authentication and everything a full stack application uses. So how and what, everything I am going to explain now. So as you can see, this is my screen and we will go to Excalibur to understand what are the things we need to understand first. Now here we will design our e-commerce application. So what are the things we need? E-commerce app. Let me zoom it a little bit. So what does an e-commerce app consist inside it? Okay. So a full stack application. What is a full stack application? A full stack application is something that consists of front end, that consists back end. Front end and back end have their internal parts, which we will discuss. Not the parts word would not be a correct word, but yeah, you can understand that they consist more inside them. So I'm trying to make you understand the overall picture of how a full stack application works. Okay, so why there is need of front end and back end? Why we can't create a single application that has front end and back end and all inside it? Yes, we can create. That is called PHP. But here we are learning another tech stack that's why we need front end and back end. In PHP, you can directly send the files you need to render on your browser from your backend, and the browser will render everything. So as you can see, you can understand that this is client browser, this is browser. Here is the user or the person who is searching about your website, who is entering the URL on your website. So let's assume my website is clubofcoders.com. So you are entering Club of Coders, and if you open the terminal by going to view and developer and go to JavaScript console, you will see the console over here. So now if you hit console.log and go to the network tab over here and click on all. If you click Club of Coders, first of all, what are the stuff we are seeing? There are a lot of requests that are coming in. What is happening here? First of all, there is something 14 KB of that took 1 second. This is a document that server sent. This is a document the server sent. Now, this document contains our website. You can see, okay. This is just like a message. We are sending a request to a fixed IP or a fixed domain name. We are saying that give me the data. So the backend or the website, the IP is sending us again that this is your website. And now this is all the data our browser is rendering. This is not what we are doing. This is the browser which is doing everything. Now it consists a smaller stuff inside it. It consists head, it is the HTML, it consists head, it consists body, two things, head and body. Inside head, there are some meta tags that are like the general description, the general things about the website. Like what is the title of the website? You can see Club of Coders learn to build mobile and web application. It consists what are the OG image. So if you copy it and if you go to this, you can see this is the OG image. If you send clubofcoders.com to someone, they will be able to see this in their WhatsApp or on their Twitter application. They will be able to see this image. Okay. Now we have other things. We have Twitter cards. We have, so all this stuff like the meta stuff is the metadata of the website or the web application here. Okay. Now we have some links over here. Okay. So the links are connecting CSS. So there are 3 parts inside a web application that are HTML, CSS and JavaScript. This is the main things that helps our website to render in the browser. So this is the HTML. Now you can see these are some fonts. These are some fonts. These are some CSS. So we can also write CSS inside HTML, but we are using some frameworks that are built on top of JavaScript that helps us to write code faster and helps to ship our web websites and mobile applications faster. Here we are talking about mobile applications. Now the server sent this script. Okay. Now the server will say, these are the other script that needs to be rendered, that needs to be injected into the website to make the website run, or website will not work without these scripts. Okay. So let's assume if you remove all these scripts, you remove all the scripts, the website will not work. So how can you test this? If you go to application, if you go to where is this sources, in the sources we have static. In the static we can see all the chunks that consist of our website. JavaScript, this is all the pages that our website consists, all the CSS our website has, all the media our website has, the fonts, all the background images, the favicon of our website, and every other script that website is rendering. You can see there is Google Tag Manager, you can see there is YouTube, you can see there is Club of Coders Analytics, everything. Okay, so how this is working? The browser entered a URL in the browser. Okay, the user has entered a URL in the browser. The browser is sending a request that give me the website, and server is sending the whole HTML with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, everything. And then after it is given to the browser, then browser will check what are the script, what are the CSS, what is the HTML, and then it will render according to its internal logic, the browser. So here browser is doing everything. We are just sending it HTML, CSS, and JS. And HTML, CSS, JS, you can design websites and browser will render it. That's why we sometimes see that this browser is not working for this website, this browser is not working great for this website, some element is missing, some element is having difficulties rendering this specific button or CSS thing or something. So this is what the browser task. So that's why people say that use Chrome, so the web developers can make their life easier, because sometimes a lot of different browsers has different stuff. That's why some complexities happen. So here, after entering the URL, the server is sending everything to the browser. Okay, here enter URL, the server. Here is our server. It is sending a request to our server. This is our server. Okay, the server is secret where we have stored everything. Server. Inside server, we have our database. Inside server, we have our environment variables, which are very secret passwords that helps us to connect with other applications or our applications. Like if you are using a database can be SQL database or a NoSQL database. We will use SQL database for our e-commerce application. I am giving a general overview for those who don't know what and how a website works. But we are going to jump into something called TRPC. That is basically a framework and a boilerplate starter code that helps us to build our websites faster. So it is a cheat code for building websites. Here, very secret environment variable server database. After receiving the request, we are sending a response. We are sending a response to browser that this is and the response contains our website front end. Okay, web front. So what the user will see. Okay, we are not sending the user every secret we have. We are just sending the required data so that the browser can render a website. After receiving the web front end, okay, so now the browser, this is the browser, and browser has rendered everything inside it. Okay, so the browser has rendered everything inside it. Now what we need to do, this is our website. Okay, our website. We have not given all the data to it, because if our database consists a lot of data, we should not give everything to the front end. We will only give what a user requires, what a user needs. Okay, so now we have the website. A website has authentication. How authentication works? So first of all, here is user. Now the user will authenticate himself. User will say that this is my email, and it will give it to our backend. Okay, now the user will give an email to the backend, and the user will say, this is my email, give me the required data that belongs to me. First, we will authenticate that this is the correct user, and this is the user who is passing us the correct information. For that, we will implement some custom logic that is required for authentication, like using Google authentication or email authentication or some flows to verify that this user is the correct owner of the email or the ID that he is or she is sending from the front end. After we have got many requests, we give the required data to front end, and this is how it works. So I'm just giving a upper level, or what I would say is top level overview of how a full stack application works. Now we will directly jump into building a full stack e-commerce application. Why we are building an e-commerce application? Because e-commerce application can be used in many aspects, and e-commerce is a very, very important part of our web economy. Okay, if you see Shopify helps many businesses to survive. Okay, so a lot of businesses use e-commerce websites to create their own stores, to create their own specific according to their needs stores. And like if they are selling some ebooks, they are selling some course. If you see clubofcoders.com, here you can purchase some courses over here. Okay, so this is also a kind of e-commerce website. Okay, it is not like selling products. Instead of t-shirts, instead of whatever in any product, we have courses. So courses is our product. Okay, so this is what a general overview of everything. Now, if you don't know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, if you don't know how web works, you can go to Free Code Camp, and if you go to Free Code Camp, here you will learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the basic stuff. Okay, so in the menu, if you get started for free, they will ask for an email, I think. Yeah. So if you go to YouTube, you will be able to find HTML, CSS, and JavaScript tutorials on the internet. It is very basic. So HTML, CSS, JS. Okay, so you can see W3 schools. It doesn't ask for email. You can see there are very basic exercises which you can take if you don't know HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But I would say before jumping into this tutorial, this is going to be complex if you don't know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and React, little bit of React as well. React is very necessary if you want to jump into building web applications that are highly scalable, that can be scalable to multiple functionalities and whatnot. Okay, here in this full 5-day challenge, we are going to learn TRPC, or what I would say fully stack, not fully stack, T3 stack basically. So if you search T3 stack, you can go to create.t3.gg. This is our boilerplate code which we will use to initialize our application. Okay, this provides us authentication, this provides us database, this provides us everything we need to create a full stack application on our own, and we are going to deploy this application to a server as well. Okay, so how to start this? First of all, you need to install a few things. You need to install Node.js, you need to install Node.js, you need to install NPM, but if you install Node.js, NPM will be automatically installed. So if you search NPM install, and you will be able to, not this one. So NPM is a node package manager that is needed for managing other source code, open source codes. Okay, so this is Create T3 app. It is also open source. What is NPM? NPM basically, you can understand everything you can't write on your own. Okay, so we have already some community packages that are already given to us by awesome open source community that we can use inside our mobile and web applications to make our life easier. We can directly run npm install this, npm install that, and the code will be available inside our directory in which we are working, and then we can utilize the code who is written by some other person. This is what coding looks like. Okay, so in the most of our time, we always use other people code, and it's what we do. Okay, so this is why the developer community is awesome. We always should be very grateful to open source community and GitHub, so that's why we are able to build the application. Otherwise, there is no chance we can build all these cool applications. So now you can see it is giving us some options. We will use PNPM. So you can also install PNPM install if you don't have PNPM installation. So first of install Node.js, install PNPM, then you need to install VS Code because we are going to use VS Code. Okay, after VS Code, you should also install a few packages because we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSense VS Code. So there is a package called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense that helps us to write CSS very faster. Okay, if you don't have basic React knowledge, what I would suggest is go to Club of Coders, go to this live section. Okay, not here. Go to this video section and sort them by popularity. And here you can see this is a full stack e-commerce website using Next.js. This is older tutorial, but it consists basic React knowledge. Okay, we are going to use now TRPC and a better tech stack than this video. This video consists simple React and use effects and simple tools. That is like using a very native approach, or I would say a very basic approach of building web applications. If you click here, I have taught how you can build a fully stack e-commerce application, but this is mostly using another technology. This is directly using Supabase into the client using Tailwind CSS. But today's tutorial, we are going to use everything fresh, everything new, every new technology that exists in the Create T3. This is what we are going to use. You can see we are going to use Next.js, TypeScript, TRPC. We are going to use Prisma, Tailwind CSS, Next.auth, and all good stuff. Okay. So first of all, how to start? So open your terminal if you are on Mac. If you are Windows, do the same thing. If you are not able to use terminal, install Git terminal on Windows. So you can install this Git terminal and it will be good to go. You can download and that's all. So first of all, create a directory, or first of all, here go to Create T3 app, copy this command, which is PNPM, and now we will go to change directory. I will go to the specific directory where I want to start my project. So I will go to desktop, I will go to YouTube, and that's all. And here I will paste this command which I have copied from the create.t3.gg website. Copy this, paste here, PNPM create t3-app@latest, and I would write the name of the folder which we want to create, basically our e-commerce application. So I would say 5 days e-commerce, and now it will ask us a few questions. What the tech stack you want to use? So let's wait for some time. It will now ask us that what you want to use, TypeScript or JavaScript. As I said, we are using TypeScript. Will you be using Tailwind CSS for styling? Yes. Would you like to use TRPC? Yes, we are going to use TRPC. Would you like authentication provider? We are going to use authentication using Nextdot. Okay, so you can pass the Nextdot over here, or you can also select none. Why? Because we are going to use Supabase for authentication, because Supabase is easier for beginners. Okay, Nextdot means basically you have to handle your own auth, but Nextdot will does 90% of it. You will have to handle 10% part of configuring everything. But if you will use Supabase will handle 99% of your authentication. You will just need to do a very few stuff inside your application. So we will say we don't want to use Nextdot, so none. What database ORM would you like to use? Here you can select Prisma or you can select Drizzle, but here we can use Prisma or we can use Drizzle. But for this tutorial, I am going to select Drizzle because Drizzle is faster. Drizzle is like writing SQL queries, and Drizzle will help you in future as well. If you use Prisma, Prisma is not very helpful, or I would say Prisma is not in very demand as for now. Drizzle is more popular these days, and when I am using Prisma for one of my project. I am using Drizzle for all the other project, but the Prisma project was very slow. The queries were slow. That's why I have moved to Drizzle, and that's why I will recommend, in my opinion, you should use Drizzle ORM as well. So now I will select Drizzle. You can see, would you like to use Next.js app router? And here I will select no, I don't want to use Next.js app router, because Next.js app router is the latest thing in the Next.js ecosystem, and we want to stick to the Pages router and make our life easier. Next.js app router is good if you want to use directly server rendered application. What is Next.js app router? What is Pages router? You should not be worried if you are on the beginner level. Just do what I am doing. Select no. Okay. What database provider would you like to use? Okay, so we are going to use PostgreSQL database. Should you initialize a GitHub? Yes, we can initialize. Should we run PNPM install for you? Click yes. You should have PNPM installed inside your application before doing this thing, and install VS Code and everything. Okay. Now you can, what import aliases would you like to use? So we can say // hit enter, and it will successfully initialize everything. And now it is installing the dependency. It will be completed in 1-2 minutes. And that's good. Now you can see it has given us the instruction to start our server, start our application, change directory to this. Okay. And now we will open our code editor. So to open our code editor, you can do is code space dot. You can open directly inside the current location where you are, the code editor. Okay. So now you can see my code editor is opened. You can close things. Now here you can see this is our source code. Here we will write our code for our full stack application. In the source code, you can go to Pages. They have also given us to start a Dockerized container for our PostgreSQL database. Here you can see they have given us a way to initialize a Postgres database. Okay, but we are not going to use this script. Instead, we are going to use Supabase. For here, you can create an account by going to supabase.com and go to dashboard and create a project just like it. So you can create a new project. You can select your region, which is the closest to yours. It will be your production database, and it is good. I will select the region near me. I will say e-commerce challenge. Type a strong password, generate and copy this. Remember this because we will need it later. Create a new project. Now we will go to env, and I will paste my database password here, so like we can remember this later. Here we have given a few other keys as well. Okay, so we will copy this public key. We will say Supabase NN key, and this key can be publicly available. So what we will do, we will type next public Supabase NN key. Okay, next public Supabase NN key. This is our Supabase NN key. Now we need another thing is next public Supabase URL, and go to the project setting. Now our project is ready to be set up. Go to API section, copy this URL, paste it here. Now we have our Supabase URL. You can wrap all the URL and this stuff inside comma, or if you don't want to wrap, you can avoid. Okay. So now we have our database URL, our next public Supabase URL, and next public Supabase NN key. The next public means our variables can be publicly accessible. These are the variables that can be accessed by a user by looking into the consoles, but we can't directly make our database URL publicly available. If you make your database URL publicly available, someone can hack your database and all your data will be gone. Okay. Nasty things can happen if you make your database URL public. So remember, if you use next public, it will be public. If you use simple variable, it won't be public on the client. Okay. Now we need another thing, which is database URL. So click on the database on the left side and copy this URL. Okay. So there are two things, transaction mode and session mode. We will copy the transaction URL. Copy this thing here. What is transaction? What is session? Because if you use a Next.js application will be deployed to a serverless environment. There are two environments, server environment and serverless environment. Server environment means you have a virtual machine set up on AWS or DigitalOcean or Render or somewhere that is running always. Okay, so you have $5, $10 instance or a cloud, basically, if you say, that is running always. So that is our server. If you host the Next.js application there, you should use a session URL. If you host your application, if you host your Next.js application on Vercel helps us to deploy our web Next.js web application easily, very easily. So if you deploy there, you should use transaction mode. So you can change the mode here. But here we are going to use transaction mode. In future, if you deploy to a particular environment, I will tell you that you should use this URL. So now you can paste the URL, and here the password we have copied, paste the password over here. Now this is our database URL. Everything is good. Okay. If you go to Club of Coders, if you go to 5-day challenge, today's plan is to project setup and planning. Okay. So we will plan how we are going to build this application. Okay. So this is the project setup we are doing. Okay. So we have our authentication and Supabase and database stuff ready. So we have now completed our authentication, not as a whole, but we have now set up a basic part that is required for authentication and database. Okay. Now we will understand how a full stack application works. Okay. So let me open my iPad screen where I can write and I can make you understand faster. So this is our database, and if you go to table editor, here we will create all the tables we need. Okay. And we will design the database. We will create the front end. We will integrate payments. We will do everything that is needed for a full stack project very easily. Okay. Now let me connect the iPad so I can make you understand how stuff works. Now we will understand how an e-commerce application works. We will understand it on a very top level. Then we will go through and we will set up our. So we have now, as you can see, we have now completed our database and authentication in setup using Supabase. We have initialized our project. Now we will try to understand how an e-commerce application works. Okay. So if you can see, this is a e-commerce application. First of all, we will have user authentication. Okay. So when user has signed up, we can identify who is this user. We can send this user ID to backend and we can retrieve the related data. Okay. Now this is the user auth. Then what we will do, user auth. So there is a user ID something. So we can get, so there are a few APIs we need to build for this project. Okay. The first API is get orders of the user. Okay. So we can say, give me the users of this, or give me the orders of this user using the user ID. Get cart items. We can also, now these are the user specific APIs that we need to build. What is API? So first of all, as I told you, this is the browser, and the browser contains front end. Okay, so the browser has front end. It sends the request to backend. So backend is server logic that we define. Server. Okay, so this is a server, and it sends the request. This is our database. Okay, this is our DB, and the database contains our data. Okay, now the server will say, front end we are sending the user ID. It will go to here. Backend will recognize what is this user ID, what is supposed to do. So all the logic, all the business logic, all the application logic, all is inside backend. Now the backend will say, okay, we need this data. So let's ask the database. So backend will now ask the database. So the front end we are using Next.js. Okay. The APIs that we are building are using TRPC. The database we are using Supabase database. Okay. We can use any database, Supabase Postgres data. So the Postgres database, TRPC API, the backend, and we are using TypeScript functions to write all the logic inside our APIs. So what will happen is browser, API, backend, and database. This is the flow. In the browser, we are using Tailwind CSS to style our website. Okay, this is a very important thing. Tailwind CSS is used for styling our application. Next.js is used for building all the pages, building all the API logic, building not the API calling logic. Okay, API, TRPC. This is Next.js. Backend, API. Also, we need authentication. Okay, so we can't allow anybody to access our backend directly. So we need auth, and for that we are using Supabase auth. Okay, just like we have this user specific APIs. So these are the user specific APIs or the data we need from the server. What are the admin specific? So assume you are an admin of the e-commerce website. What are the things you need? You need to create a product. You need to create a product. You need to update a product, get all the products. Okay, you need to get all the products, like all the product details and everything. So get all the product, create or update a product, or delete a product if you want to delete. So these are the admin stuff. So admin can create, delete, update, or do anything with the products on the website. Now this is our landing page or the home page of our application. Here contains sign up or login. Here we will list all of our products on the website, just like, okay. So how we get all these products? So we have a public route. So basically anybody can see our products on the website. So this is a public route. Okay. What this public route contains? This public route contains the logic for getting all the, so we will call an API. So we something like this. We will say, hey backend, give me all the products that are available. Okay. We will say get all products. When someone clicks this product, so this product have an ID. Okay, ID. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4th product, this is 5th product. When someone clicks this product, we will redirect the user to a new page called this is product 5, and we will ask our database, so give me get product 5. So give me the product 5, and when we list all the details of the product 5, we will also implement a upload functionality using Supabase upload. Okay, we can use Supabase, or we can use something called Cloudflare R2 buckets or S3 bucket. Okay, this is our 5th thing. Now we have a, if the user who is visiting this web page likes this, what we can do, we can enable a buy now button. If user clicks on buy now button, what will happen? The user will be redirected to Stripe page. We will use Stripe to handle payments. Now what will happen? After the Stripe will accept the payment, and Stripe will tell us that this user has completed the payment. Now you can process the order. Okay. Now on the admin, we will receive a request of complete the order. Complete this order after success, after payment success. Who will tell us about the payment success? Stripe. So Stripe will call our API. So there is a way that we can specify an API on the Stripe dashboard, and Stripe will call our API, means Stripe will communicate to our server. Our server, this is our server, and Stripe will call an API to our server. Okay. It is called a webhook. Okay. Stripe will say, this is the user ID is this, product ID is this, and this user has paid the amount, paid. Now complete the order. Now we will use this both in our API, this that is called webhook. We will say, this is the user and this is the product. Give this user this product, complete this purchase. Okay. And then we will receive the order inside our backend. After this, after completing the order, here, but we will check. If we check, there is one check. Okay, before buying, unauthenticated user cannot buy. Okay, we need to authenticate users before they purchase any of the item. So we will say buy now. Before clicking the buy now button, if the user is authenticated, we will redirect them to Stripe page. If they are not authenticated, we will redirect them to which page? We will redirect them to login or logout page, login page. This is how simple is this. Or if we don't want to enable the user to complete the authentication before purchasing any, we can directly tell them that put your details, put your address, and then we will proceed the order. We will send this order to you. Okay, so this is how a full application works. Okay, and we can get orders, and then when the user goes to a dashboard, after this order is completed, the user will go to orders, and we will call the get orders API, list all orders. Here we will list users all order and the status of the order, if it is processed or not. Okay, now this is the whole flow building. Okay, what is happening? Let me go through the whole process. First, there is authentication, where user can authenticate themselves so that our server can recognize who is this user. Then they can get their order, get their cart, insert items into cart. So we will create all the APIs for them. Okay, so this is the whole basic structure of how a full stack application work. Okay, first of all, there is Supabase auth we are going to use. Okay, so this is the thing. First, user can log in, sign up. They can see all the products. They can click on the products. They can go to a specific page where they can buy a product. After buying, we will check if they have authenticated or not. If they authenticated, we will redirect the user to a Stripe page. Stripe will say this user has paid. We will update the user payment status, and then we will complete the order status, and then user can see all the orders on their orders page. That's the whole thing. This is very simple. What are the things that I mentioned? A few things: orders, cart, Cart has items, items are products. Stripe calling over API to update us payment status. It's Stripe job to tell us that this user has completed the payments. Orders, card, Stripe. What the other thing? Admin. Inside admin, there is a CRUD functionality. This is called CRUD. Create, read, update, delete products. Admin. But only users can only read the data. They cannot manipulate the data. They cannot change the product. They can only read the data. So this is the whole thing. Okay, now in the next videos, we will proceed and we will build this application. So now as we have understand every term of our e-commerce application, what we will do, we will open our terminal and we will start the application using npm run dev. Here you can see in the pages, we have API. Inside the API, we have all the server stuff. So this is our secret APIs, secret stuff. This is our front end. This is our public stuff. Here we can change this thing and this all will be reflected on the client. You can see, if you change 1, 2, 3, you can see this is being changed on the client. This is our client and this is our server. Inside the server, we have API. Inside routes, we have some routes that are predefined by TRPC, but we will change them in upcoming video. These are the functions that are needed for building our application logic and our business logic. This is the database in which we will define all the schemas. Like you can see, for the demo purpose, we have currently a post. If you are building a social media application or something, you can create a post that contains name and when it is created, what is the ID, just like we have learned and I have explained you on my iPad screen, how everything working, how everything is connected between them, how we are going to implement the authentication and every other thing. If you go to utils, this is the hook. This is the React hook we are going to use to call our backend APIs. Okay, so front end needs to call the backend. Connection between front end to backend is called API. So we have learned how everything works, how an e-commerce application works on a very top and basic level. And you can open the terminal by going to this terminal and clicking on a new terminal. Here you can start the application just like we have did in our first day challenge by running npm run dev. And our application is running on localhost 3000. Okay, this is our application front end. We are going to design it first using Xcaledro. So let me open the Xcaledro and then we will design. Let's go to xcaledro.com and then here we will design. It's basically very simple. This is our browser. This is our header. Okay. And here we will have two buttons, basically one button which will say two button or one button, you can do whatever, but let's go with two. Or the one will say login, the other will say sign up, just like this. And here we will have all the products like this. Okay, so we have products, we have this page, and then when someone clicks this, we will open a authentication dialog that will say enter user name and enter user password, and it will say login sign up, just like this. So it will be for the authentication and it will be for the home page. This is the home page that will exist on pages/index.tsx. This is our home page. This is our authentication page. When someone opens this each item or when someone clicks this product, we will open a product page. The same thing we have understood on the iPad as I have explained, but here we are more designing the wireframes so you can understand what we are doing instead of just jumping right into the coding part. Okay, here we have the product page, which you can say this is product page. So here we can say product slug. What is slug? Basically a way. The slug is basically here. If you go to globeofcoders.com/pricing, so the pricing is the slug. Okay, so now if you go, we will face this page. Now if you click on any course, you can see learn/build AI avatar generation says. So this is not an ID, this is a slug. This is what called a slug. Now here we will show all the product details like this. So authentication, index, my home page. This is product page. This is the product details we will show here. So we can product name, product description, and then product info and anything about the product here. Okay. And here we will have a buy now button. Buy now, or what we can say add to cart. So this is a basic front end we have, and after this, user will be redirected to Stripe page. Stripe page where user will run the payment, and after the payment is successful, user will be redirected to the orders page. After this, user will be redirected to orders page. Okay, so this will exist on pages/orders.tsx. and the page will be on our website www.ourwebsite.com/orders. So everything inside pages, a file, will be a route on our web application. Okay, so just like ourwebsite.com/order. Here we will show all the previous orders like this. Simple as that. Now when a user clicks on a order here just like this, we will show the order detail. Or we can open a dialog. That dialog will show. What is dialog? Dialog is a model, a pop-up, okay, that shows the details. So here is a dialog. Here we will show the order detail. Order detail will be consist a few stuff like order status, and order ID, payment status, and items inside this order. What are the items? Okay, this is the order ID that is inside this, that is on this page. Okay, just like this. All this stuff you can see. This is simple layout and simple, a very basic e-commerce website, but it has a lot of functionality, and we are going to do a lot of stuff inside this application. The whole flow: sign up, login, click on a product, buy a product, check your orders. This is the user flow. Okay, so this is user flow. This is user flow. And the other thing is we have the admin flow. This is the admin flow which we have. What admin flow has is admin can create. Admin has a dashboard. So if the user is admin, what we will do? We will show a button here that will take the user to admin page. So here we will say admin dashboard. When user clicks this button, what will happen? We will take the user to an admin dashboard. Here is our admin dashboard that has a few things. Okay, so these are the products. This is the product purchase flow. This is admin flow. Here the admin has a few stuff. Here admin can see all products, and admin can see all the product details. When admin clicks on a product, we will open a dialog here. Instead of redirecting the admin to a new page, we will show all the data of the product. Okay, product details dialog. This is the product details dialog. These are all the products we have. And after this, that's all. And we will also have a button here that says edit this. Basically, we will show all the details inside input. If user edits something, and then they will be able to update it. Okay, so here we will say update. Where is this? Yeah, there is a button, and it can update the product. And we will also show a button that allows user to delete this product. So we have delete, we have update, and this is our admin dashboard. Now the user can delete a product, update a product, but we also need a way to insert a product. So what we will do, we will add a button here, a button create new product. Or instead of creating, we can say add a new product. It is simpler. So what this button does is, it will take to the same dialog, but all the inputs will be unfilled. So the user can insert new things. This will take to the same page, but then if the user is adding a new product, we will not show this button, we will not show this button, but instead of this button, we will show a create button. Here we will show create product. And if user clicks this, we will add a new product, and we will close this model, and then we will redirect the user to this dashboard where user can see all the products that are live on the website. So this is a very simple flow, and everything will be good. Now this is the product view flow, and what also we need a way for the admin to manage all the orders that are done by users. So we will have another dashboard. So in the dashboard we will have a sidebar. This is a sidebar basically. In the sidebar we will have a button which says manage orders. So when the user clicks on manage orders, the user will be redirected to a new page where the user will see all the orders, just like this, all orders. And the user will be able to see the order 1, order 2, order 3, just like it. Order 1, and this is order 2. This will be the order 1, this will be the order 2. And what the user can do is, user can process the order. What processing means? First of all, a user will come to the website and buy something. When the user buys something, what will happen is, the request will come to the admin. Admin will receive an email, or you can set up email very easily using any email provider like Mailgun. There is SendGrid, there is Postmark app, there is AWS SES. You can get the SMTP credentials, you can use NodeMailer, and you can send whenever a user places an order on the website. The admin will be notified by an email, and in the email you can include this link that will redirect the user to this all orders page, And here you can see all the orders. What will happen after this? This is order 1, order 2, order 3, and there are other orders as well, like this. So there are more orders, and here there will be a button that says the order is processed. This will check the status of the order on the user end is succeeded. So accept or reject. There are two things, accept or reject. These are the buttons on the admin side. Okay, this is the admin dashboard. This is the admin dashboard. These are all the orders. You can see this is the final page we are going to build. All the orders here, after accepting or rejecting, there will be another status where the user can do delivered. Okay, after accepting, the admin can deliver the product to the user. Simple. The admin can then send an email to the user and can do whatever they want. So this is the whole flow. And after the accepting this, the order status will be shown as success, accepted or rejected. Order accepted or rejected, just like this. So this is the whole application. Okay, so how many pages are in the website? So let's count. So this is one page. This is just a dialog. This is second page, product page, home page, admin dashboard where the admin manages products, order dashboard where admin manages orders. Here we will have authentication, which is also a dialog. So there are mainly 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one is 5. The user orders management and the admin orders management. On the user order dashboard, user will see all the orders that the user has done, and here the admin will see all the orders that all the users have done. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 pages, and 1, 2. This is the Stripe page, and it is handled by Stripe, not by us. So 1, 2, 3 dialogues and 3, 4 pages. I would not say very complex, but you can say this is a very great project that you can add inside your portfolio, or you can build on your own, so that in the future you can build more projects, more complex products, like you can see on the Club of Coders website. On the Club of Coders website, if you go to lifetime clubofcoders.com/pricing, you can see there are more hard challenges here, like AI avatar generation SaaS product, AI song generator application. So these are more complex products. This is a simple product which you can take before jumping onto the bigger project if you are just starting out. Now what we will do, we will start designing all these products, right? So let's get into it. If you haven't started the Next.js server, you can start by going to terminal and click on new terminal. Here you can see the existing terminal, and our server is running on localhost 3000. Okay. In the pages, if you create a new file, let's assume xyz.tsx. TSX is basically a way to name your file. Basically, TS means a TypeScript file. TSX means it is a React TypeScript component. And if you haven't installed all the extensions that I said, you can install them by going to extension and install a few extensions that are very useful. First of all, install this auto rename tag. Second one, install color highlight. Third one, install this one, ES7 plus React Redux and React Native snippet. This is the most important snippet out there. After this, install live server. If you want to, you can install it or you can omit it. It is not necessary. And final and last one, install the Prisma. We are going to use Razor, but you can install Prisma in future if you use. You can install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So two are most important. Number one is this. Number second is the snippets one. This one. So this one and the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, two extensions are must install. Now, if you have extension, if you have everything, if you create a xyz.tsx, if you press the button RAFCE, you will see an auto completion like this, a React arrow function export component. If you hit enter, you can see it is auto completing our component. This is called a React component. It is a JavaScript function. It is returning the body of our page. This is how we are exporting. And the best practice is to name this as capital letter XYZ like that, and export default XYZ. And now if you go to localhost 3000 and if you go to /XYZ, you can see our page is being rendered over here. This is basic things, but if you don't know React, I will suggest you to learn React basics before watching or before building this project, because this project is a complex project. This requires a set of skill sets like HTML, CSS, JavaScript and React, and a little bit of TypeScript. If you have the knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React and a little bit of TypeScript, then you can watch and continue. As you can see, this is a very complex project that we are going to build. It has everything we need to build full stack, highly scalable web applications from zero. So now I will remove and I will jump into building out the application. So here you can see this is our home page. Here you can remove everything, remove the data, and here we will use dummy data. Okay, so first of all, as I said, this page we are going to build. This page contains the products and the header. Okay, so first let's design the header. This is all for meta text, as I have told you in the day 1 video that we need a way to include all the metadata of our website into the applications. This is the metadata of our application, like what is the title of your website, this is for Google. Okay, so if you search our application on Google, this will be shown as e-commerce 5 day challenge, and then what is the description. So you can say this is a description. If you share the link with someone, then the OG URL will appear. So this is how it works. In the app directory, this is our entry point of the application. Everything is already set up for us by T3 app boilerplate. You just need to go to index.tsx, inside pages directory, inside source, and start editing this. You can remove this API. We will understand all the APIs stuff from the next video. This part we are only focusing on creating the front end, creating the pages for our application. You can remove this, and as well you can remove this. Now we have a header. You can remove everything. You can create a division. Here we have header, so you can say header. Inside header we have two things, admin dashboard and login sign up. You can use class name and give it flex item center to center it along the y-axis, and justify between to center the both division inside this header. So create two divisions inside it. First one has link, and import the link from next link, and it will say admin dashboard, and it will redirect the user to /admin. And this, the second division, contains authentication button. What are the authentication button? Login and sign up. Okay, now we need to do one thing. We need to install a UI package. For that, because we are building the front end, we need to install the UI package so that we can easily build the dialogues, we can easily build the list, we can easily build the buttons and everything a UI, a front end application has, because this is a application. This is not a website, this is not a landing page, this is a web application, and that's why we need a UI library to help us build our application fast. So we are going to use something called sharecn.com. If you search ui.sharecn.com, this is what we are going to build. Click on get started, and now we will click on installation. We are going to use Next.js, and then we can copy this command as npm because we are using pnpm. Open a new terminal by clicking on plus, and then create a new sharecn UI package. You can see, would you like to use source directory? You can say yes. Would you like to use app router? No. Would you like to customize the default import license? Yes. You can hit enter. You can follow as I'm doing, and you will be able to easily build this application. Now you can see after running this thing, it has installed a few things that needs for the Tailwind CSS and for this UI library setup. Okay, so now you can see this has created a new application. We don't want a new application. This is not a command we need. Okay, this is not a command we need. So what we can do, we can remove this my app created. We will use another command. So you can rf my app. Delete this thing because we don't need it. We have mistakenly run another command. You can see this is for creating new project. We already have a new project, so we will go down and we will see if you can see. Click on installation and Next.js create. So this is for creating a new project. We do not want to create a new project. We just need to install the sharecn UI. So you can copy this command, copy this using pnpm, go to the terminal again. Previously we have used this command. We shouldn't use this command. We should use this command. We want to initialize the UI library. Okay. So after running this command, you will see which style do you want. You can choose any style you want. If you now go to in the sidebar on the sharecn website, if you go to button, you can see there are two styles. If one is default, the button like this. Another one is New York, and the New York button looks like this. It is not very different, but yeah, you can see the difference. A little bit of difference. We will use the New York one. Okay. What color you want? We will choose the slate. Would you like to use CSS variables for color? Say no. Okay. We want to keep things simple. Now it has created a new file which is tailwind config.css. Inside the source, inside the styles, we already have the tailwind CSS utility libraries. What it will do is it will inject basic classes for you, so that you do not have to worry about styles anymore. Okay, so you can directly jump and right away you can use class name and use like bgrade or something, and styles will work. So Tailwind CSS already set up for you. In the components, you can see some configuration. It is generated using the command we have run recently. The other thing is here we have Tailwind config ts. This is all the things are done by this command, and everything is now looking good. In the components, now we will have all the UI components. Now what we need a button. So to install a button, what we need to do is we just need to copy this command and run this command, and a button will be added inside our components here. You can see a new component has been added into our directory. You can see this is our button. This looks good, and you can see all the variant, all the variables, everything. If this code looks complex to you, don't worry about it. It's just for now, don't worry about it, because as you go, you will learn a lot of things. Programming is a lifelong journey. Learning is a lifelong journey. You will learn everything. You can't learn everything at once. If I try to make you understand everything, you will feel overwhelming, because most of the stuff are like you will learn after some time. Okay, so as you do some basic stuff, then you will jump onto another, then you will jump onto another project, and as you go, you will learn all the things you do. Okay, for now, you can just assume that by running this command, a button is ready to be used inside our project, and you can see this button over here. Okay, now close this button, and here we can use the button we have just installed. So to use those buttons, what we will do, we will import the buttons from components/UI. So this is the button, and use the closing tag for the button, just like this. And here we will say login, and the another button will be sign up. You can give some classes to the parent division of it. You can use flex item center. You can give it some space x2, and everything is good. Now you can save this. After doing this, you can also give it with full, but it will work by default. And this will be our products list. Here we will show products list available, products list. And now if you go to the home page of our application, you can see we have two buttons, and we have admin dashboard, we have available products list. Everything is looking good. Now we can give it some more classes, like we can give it some padding like 10. We can give this parent division. We can say the MX is auto. What it does is automatically it will give both sides on the x-axis margin same. So the inner component, this one and this one, will be automatically centered. Okay, you can use this, or you can use flex column and item center. It will also work. Item center and justify center. You can give it width full, and we only want to allow maximum width of screen Excel. We can now give it some classes. Let's give it bg of slate of 100 like this. Save this thing, and now you can see this is how it looks. And we can give it like more classes so we can see how it looks. Yeah, now you can give it width full to the header. If you give it full, you can see this is taking now good width, and our header is looking better. This is login, this is sign up button. Here we will show all the available products, and you can render all the available products over here. So these are the curly braces. These are for writing JavaScript inside your JSX. This is the JSX, basically the TypeScript. JSX is JavaScript component. TSX is TypeScript component. You can search about it. What is TSX? You can see. And if you go to the Stack Overflow, you can understand TS for pure TypeScript files, TSX for file which contain JSX. So JSX is basically a way of calling the React components. For example, a React component would be TSX, but a file containing helper functions would be TS. So this is a very basic overview of what I was trying to tell you. Great. Now here we will render all of our products, but we don't have the products, so we will use a fake generated product list. So we can search about fake generate fake data JSON. So JSON is a way to send the data from your front end to backend and to receive the data again from backend to front end. So now I assume you already know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a little bit of React, and I will move forward by knowing that you know basic stuff instead of explaining each of the term I say. Now you can see JSON generator. Here we will use this to generate some random data. Great. Now this is a very complex thing. We will use this. What are the stuff we need? We need ID. Let's remove these. We need name of the product. And here we can say product. Let's use a product. Okay. Add another field. Here we are using mokaru.com. Okay. the thing we will use description of the product. Lorem ipsum description. In the commerce, go to the commerce. Here you can see all the things we need. Stock name, stock market department. Okay, no, this is not. We can use something like description. Okay, so there is no description. I say personal products. Okay, here in the products we can insert lorem ipsum for now. Okay, we can make this as a basic. Inside the basics, go to, let's find a basic normal distribution, generate random numbers, password hash, sentences. Okay, chosen randomly. Yeah, this is what we need, sentences. Okay, other thing we need is image, product image. Okay, so image URL, just like this. It is a image, dummy image URL. Okay, so this is a dummy image URL. In the nature, you can find out, I think, more image URLs. In the commerce, base image URL, dummy image URL. Okay, so we will use dummy image URL for now. So we have the product name, we have the description about the product, we have the image URL. That's all we need for now. Okay, that's the everything we want from a product list, nothing much. Okay, we also need how many items of this item we have in our stock. So we can say is in stock if this item is on our stock, or we can say number of quantity available. Okay, quantity available, just like this, quantity available. So the quantity available can be any number. Okay, so number, here you can see row number, 10 digit DNS randomly generated DUNS number, straight number, and the number can be decimal 0, max can be 1, minimum can be, let's give it 10, number is good. So how many of this product quantity is remaining? Okay, and then we can also get the reviews and everything, but we want to make our application simpler so that we can complete in our 5-day challenge. That's why let's keep this and click on generate the data, and you can see there are 1000 rows. We don't need 1000 rows, we need, let's assume 10, and we need the JSON include null values array. Generate the data, and it has given us the JSON, and we can open it inside the Visual Studio Code. Now if you open it, you can see all these products we have, okay, inside the mock data. So we can copy all the things, go here, and we can in the utils or in anywhere in the library, in the utils, you can export const mock data, just like this. Save this thing, you can see this is our mock data, 10 products. For now we are mocking the data. In the future we will fetch them from our database, we will get them from our database, we will send a request to our database. Our server will say, hey server, give me all the available products, and then we will get the products and we will show them on our front end. So these are the mock data. Here we will go and import mock data, and we will map through them. Item, here we can say product. This is a map, this is a way we show a list of things on our front end. Here we can say division, and we also use a unique ID key basically for each. So this is the ID, you can see this is a unique ID 1, 2, and here we will say we can give it some styles. The styles are rounded, just like we have designed in Xcellit Row. Let's give it rounded XL, BGO wide, give it some shadow of large. We can also give it some border of grayish border, would be fine. So border of gray of 500. Then we can also give it some padding of 4. We can give it flex column. These are the styles we are giving it. Okay, so we want to make sure the name, then in the next column, so this is like flex column on the Y direction, and we can say items start, and here we will have 3 things. So to create 3 divisions, you can use this syntax div into 3, hit enter, and here we will use the product name dot name. Here we will use the description of the product. Here we will say quantity available quantity would be product dot quantity available. These are the product data. Here we will create another division which has an image inside it. So image, it has a source, and the source contains, so image tag doesn't, like image tag we use not the whole like image, we say img. Okay, and it also has source. Inside the source we can say product dot dummy image URL. Okay, so image URL, and we should always use alt tag. To describing the alt tag, we can say alt equal. We can't use JavaScript like this. So to use JavaScript, we need to wrap this inside parentheses, like just like we have done here. We can say product dot name. So in case if the image is not shown, this alt tag will be shown over here. Now it is complaining that you should use image tag etc, but yeah, you can disable this error. Okay, you can disable this error, or you can use image tag, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so you can just keep it as it is. Now if you save this, if you go to the home page, here you can see all the products we have over here, but they are not looking good. Okay, they are not looking good. So we need to make sure that this division uses correct style. So you can say class name, give it the flex row and use flex dash rep so that the overflowing container will be on the next row. So if you cut this out, you can see all the items, all the products are in line. Okay, they are not looking good. But if you use flex row, if the items are overflowing, they will be pushed into the next row. Now if you see, you can see this is looking good. You can give it max width and minimum width. So max width is 96. Now you can see these are on the flex rep and pushed into the next rows if they are overflowing. Now you can do one thing more. You can give them some space X. So you can give gap 6 so that gap will be there between each of the item. Okay, these are looking good. And you can also give the gap over here as well. Gap 6, you can see there is gap between them. Okay, now we need to center them. Okay, they are not centered now. We also need to give the margin here. Okay, so margin between the header and margin between the header and the body. So you can give margin top of 4 and now there is some margin. This border is not looking very good, so you can make it a little bit lighter. 300 would be a much cooler. And here you can, instead of slate 400, I would say 200 would be better. Yeah. And for images, these are okayish images, but we need to also make sure that the image doesn't overflow. So we can use overflow hidden and we can give them max is width of 96, which is 96 means 394 pixel, and we can give them height as full. Now you can see they are looking better. Okay, these are our products image. We need to center them. To center them, you can use justify center in the parent container, and you can see now they are centered. And this is how we have easily created our home page. And here you can see on the bottom we don't have any gap. So on the bottom we also need to give the gap. So we can use my. So give the gap of 4 rem, like 1 rem on the top and 1 rem on the bottom. What is 1 rem? 1 rem means 16 pixel. Rem means relative, and it's kind of a better way to write CSS diamond, like CSS properties, instead of using pixels. Okay, so these are relative to the browser and these according to the user screen and everything other thing, but the pixel are directly hard coded. Okay, this is dynamic, this is hard coded. This differs according to different browser, but this doesn't differ. That's why it is the reason. You can save this thing. It looks good now. You can see there is gap of 4 here, there is gap of 4 here. And even if you now make it small, you can see automatically this is responsive. Okay, so automatically they are being pushed into the next row. This is the magic of FlexRep. Good. So we have easily created our home page of our application. Now the second thing we need to create is this login and sign up pop-up. So when someone clicks on login and sign up, we need to show the authentication dialog. And to show the authentication dialog, go to this ui.sharesian.com and here go to dialog. Okay, and now you can see if you click on edit profile, you can see this is the dialog and we are going to use the same dialog. So copy this command to install the dialog. Copy this, click on npm and install the dialog. You can see now our dialog is installed inside components and dialog. And now we can use this dialog. How we can use this? Very easily. Now you can see there are 2 buttons. So we will create a new component. Inside components, we will create a new component called auth.tsx. We will use the same syntax RAFCE and it will autocomplete our component auth. That's all. And here we will copy these both buttons. We will copy it, paste here like this, import the button. How I am importing? If you are on Mac, use option plus space. Okay, no, not option plus space, use control plus space and you can see all the auto completion and you can click here and import this thing. Now after adding, we will use just like this. Copy the whole thing like this using this button, paste this thing here and use copy and paste here the same thing. Now if you save this, and we will use this auth component instead of this. So import the auth component from the components automatically imported. How? I have used control plus space on my Mac. If you are on Windows, I think it is alt plus space or related combination of key. Okay, now if you hit enter, if you go to the page, you can see we have open. If you click this, you can see this is our model. Okay, this is the model we have easily created using ShareCN UI. Now we can remove this open thing, and instead of this open, you can see this is a trigger. We can use something called age child, and here we can copy this thing button and we can paste it over here, and we can do the same thing for our sign up as well. Okay, we can use the same thing for our sign up, but we need to manage a state for our dialog if we want to use the same dialog content for both. For this, we can use here another component, auth logic or auth content, auth component, whatever you want, or we can directly use this. I don't know what method we should use. I think we should remove this sign up component and we can just use this login. You can remove everything, you can remove and you can save this. Now you can see the user will click on login and he will see the sign up form over here. Now we need form. The sign up form contains two things: authentication email and authentication password. And you can copy authentication form by going to where is the form. You can see the form over here. Yeah, this is the form. You can go to here and copy this thing. First we will install the form. So copy this using pnpm command, open the terminal and paste pnpm deluxe ShareCN UI latest add form. And the form will be added as a new component inside this. You can see now our form is being added. Now we can use this form just like it is being suggested over here. So we can copy this form schema. We can go to our auth component, paste here. So we need two things. We need email and the password from the user. And password can be minimum at least 6 characters long. So this is our form schema. This will validate the user input and then it will send to the backend, because we only want the user to send verified information to our backend. We do not want the user to send anything to our server. Here we'll copy these two things. So you can see this is mostly copy and pasting and connecting all the stuff so that they work well together. You can now copy this form and this on submit as well. Okay, so this is the on submit, and here you can see default values. You can see email default value will be empty string and the password will be also empty string. And here we will build our form, so copy everything. So we will also need an input for this. Button is already imported, so you can remove this. You can see we don't have an input. So to install input, we can use the same command. So you can use the arrow up button on your keyboard, and you can see instead of adding a form, add an input. Hit enter and an input will be added to your components directory, the components UI directory. Now we have the input, we have all the form, all the forms component, and we can use this form just like it. Copy the whole thing like this, and inside the content, after the header, use a division and paste everything inside this. And instead of audio episode little short, here we can say login to continue shopping inside our application. You can see this is the name that is similarly like name, email and password. It only has the one form field. We need two form fields. So copy this and paste here. Instead of, you can see the red squiggly line here. So instead of username, we will say we need an email here, and we can say email john@doi.com. And here we can say this is where you want to receive your order confirmation. And instead of here, we can say this is password field. Here we can say password. We can use something like, we can remove this placeholder. Okay. And this is your password. Or we can remove the form description. Okay. So this is self-explanatory thing. Everyone knows what a password is. Here we can cut this thing, or we can move it to the end, or we can keep it as it is. Okay, for now keep it as it is. And this is our sign-in form ready to go. If you save this, if you go to localhost, if you click login, you can see login to continue shopping inside our application. We have email, we have sign up. If you click submit, you can see string must be 2 characters long, password must be 6 characters long. If you can close this, you can click on login. You can see everything looks good, and we have successfully designed a login form. Similarly, we can design a sign up form as well. So create a division, because the return only should return a one element inside this. So we can use this one division. Inside we can create two dialogues. It should return single component instead of two. Okay, this is what it will say. You can see instead of login, sign up to continue, sign up to e-commerce app and get best deals. Here this is email, this is password, and here we will say sign up. Now you can see this is the same thing which we are using. This form is same. inside this and inside this, and this logic is also same. Just we are making sure that these are both 2. So what we can do, we can remove this same thing, because this is being used 2 times. So we can cut this thing. We can create a new component over here. We can say auth form. This is a new component. It returns the authentication forms just like this. And we can cut all the stuff from here. We can paste it inside the auth form, as you can see. Now this is our authentication form, and it is being used inside both of these. So what we can do here, go to the login and also remove everything here, and we can just use auth form. The same thing we can do over here. We can just use auth form. Now if you save this, we have removed unnecessary 2 times written code, and we are basically trying to make our code less repetitive. This is the goal of a programmer, to make the code less repetitive. And what we can do, we can use class name, and we can use flex item center, and we can give the space x direction 2. So these both have some gap between them. So if you click on sign up, you can see sign up to e-commerce. If you close this, if you can see login. This is how we are. But if you click on login, this is sign up button same, and if you click on sign up, this is also sign up button. So we need to dynamically render this button as well. What we will do here, we will pass the form type. So we can say this is object form type, use another object. It is for type. You can see form type can be either login or it can be either register. So there can be 2 types, form type login or register. And we will pass this form type over here. So we will say form type here is login, and we are passing the props. Okay, if you know React, you already know how to pass props, and here we are passing the prop register. If you save this, now we will use this form type to handle authentication over here. Okay, so if the form type is register, we will say console.log values signing up the user. Else we are logging in the user, just like this. So here, this is how we are dynamically identifying what form is this, what form user has clicked, and here we can dynamically render this button. We can say if form type is registered, then use sign up, otherwise use login. Save this. Now if you click sign up, you can see this is sign up. That's good. If you click on login, you can see this is login. Now we are dynamically rendering this thing. Everything is dynamic, and now we can include the logic of authentication as well using Supabase, but that's for another video, that's for another day. Today's our goal is to only build the front end part of our application. If you are getting what I'm doing, that's very cool, that's very great. But if you are not getting what I'm doing, I would suggest you to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and TypeScript basics. Build some basic application, a to-do application, just a to-do application using React.js, and that would be very good. Okay, so if you want to learn a to-do application, you can go to the oldest video and you can find this project for beginners. It is a project in which I taught building a very basic application, a to-do application using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. Okay, now it is good, and our home page, our authentication models are complete. If you go to Xcalid row, what are the stuff we have completed? We have completed this thing, we have completed this. Now we need to create the product page. Okay, so to create the product page, as I said, will contain the product slug, and it is a dynamic field. We can't just write into pages. If we write product slug, it will be the same. Okay, so we need a way to make it dynamic. For that, what we can do, we can first of all, we'll create a new file. We'll call it slug.tsx or ID. You can also call it ID. Okay, if you hit enter, this is our product page. And if you use RFCE, product page. Now if you go to index.js, here if we click on something, if we click here, we can redirect the user to a specific product page. How we can do that? So const import the router from use router. You can see import the router from next router, and now we will use the router to redirect the user. Router.push, and we will push the user. We will redirect the user to a product page. How we will do that? We will use curly braces $$ and then this curly braces. Okay, and we will say product.slug. But you can see we don't have any slug. Why that? Because we have forgot to create a slug for our product. So what we can do, we can go to our data, which is mock data. Inside we can create a field called slug. It is something for now. Okay, you can copy and paste into every other field as well. Okay, this is how it works. You can remove 5 other products. 5 products are enough to understand what we are doing. All can be different. So it is something 2, it is something 3, it is something 4, it is something 1 to 3, it is something XYZ. So you can see all the slugs are different, and we will use the slug to fetch the specific product from the database. Now you can see we have a slug over here. It is a string. It is complaining. It is saying promises must be awaited, which is dot, but it is not a promise. It is just a, if you hover over it, okay. If you say async, if you say we will await, okay. Router dot push. It is a push state. It is async. You can see this is how we are redirecting a user to a specific page. Great. Now if you go here and if you click on any of the product, you can see we are getting redirected to a specific page, something 2. Now if we click here, you can see something XYZ. So this is a dynamic field, which is, that's why we are using this array type of brackets and then slug. Here we can get this query from our router. So we can again import the use router hook from next router, and we will console.log router.query.slug. And now if you go to and you open the console.log by pressing command option J, and you can see this is our console.log, console JavaScript console. If you go to a specific product, you can see this is something XYZ. If you go previous, if you go, you can see something 2, this is something 1, 2, 3, this is something 4, something 3. So you can see we are getting a unique, a specific ID for each of our page. Okay, that's how it is working. That's great. Now we have also understood how we are able to create a product page. Now we will design a basic, we will build a basic product page here like this. So today's our task is to build 1, 2, 3, 4 something more pages and 2, 3 more dialogues, and it will mostly take half to 1 hour this video. So let's build this, and so now let's build it. Now we will start building the product page. But before that, we need to do some improvements for our homepage. Like if you can see, if we hover on a card, on a product card, this is a product card basically, and if we hover over it, you can see we are not able to like feel like we are hovering over it. Okay, so hovering means pointing this cursor over this card. So if we hover over it, we want to see a what should I call it? We want to see something. We want to know that we are hovering it. So for that, we should do some styles. We should give some styles after hover. So if we go to our index page, so how did I open this thing? Use the keys on your keyboard, Command plus P, and you can open the source. And so inside the source, we have pages. Inside pages, we have the index.tsx. Now here you can see this is a division. Instead of division, what we can do? We can make it a link. Okay, so we can use Next.js link like this, and instead of like pushing, like using the router.push, we can directly use this here, and we can remove this on click. We can use href. Href is basically a method to redirect the user to a new page, and here we can use this like this. Okay, and here this is how. And now if you save this, if you go to home page, you can see here we are, you can see our cursor is simple cursor, and here if we hover over a product card, you can see our cursor is changed to a clickable cursor. We now know that we can click this. Okay, now we can give it some more classes. So we can say if we hover over a card, we can give it some border, or we can make the border as black like this. Okay, if you save this, you can see if we hover, you can see we are able to see a border over here. Okay, that's great. Now as we can see the border, if we click over here, we are being redirected to the product page. And now here we will design a basic product page. A product page has about the product name, the product image, and a few other stuff as well. So first of all, let's go to the slug page that we have created. Here we are getting the possible slug, and what we can do, we can filter out. So we can use const, and we can say current product is equal to, and we can import the mock data. How I am able to see the auto completion? I'm using the key Control plus space, and you can see the auto completion, and you can hit enter to import it automatically, or you can import it manually by using import mock data from @library utils. Now we have the mock data. We can filter. We can use .filter, and this is a method in the JavaScript, and we can use the this is product, and we want to filter it. P dot product, P dot slug is equal to if router dot query dot slug. If this is equal to, like in the mock data, we are mapping, we are running a for loop basically, and we are checking if the slug is equal to the query slug and return this product. So if you hover over, you can see this is our current product, and we can show the name of the product here. So this is a single product. Here we are doing a mistake. Basically, we need to filter it. Okay, so this is the current product. We want to filter this product. Okay, so like this. So now if you hover over it, you can see this is something. Okay, this is the array, and we are filtering. We are saying that this is product. We want the product where the product slug is equal to this. Okay, and it will return us one component. What filter does, it removes all the elements of the array that did not satisfy this condition, and it will return as the array. And we already know that it will return a single array, or instead of filter, if we are sure that it will only return us the one element, we can use find instead of filter. So now if you hover over it, you can see it can be undefined, or it can be the first product it will find from the whole products list. And now you can use current product dot, and we can say name of the product, just like this. And why we are using this question mark? Because it can be undefined. That's why if we don't use this, if we save this, we will face an error. Okay, if we refresh this, you can see cannot read the name, because sometimes it may be undefined. So we can't destructure the property name from the object current products. That's why we are using this question mark, and we are saying if it doesn't exist, don't render anything. If it exists, render this. Okay, save this. Now if you refresh, you can see this is our product name, and we can do all the stuff. Okay, so let's design this a bit. First of all, we want to show the header here as well. So what we can do, we can create a new component, and here in the components we can create a folder called layouts. We can create a layout for our pages inside our application. We can say index, this is a home, this is a main layout, so we can say main dash layout.tsx RAFCE main layout. And what we will do here, we will copy this thing, cut it from here, we will paste our header here, import the link, import the auth, and here what we will do, we will say it has children. We will pass the children in this layout, and we can use this type. Here we can say this children is the type of React node. So we can say children is React.child, props with children, like this. Or instead, we can directly, what we can do, instead of this, we can use React.props with children. Props with children, what does this mean? So we can pass more props using like this. If you want to pass like something, and it is a string, you can pass just like this. And here, if you see, you have something. And when you use this main layout component inside your whole application, you need to pass two things. You need to pass children, you need to pass something that is a string. But we don't need this something as for now, so you can remove this. And now here you can see we don't have something as an auto completion. Now we need children. What is children? Children is basically, if you can see, this is division, the tag, this is division tag, it is closing tag. So anything between starting and closing tag, this is children. This is children, okay? So we want to render the children after header. So this is how we are rendering the children. We can't do like this because it will render the text. We want to use JavaScript and to render the children. That's why we are rendering the children like this. After this, save the whole thing, go to the main index.tsx and import the main layout over here. And we can also cut this whole thing instead of this division, paste here. Now save it. Now here we can import the main layout, and in between those tags, the starting and ending tag, we can wrap this whole thing between this layout. Now this layout can be used inside multiple pages. That's the whole picture. We want to use this layout into multiple pages. Great. If we save this, you can see this will, if you go to home page, this will work similarly like it was working before. But if we want to use this main layout inside another pages, we can use this. So go here, import the main layout, and here we are passing this children. This is the children. If we save this, now we should be able to see, if we click over a product, you can see we are able to see the header here as well. And if you want to go to the home page, go to back, and here we can see the header as well. So we are sharing the same layout between multiple pages. This is how we share multiple layout between pages. Okay. Now here we have our current product. It is filtered. We have run a function that is a find function, and it helps us returns the value of the first element in the array where predicate is true. Predicate means this condition is true. Where this condition is true, it will return us the first element by finding the whole array. So it is a O1 operation. But what does a O1 operation mean? It will traverse the array one time and it will return us the first item. And then here we are rendering the current product. We can render the image as well. We can render all the stuff just like here we are doing. So we can copy this as well. Let's copy this and we will design and we will modify it a little bit. So copy the whole thing. Instead of product, what we will say current product, and we will use question mark because it can be undefined. So let's assume a random user is trying to get a product that doesn't exist. That's why we need to use this question mark because it may be undefined. So use a question mark and everything is good to go. Save this thing. Now if you go to a product, you can see all the details are being rendered. And now what we want, we also in the header, if you go to the main layout, so hover over it and use command plus click to directly jump into this layout. Hover over this main layout, command and click this, and here we have our main layout. What we need to do is we can include another thing, another link that says go to home, and here we will redirect the user to home screen, and we can give gap to both of them. Okay, so we can do flex space x2. We can give item center just like it. We can save this. If you see, now we are giving some gap. We can also give some styles to them. How can we give the styles? We can use class name and use curly like this brackets and import the button variants from button. It will be automatically imported if you write button variants. This is a function which we can call and it will return us the class names for the button styles. We can use the variant. We can say the variant we need is link, just like this. If you save this, now you can see it is a proper link type of button. You can copy these classes here as well. You can paste it here, and now our both links look very good. Here we have authentication. Here we have our product page. Now we just need buy now button and it will be cool. Okay. Now we just need to add buy now button so that we can purchase this product. Okay. We will try to improve this product page. You can take inspiration from Amazon. You can take inspiration from you can search product page inspiration e-commerce and go to Dribbble and you can see how a product, you can see this looks very good. This looks very good, and you can take inspiration and you can design it however you want using Tailwind CSS. It's very easy. So let's see. Okay, now we just need to include a buy now button. So go to the Slack page. It is a product page basically. Okay, and here you can see you can say division button. Import the button. It will be automatically imported. If you see auto completion and hit enter, it will be automatically imported, and you can write buy now. Okay, and after someone clicks this, you can use on click. Inside on click, on click accepts a function, so handle by product, and you can define this function. So function over here, and it will be async function. It can be async function because if you call some API, you have to await for it, or you can just console.log for now. Console.log by now functionality. We will focus on functionality part in later videos. For now, we are just building the basic UI. That's why. Here you can see by now everything looks good. Okay. Now if you open the JavaScript console, if you click buy now, you can see buy now functionality is good. So we have designed our product page. It is a minimal basic product page and we have designed it. You can use buy now or you can use cart functionality. I will explain you how cart functionality works. Basically, you just need a few states. What are states? States are a way in React to manipulate variables and instantly change the UI. Okay, so if you use a variable and if you change the variable, it will be changed, but it won't be reflected on the UI. To make it reflected on the UI, you use something called use state to store your variable inside use state, and then if you change that state, the UI will be changed automatically anytime you update the state using a proper function that is given by use state hook, which is we call set state. Okay, so we can also do this, but for now let's keep it simple, and we are just implementing the buy now function. Later, if we have more time in our 5-day challenge, we will try to squeeze in the cart functionality as well. But first, let's finish the basic prototype of our e-commerce application. Here we have the product page, product name, add to cart, and then Stripe page, and after the orders. Now Stripe page will be automatically handled by Stripe. We don't have to worry about Stripe page. Now what we will do, we will use product orders page. So to make the orders page, you can go to pages, new page. Here you can type orders.tsx, and this will be our orders page. Use capital letters as I have told you earlier as well. Use the main layout, import main layout, copy this, paste here. This is our orders page. And in the header, so in the go to main layout, here we can see this is admin dashboard with the home. What we can do, we can also use one more link that says orders, and here we can pass orders like this. Save this thing, go to localhost. Here we have orders. If you click this, we will be redirected to orders page. Okay, that's great. Orders are just basically a fake array for now. So what we can do, we can use a division. Class name, we can give it flex column. Flex column means each division will be on new row. So this is vertically, okay, vertically aligned. Flex column, give it some gap of in the y direction. After each element in the flex column, a whole division, give some gap, and that's all. Let's give it the whole container padding. Here we can define a fake array dot from, and we can define how many orders we want. For now, let's assume we have 5 orders. We can map through them order, and we can map just like we have did before. If we map over, if you hover, you can see order is unknown because the array we get from it is a array that has nothing value. So it is basically undefined. This thing is undefined. So we will use the index for now. For just the demo purpose, we will say key is I, the index. We will say order. This is order number I plus 1 because array starts from 0th index, and then we can say order, and here we will write lorem 10. This is order ID. We can say order ID. That's all, and we can give some design to it. We can show order status as well. Status, we can use 2 divisions inside this. Div into 2. First one is order ID. Second one is order status. Just like this. Order status can be success or can be failure. So here we will say success for now. Here we can give it some design. We can give VG white. We can give some shadow to it. We can give rounded, Excel, some padding, and I think that's all. Let's save this and see how it is looking. So if you go to orders, you can see this is how our orders are looking. We can give it with full, so it takes the whole screen, and we also need to give it with full. Now you can see our order is taking full page, and that's great. One more thing we can do, we can give it BG gray, not this one, or the main layout. Instead of the white, we can give it to BG gray 50, so our orders stand out. You can see now it is a grayish background, and if you go to home, everything looks better. If you go to orders, these are our orders. This is order ID success, order ID success. Everything is looking good. Home orders, and this will be our admin dashboard. Now we have also designed our order page where we can see all of our orders and our order status. That's all we need. Now if we go to Excalibur, we have designed the order page completed. Okay, now you can see if we click over a order, we should show a dialog that shows all the order details in more detail. Okay, we can't show all the details over here. That would not look good. That's why we need to show a dialog. And how to use a dialog we have already learned. Go to ui.setcn.com, click on get started, go to dialog from the left sidebar here, and copy this thing, go to the orders page. You can see const order dialog, and we are creating a new component, and we are only creating one component, and we want to share it with all the orders. And you will see how do I do that. Order dialog. This is a React component, just like it. We can return it, import dialog here, copy this whole dialog thing here as well. Copy this thing, paste here. We can just use the order ID. We can pass the order ID. We can say order ID is string. It is very simple to use TypeScript. This is how just we are using TypeScript, and it is helping us to write better code. TypeScript helps us to avoid many errors inside our application. Okay, TypeScript helps us in avoiding many errors and to boost our productivity so that we don't get any unknown or a weird error like this property is not available, this is undefined, etc. That's why we always, and one should always use TypeScript. Here we have order ID, and this is our trigger. We can use this trigger. That's good. Are you absolutely sure? Here you can use order. We can say order this one, order ID. This order is this. And here we can show the order status. So order status, and we can fetch the order status from our backend, and we will show it over here. and you will see how we do that very easily in the upcoming videos. Okay, currently we are just building the front end. As you can see, dialog title, dialog description, and after this dialog header, here we can write some more details like what is the payment status. Okay, what are the items inside this order. Okay, so items purchased and item purchased, and we can create a new division. This is we can create a new division inside it. Inside this new division, we can create another fake array to show the list of all the items that are in this order. Simple. For now, as you can see, we are just doing one purchase at a time, or we can say we are not implementing the cart functionality, as I said. That's why there will be no more than one item. So what we can use item purchased and item name. So when someone click on this item page, they will be redirected to a specific product page. This is how it is simple. So it is the item purchased, which item is related to this order, item purchased, payment status. Yeah, we can also use the payment status thing. We can copy the whole division, we can paste here, we can wrap all this inside a new division. We can say payment status. We can use success or failure. In future we will show only one, but for now, to understand what status we can show, we are using status, success or failure. And we can give it column, class name flex column, gap y4. Okay, that's good. This is order dialog. And here, when someone click this, we want to show this dialog. How we can do that? This is the thing. So this is the dialog trigger which we can use. We can use asChild property over here. We can remove this open and we can copy the whole thing just like this. We can paste it over here. Okay, order ID. Remove this. We will use order ID, order ID just like this, and we can use this order dialog over here, and we can pass the order ID as the I+1 for now, and we can use the key as I. And you can see it is complaining that order ID must be index. So what we can do, you can make it number for now. Okay, and it will work. Now if you go to orders, you can see, now if you click on any of this order, we can see this is the model order 3, this is order 5, this is order 1, all the details of the order, and it is great. It is very simple. You can see it is very simple to do this order thing. That's great. Now what we need to do is, but there is one problem. If we can make it a button, that would be nice. That would be very good. If you save this, now it is not looking very, very good. So we can make it a simple button instead of this over UI button. Save this. Now you can see this is our button. What we can do now, we can make text left. Now it is looking better. And you can see if we hover over it, we are not able to see any cool animations or cool features, so that we can identify that we are hovering over a dialog. So what we can do, when we hover over it, we can say border is black. These are basic important details that you should know. If someone hover over it, you should show a pointer cursor instead of a simple cursor, and you should show some styles so that the user can know where his cursor is, where he is hovering. Okay, so save this thing. Now if you hover, okay, so it is not hover border black, we should use border. Save this. Now it has some border, and if you hover over it, you can see, now we can see where our cursor is. It is more user friendly. We are following just basic stuff. And if we click on any of this order, you can see we are able to open a dialog. That is very cool. Now we have our cool order page, we have our authentication, we have our product home page. If we click on a product, we have our product page. If we click on buy now, in the future we will redirect the user to a Stripe page where the user can buy the product. Simple as that. So now after products page, what we need to do, or after orders page, okay. So now this user flow is completed. Now we need to design basic admin pages, just very simple, okay. If you are not understanding, just assume it is very simple and you will automatically learn it, okay. You just need to tell yourself that this is easy, this is very easy, and you will automatically understand everything what I'm doing here. If you don't understand, watch it 1 to 3 times and try to implement it on your own by Googling, by following some Stack Overflow, by following Next.js official documentation. But remember one thing, there are a lot of things happening in the coding ecosystem. You can ask ChatGPT as well. So if you go to Next.js docs, there are 2 types of methods available to implement, to make a web application using Next.js. That is app router, they said pages router. That's why we are using pages router over here. It is used by many web applications you see on the internet, and it is cutting edge as well. And it has everything we need to build a full stack application, so that you don't need to worry about anything, and it will scale very well. Okay, so you do not need to worry about also scalability issues or any other stuff. Okay, so that's good. Now we have our home page and everything for the user. We will implement our admin dashboard. To implement our admin dashboard, go to source, go to pages, and we will create a new route called admin. Admin dashboard will be same. What admin dashboard will do? We will create a new folder inside pages. Okay, it will be called new folder. Inside we will say admin, and inside this admin we will have a admin dashboard where we will show the user what are the products that they have created in the past, how many orders they have got. So we also need an order page for specifically admin, not for all. So click on admin, create a new file, orders.tsx. It will be same. Okay, so you can copy the whole thing. You can paste it over here. So you can just rename it to admin orders. But these orders will be all of the orders, and these orders would be specifically the user's order, not all the orders. Okay, the admin can see like 10 users have placed 100 items. So admin can see all the 100 items, all the 100 orders, but each user can see his own orders. Okay, are you getting what I'm saying? If you are, that's good. Okay, so admin order, save this. Now we have created an admin orders page as well. And in the dashboard, use RAFCE, use admin dashboard. It will have admin layout. Okay, so as I said, we need a sidebar here. Okay, to manage orders, to manage like a manage order button in the sidebar. For that, we will create a new layout called admin layout. This is how layouts are very necessary to share multiple stuff in between multiple pages. We create layouts. Admin layout.tsx, just like this. RAFCE admin layout. And here is the cheat code how to do it fast. Go to main layout. Okay, copy paste everything and paste it there. Okay, Control C, Control A, Control V. Double click on main layout. Control D to make sure that the both are main layout selected. Use admin layout. This is how we have created admin layout. But now we just need to change the sidebar over here. Okay, so we need the header. So now we are using the same header stuff 2 times. So what we can do, we can extract the header from both of these layouts. What we can do, we can go to components, we can go to here, we can use a header.tsx, RAFCE, enter header. Okay, this is the component, and go here, cut the header, paste it over here. That's all we need to do. Go to admin layout, copy the whole thing, paste it over here. Okay, so so the imports are not correct, so remove the imports and we will use automatically import. So double click on button variants, control space, enter. Go here, double click on auth, control space, enter. Now you have everything important. Command save to save this, remove everything. We don't need anything here, just we need to import the header from header. Remember this is the component we have created. Do not import this is different headers. Okay, this is the header we have created. This is our website header. Double click this, control space, enter, import it. Go to main layout as well, remove the header, remove everything, go here, use header, import the header from header, just like this. Save this. We also have extracted the header, so we are trying to reduce repetitive code inside our project. Now go to dashboard. Here we have our admin dashboard. Now we also need the header. That's why import. Okay, so in the admin dashboard we will use admin layout. So instead of division, paste it over here. When I change this closing tag is automatically being changed. Why is that? Because of a cool extension, that is auto rename tag. So if you are on VS Code, as I have already told you, auto rename tag is very useful extension. You should install it. So if you change this, you can see this is being automatically changed. So double click this, Control V, admin layout, and you should use something here, and double click, control space, import admin layout. That's good. That's awesome. Now if you go to orders and if you go to admin dashboard, so we need to make sure that it redirect us to a correct page. So where is our admin dashboard? /admin/dashboard. Okay, so if you go to header, command click, go to headers. Here we are redirecting the user to admin. Instead of admin, we want to redirect the user to admin/dashboard. Save this, command S. Now if you go to admin dashboard, we can see this is our admin dashboard. That's awesome. Remove everything. Now we need to make sure we have a sidebar as well here. Okay, we don't have any sidebar here, so we need a sidebar is here as well. So for sidebar, you can go to search again, and you can search about sidebar. I think they have sidebar slider. This is slider example. If you go to example, you can see this is a sidebar we need, and we can copy this. And how we can copy this? There is a one thing called introducing lift mode. If you click here, and if you enable this lift mode, okay, so where is this? We need to lift mode. Okay, we can lift this whole, we can copy this whole thing. We want to copy this sidebar. So what we can do, disable this lift mode, go to browse. We want this sidebar. You can see these are all the orders. This is looking very cool. Okay, refund, fulfill, date amount. This is a very complex dashboard. We are not going to build this complex dashboard. If we try to build it will take a very longer time than we are trying to do now. But yeah, you can see this is very cool dashboard. You can try it yourself, but we just need this sidebar. So you can click on code, you can go here, and you can copy this sidebar over here, this aside thing, whole thing, copy the whole thing. Yeah, copy the whole thing, and that's all. Here we have our header, and this is here we can paste over sidebar. So instead of pasting here, we can create another component like this, and we can use return a sidebar. Okay, this is our sidebar, but we don't need this complex sidebar. Okay, so we don't care about this complex sidebar. I want you to understand everything very easily. Now I will implement the sidebar from very basic, from zero. Now you can see this is our header. We want a sidebar, so Command X, remove the children, use a division. Okay, we want two things inside this. So let me show you the escalator. This is our whole container, the division, this division. We want to create two divisions inside it, one, and this is two. This is our main page, this is our sidebar. That's why we will create two divisions inside this division, div into two. This is our sidebar, this is our main page. And in the main page, we will render the children just like this, because it is our main. And here we will render the sidebar. Here we will say class name, border right, border gray 400, and we will give it width of 20%. Okay, we want to give it 20% of the whole width of the whole container width, and we will give it class name W 80%, just like this. And here we can create another division. Here we can say manage all orders, or see all orders, or remove the orders, or we can say just use all orders. Save this thing. We can also give it some padding. This sidebar, we can give it P4. Okay, we can give it some background here as well, BG Slate 4, so we can identify. Now if we go to localhost, you can see this is not looking good. Why is that? Because we are not giving it some classes. This is our header. We want to give it some classes. We want to give it W full, so that it takes the whole width. You can see now this is our sidebar, and also we want to make sure it takes the whole screen. So you can say minimum height should be 80 VH or 70 VH, so it takes significant amount of the screen. Or instead of this, we can say H full, and here we can say minimum, or instead of minimum, we can say H screen. So the height will be the whole screen, and here we are saying H full, so it will take the whole height of the screen. So if you save this, still we are not able to see the whole height. Oh, why is that? Because we have not given it flex row, so we need to give flex row. If you save this, now you can see it is here, it is being rendered over here, and this is our main layout, main homepage. So if you go to this here, this is main admin dashboard part, and this is the main admin dashboard part, and it is the sidebar, and this is how we have easily built this thing. And instead of this but division, we will use a button, and now it is looking very good. If we click on all orders, we will be redirected to where? We will be redirected to this admin/order page, not orders. Okay, and we need to change the header as well in the admin. Yeah, this is good. What we need to do when someone clicks this, so instead of button, we will say link, and we will use the class name, and we will import the button classes from button variants. Call this function, use this object, and specify the variant, and say this is a link or default button. We want a default button, so use default. Import the link from next link and use href. It is important, and it is admin/orders. Save this thing. Now if you click over here, you can see we are being redirected to admin orders. But we want to use the admin layout on the admin orders page instead of this main layout. So double click this, Control V, double click, Control space, enter, import this, remove this main layout, save this thing. Now you can see we have cool orders. If you click on all orders, we need one more button. one more button, we can copy this thing and we can paste it here. We can say dashboard, or we already have the dashboard over here. Okay, so that's why we don't need it, but we can say home, just like this. And we want to make sure that they appear on vertically on the flex column way. So we can use flex column. We can give gap for save this thing. Now you can see it is home, it is all orders, it is home, not admin, basically admin/dashboard. So if we go to admin dashboard, you can see admin dashboard main. If we go to orders, this is our order. We are able to see all the orders status. So we have created admin order and admin dashboard. We have created authentication, orders, home, product page, many things we have created. Basic simple things, but yeah, they are important. Okay, now we need to create the main dashboard for our product where we can manage the products. Okay, so what we can do, we can use the same thing which we have done in the home page. So use command P, go to index.tsx here. So here we are using this mock data to show all the products. So we will do the same thing over on the main, on the main thing in the admin, in the dashboard. Here use a division, paste the everything because this is mock data and we are using mock data. Import the mock data, import the link and everything we have. Yes, now you can see all the products we can see, but we want to make sure that this sidebar should be fixed. Okay, it should not scroll. So we can do that. Go to admin. So this is our sidebar. What we can do, we can use fixed property. Fixed is a CSS property that will make it fixed. And now if we scroll, you can see this is fixed. Okay, we can also use something called sticky. It will also work, but with sticky we need to use top 0. So now it will be sticky. Okay, sticky won't work sometimes because of using the flex on the parent content. That's why sometimes using fixed works as well. We can give it top 0, so it will be fixed, and we need to give it height full, and you can see it is cool. Okay, but the problem with fixed is now this is relative and this is fixed, and we need to move it after 20%. So it is now taking, but we need to give it m left of what? M left of some margin of left. Okay, so margin of left of, let's give it 48 or more. Okay, so we need to give a lot of margin to it. Let's give it 20% margin and let's see what happens. Yeah, now you can see our products are being rendered nicely. If we give it 80% margin, what will happen? Okay, they are very left. 20% good. Yeah, it is good. We can give it some padding as well. Instead of top 0, you can see it is top 0. We want our header to appear. So instead of top 0, what we can do, we can make it top, let's see, top 16. So it will be sticky up here. Yeah. And you can see now our header is gone up and we need to fix that. How we can fix that? Here we are using hscreen. If we remove this hscreen, let's see. Yeah, now our header is appeared again. So instead of using hscreen here, we can use hscreen over here. No, I don't think. Sometimes CSS is hard. Sometimes you need to try to make CSS work. You can see this is fixed. It is scrolling. We only want this to scroll. We also don't want our header to scroll with this. So what we can do, we can go to header. We can make it sticky and we can give it top 0 and it will be sticky to the top. You can see this is sticky. Instead of sticky, we will use fixed. Now you can see this is also fixed and only our products are scrolling. If you go to home, you can see the same thing, the products in the admin dashboard. But now we need to give it some height. So let's give our header height of 72, and now we will give the margin to it empty of 80. Okay, margin of top of 80. The admin layout, we also need to give the margin to, or we can directly use. Let me fix it. Okay, go to the main layout. We also need to give it margin to this children. Okay, so cut this thing, division, and give it margin of empty of how much? Empty of, let's give it 80. Now if we go to home page, you can see this is being pushed after this and we can easily see it, but the header is very big, so we need to make sure it doesn't look that big. So S44 is S32 more is smaller, S20 28. Yeah, 28 is fine, but we need to make sure that it doesn't take full width. So what we can do, we can give it 80% of the screen. Now it is looking better. Admin dashboard, it is scrollable, it is looking good. Now we need to also make sure in the admin here we give it 28. Okay, so it is different. It is working differently. Why is that? Because here we are using top 16 instead of top 16. Why I will use top 80, top 28. Now it is good, fixed, and I also need to give this thing margin of top of 28. Now everything looks better. We also need to give py of 10, p bottom of 10. So let's give margin bottom of 10. Where is this margin bottom or py? What I want is there is no space available on the bottom side. So I want to give it some space on the bottom side. So sometimes if CSS doesn't work, what you need to do is open the JavaScript console, go to elements, okay? You can do simply directly. You can go to main, you can go to division, you can see this is a header, it is taking this much and it is our whole component. Inside this division, we have this fixed top 20, this sidebar, and this is our thing, okay? And if you can give it some classes directly right here. So style or background color of red, just like this, and you can see this is color in red. Okay, now it is not taking the whole height, so we can give it height full as well. Now it is taking the full height, I think. If you refresh this and if you give it bg of red of 400, you can see this is not taking the full height, okay? These are overflowing, and that's the reason it is not giving it the margin padding on the bottom side, and it is also not looking good. To make it look good, we will give the fixed width to our sidebar. We will give it width of 24. Let's give it double. 20% is not gonna work. We will give it 15%, and the width of this would be remaining, so we can give it full. Nice. Now it looks better, but we need to make sure on here it doesn't look bad. So instead of flex row, here we will use grid, so that you can also understand what grid is and how grid works. Grid works basically. So we can use grid columns 2. So each of the row will have 2 columns. If you save this, you can see each of the column has 2 products, just like this, and they are centered as well. But it is not taking full width because of this, so we can give it width of height full as well. Now it should take, I don't know it. Okay, this is home page. We will go to dashboard here. Instead of flex row, flex wrap, we will use grid and grid columns 2. Save this. Now you can see they are taking 2 columns. We can remove this thing, this extra division. We can give it height full, height max. Let's give it height max. What happened? It is not taking the full height. I don't know why. We can give it my of 4 and mx of what item sent. Now they are centered in the vertical direction. Okay, we also need to center them. So content send. So to center grid, let's search about it. Grid items center tailwind. So place item, here you can see different things to center all the elements. So this is the start, place item start, place item end, place item center. We want to use this place item center, and now let's see. Yeah, now they are centered and looking good. We have basically 2 products in each row, and here we can do the same flex wrap thing on the home page. So now if we go to home page, it looks bad. We also need to give extra division that we have removed. So I'm just using Command Z and Command Shift Z to undo, Command Shift Z to redo, and Command J to undo. Save, justify, center. It is not looking good. So yeah, remove this flex. They are now good. Okay, so in the main layout, if you go to main layout, empty of 80, we don't need 80, we just need 28. Okay, so this is our home page. This is our home page. This is our orders page. So if we go to, where is the order page? It should make it full. Okay, so this is our home page. This is our orders page. These are our authentication dialogues. On the admin, we have our sidebar, and it is over. As you can see, this is our sidebar, and all the items are visible over here as well. So these are the items we can manage. We can delete them. We can do further stuff with them. So after this, we need a button that says add new product. Okay, so we can add that button in the sidebar as well. Go to admin/dashboards, admin/dashboard. Here what we will do, before these products are being rendered over here, okay, we want to remove this red color. Why it is not removed still? Okay, it is because of this admin layout. We can remove this. Yeah, it is better. It's full my of 10, py of max width, bg of black. You can see this is going up to the header, so we need to make sure to give it the proper height. So empty 28, we are already giving it empty 28. I don't know why it is happening. Let's see. If we give it empty 40 something, what will happen? It is still not working correct. H full grid column. We can remove all the margin and paddings from here, and we can directly use them here. Empty 40, remove this, refresh. If we go to home, we can see all the orders that is good. If we go to admin dashboard, we can only see the 3 products. If we go to orders, we can see, so this is going up, so we need some margin to the top. So remove this my over here, and we will use empty 28. Go to home, and empty 28, it's not working somehow. Something is not working, so we can give it relative class. Okay, this is because of the class names, and After giving it the relative class, what we need to do is we need to give it empty of 24. 28 is not working. Let's give it 60. Let's give it 96. We can make overflow hidden. Okay, so everything is hidden. Now let me fix this. So remove everything, and we will see what is happening. So we have removed everything, and this is how it looks for now. First of all, we will give it empty of 28. Yeah. Now it is, you can see, now it is good. Now we can make another division inside this. We can paste all the data inside it, and we can give it grid columns 2 and place items in. Okay, now it is better. We need to do the same thing for orders page as well. This page, yeah. So now it is home, and this is orders. And now you can give it more than 28, so it looks better. So after giving it 28, you can give it py of 10. So it gives, yeah. Now you can see there is some padding on top and on bottom. So you can also give it padding on top here and on bottom. You can give it some gap to this 4. Like this, gap 4. Okay, now the orders have gap. P10 is good. Yeah, now it is good. On the home, use P10 as well and give it gap 4. Now it is looking better. Okay, you can see the orders, you can see the home, products, admin, orders, authentication, complete. What else is remaining? Yeah, we need now add new product button. So we will add it before these products. So what we will do, we will create another division here. We will say class name, W is full, width full, give it width full, make it flex in the row, flex row. We want to keep the button at the end, so we will say justify at the end, and here we will use a button from components UI. Here we will say add new product, just like this. Save this thing. Now you can see we have a button that says add new product. And what we can do now, we can give it some margin of top 10 and let's give it 6. Now you can see we have a new cool button, add a new product. We can give it size of large, so use size and large. Okay, new, and this will open a new dialog. Okay, that will say modify or add a new product. Okay, that dialog is also we can create inside components, or we can directly create here as well. But because this component will grow and will have a lot of logic inside it and can be very difficult to handle. That's why in the components create a new thing called product manage dialog.tsx. We will go to ui.sharecn.com, go to the docs, go to the dialog, copy this, paste here. First of all, we will use RFCE, product manage dialog. Here we will paste the copied items from ui.sharecn.com, copy this thing, paste over here. Now we will go to the dashboard. We will copy this thing, add new product. We will go to product manage dialog. We will paste this thing inside the dialog trigger, and we will use ageChild property over here. So it will render the child in the dialog trigger, and when someone interact with the dialog trigger, it will open the dialog and it will show the content. You can see, you can import the button here as well. And now we need the form. For the form, just like we have used a form for authentication, we are going to use a form over here as well. So go to form. Okay, we are going to copy, paste a lot of stuff. We have already installed the code for the form. So we will copy this thing, go below, and copy, paste everything here in the product manage dialog. Copy and paste Zod. And this is our form schema. It will have a few stuff like the name of the product. It will have description of the product. It will have the image URL of the product. Okay, so image URL. So image URL, just like this. What we have quantity, how much quantity we have of this product. So product quantity. You can see this is an admin thing, so it can have everything with that the product has. So product quantity will be number, and minimum would be 0, max can be anything. Okay, so this is our product quantity. So how many of these items we have in our stock? That's what product quantity means. Now if you go to mock data, so go to mock data, not here. In the utils, we have ID will be automatically created, name, description, image URL, quantity, slug. Slug will be also automatically created, or the person who is creating the product can also specify slug by themselves for SEO purpose. Slug is beneficial for SEO purpose. So you can say slug z.string and dot minimum should be 3. Okay, that's the form schema we have designed for our product manage dialog. Copy this React hook form stuff, paste here, copy all this stuff, paste in the component, in the product manage component. This will handle the submit interaction. It will handle the submission of form. When we do something with the form, it will handle it. You can remove the default values. We don't need them for now. And you can also copy everything. We have already imported button. So go to button. Yeah. You can import and all the form stuff, and you can copy the form stuff like this and go here. Here you can say manage product. You can remove the dialog description. Okay, and here we will create a division. Inside the division we will paste everything, every form thing, and instead of the name you can see it is name, product name XYZ. This is product name which is displayed publicly just like this, and all these fields just like we will copy, it will be product description. Okay, if you double click on the name, if you remove this, if you use Control plus space, you can see all the auto completion. You can copy and paste multiple times. Here we have image URL. Image URL should be a URL, so z.string.url. okay, so this is our product URL, product image URL. This is product image URL which is displayed publicly. Control paste. This is product quantity. Product quantity is in number, you can see. Okay, and we will handle how to handle numbers as well using React hook form in the upcoming videos when we interact with our database. Okay, this is product image URL which is displayed publicly. Here what the other field we have, it is slug. Okay, so the last field we have is slug. Control C, control paste. This is our slug, product slug. For here we will explain. This is product slug. Use same as product name. Make sure to verify it doesn't have any, it is good for SEO. Okay, make sure that the slug is good for SEO, and we will make sure that the user, the typed slug is automatically being transformed into a correct slug, and we will use a library called Slugify in the coming videos where we will see how to insert a slug into our database table row. This is how we have a slug. Save this thing. We have everything now, everything created. Now product, copy this, double click product manage dialog and copy this thing. Instead of here where we have copied this button, the large button, we will paste this dialog over here, just like use control space, hit enter to import this, and that's awesome. Product manage dialog. If you save this thing, okay, what is there? Okay, we can remove this. Now if you go to the, if you click add new product, you can see this is our product form, product name, product description, image, slug, everything. If you submit over it, you can see all the fields are required and everything is looking great. Okay, and you can make it a full screen model as well. So to make it a full screen model, what you can do in the content, I think there is a thing called full screen model. So if you go to ui.setcn.com, if you go to a dialog, here we will have full screen models as well. I don't know where it is. So let's go here, hover over it, command click, and we will see if we have a full screen model options as well. Or if not, let's search if we have this option here. If not, let's search about it. Full screen model ShareCN. Go to this. They have given this thing. We can use these classes, but I thought they have already something. That's why I have searched this. But we can use this thing. It's pretty simple. In the dialog content, go to here, paste here the classes. Basically, this is the dialog content. It will take the dialog content part, and here you can say max with screen, H screen. And now you can see this is our full product page, and you can also make sure to use overflow auto so that we can scroll this. You can see now we can cross this. If you click add new product, it will open a new full screen model, and we can add all the product details, and you can see this is good. We can add all the product details. We can close this, and everything is looking very nice and pretty awesome. Okay, whenever click a product here as well, it will open this dialog, and we will pass the ID using props, and it will fetch it, and it will fetch the data of the product from the database, and it will render, it will fill all the field if the product is already available. If the product is already not available, we will not fill, and the user will be able to add a new product. Just like we have dynamically rendered a new dialog for sign up and sign in, just like we will do for adding a new product, updating a new product, and viewing a new product. Okay, for everything. If a user clicks here, a new dialog will open with all the fields pre-filled, and then the user will be able to update the details. If they don't want to update, they can click on add new product, and they can fill in all the product details and create a new product. Okay, and we will also give an option when someone clicks here. Okay, let me implement that functionality, the UI functionality. Basically what I want is, here we have the product manage dialog. Okay, we can maintain a state over here. Use state is open is product manage product dialog open. Okay, now we need two things. We need to make sure that the ID is being passed into the product dialog. Okay, so we will use here, what we will do, use state. This is a way to store variables inside React so that if we change this variable, the UI will be automatically reflected. So we will say selected product ID, use escape key, use tab key, so automatically it will be capitalized, and here you can use undefined for now. Double click this, control space, enter to auto import it, and now when someone click this, instead of button, what we will do, we will use a button, button, and instead of href, we will say on click function and arrow function, and we will say set product ID, and we will say product dot ID. Here we will say this variable can be either a number or can either be undefined. Now we can set a product ID, and when this product ID is available, we will open the model. Okay, so now what we need to do is, this is our product manage dialog, and here we can pass a few stuff. Okay, this is another product manage dialog. This is for the creating a new product, and this is for managing product. So here we can pass few stuff. We can say product ID, and it can be string. Okay, and use this, import the product ID, and we can use open, so it accepts some props. Okay, so it will open it, so we can use open, and we will say only open this dialog when product ID available. So to make it available, only make it available when product ID is true3. So the product ID value is true3. True3 value means the product ID exists. Okay, so the product ID is not undefined. That's what true3 means. What is true3? So true3 value, basically it's not what that like I'm trying to say it's available. Okay, it's not like not available. True false is different thing. True false is different thing. True3 value is different thing. True3 means it exists. Okay, so now to verify if the value is true3 or not, what we can do, we can use boolean, and it will check if the value is true3 or not, and it will return the proper thing. And now here we can say if the product ID is available, open this dialog. That's what we need to do. And let's remove this thing, save this thing, and it accepts another property which says on open change, but let's keep it as it is now. And here we can pass selected, or we can say the product ID, and here we can pass selected product ID, and you can see it can be number or undefined, but what it is saying, it is complaining it is not assignable to string or undefined, so we will use number here as well. Save this thing. Now it won't complain. Save this thing as well. That's good. Now if we click on any of this product on the admin dashboard, if we click this, you can see the model is open. If we close this, you can see we are not able to close this. Why? Because when we try to close this, we have said that if the product ID is available, keep it open. That's what it is doing. Okay, to make it close, what we can do, on open change, open. So after we are listening to stuff. Okay, so we are saying when it is not open. Okay, we are saying set product ID. Okay, so we can pass on close. We can pass a function called on close. It will accept. It is a function that is a void function. It will be called when the product is called closed. Okay, we can pass the on close function over here. That's like this, on open change, on close. Okay, and it accepts what? It accepts a boolean that says open boolean, just like that. You can see. Okay, now we can pass a function here on close. Here we can say open if it is open. If the dialog is open, here we can say if the dialog is not open, close the dialog. How we can close? We can set the selected ID as undefined. Save this thing. Now if we click this, you can see we are able to close the model. If we click this, the model is open. If we click the cross, we are able to close the model, and it is working nice and easy. And if we click this, we are not able to open a new product dialog because we are saying this, it should only open when this is defined. Okay, so what we can do, we can make a way to open this as well. What we can do, either is product ID is defined or is open. Okay, either the product ID is defined or is open is defined. So it is a boolean value which we can pass from. Okay, and here we can say if this is or this. Okay, either of this is true, we can keep it open, and we can pass this value over here. We can say is open is true, just like this. Save this thing and go here. Now we can close this, but it won't close. Okay, it won't close. Why is it? Because let's refresh this and try it again. Okay, what is happening? Okay, initial UI hydration error, something happened. What happened? Okay, something is not correct here. Let's find out what is the problem we are facing. This is a server error. Sometimes we get it. We can remove this trigger because we are using this open and open thing. we have to use the button again. This is what the error is causing. We are using two triggers and it is getting confused which trigger I should use. And here, instead of this, what we can do, we can use this button, import the button. Here we can define another state, which is use state is create product dialog, open, use tab, use delete backspace, and now we have a state and we can say it is by default false. And when it is, now we can define these two things over here as well. On close, what we will do, we will say open, we will just use like this. So not like this. Okay, what I mean to say is this is the product manage dialog, and when this button is clicked, on click, we will set is create dialog open to true, and we will use is open is create product dialog open. That's all we need to do. And we can use set is create product dialog, save the whole thing. Now if we go here, if we click add new product, you can see we are able to see this model. We can close this model. If we click here, we can see the model, we can close the model. So both of our model are working and everything is working smooth. We can open the create model dialog, we can open the edit product dialog, and from the both stuff, we are using the same component, and that's how we are reducing the repetitive code inside our project. Okay. This is also repetitive. Each time we are rendering the basic same thing, we can also make it shorter. But for now, to make it less complex for you, let's keep it as it is. And now we have successfully designed the product thing as well. And when someone clicks here, when someone clicks here, we will also show, if they are trying to update an existing product, we will show a delete button. Here we will show a delete button alongside the manage product, where it is alongside the title. What we can do, we can show a trash icon. We can give it some BG of red 500. You can see this is a trash icon. We can give it color text red of 500. Yeah, it is better. Or BG. Okay, text white, BG red 500. P2 rounded LG, M left 2. Okay, save this thing. Okay, not looking good. Text white color FFF. Okay, the PG padding is making things worse. Yeah, now it is better. We can remove this rounded stuff as well. We need to give it size. Let's give it size. We can give text size and it will automatically change it. Size is text Excel. Okay, not working. I always use React icons, some the package called for icons. If you search React icons, this is a great package where you can search about all the packages, trash, and you will see all these packages, and it is a very cool package to use SVG icons inside your web applications. Here, this is imported from Redux UI. This package called Redux UI where you can find about is Redux icons. So search about it, Google search, go here and you can find about this icon. You can click here and copy the icon to clipboard. Okay, and all the things they are doing. Okay, good. Width and height. Okay, so we can give it width and height, width and height of 10. Let's see how it looks now. Yeah, now it is looking good. We can give it 8. Color of white is better. Now let's give it rounded MD, better. And we can give it class name, flex row. We can give gap of 2. We can wrap this thing inside a division, or we can directly give it the button classes. Okay, the button classes. But it is good. Okay, I think it is good. And we can give it items to center to make the center. Now, how about we give it P2? Let's give it P1. Okay, good, better. Now, instead of this only trash icon, this dialog title is good. So, instead of this trash icon, what we can do, we can use a button instead of this trash icon. We can import the button. We can use this. We can remove all the classes from here and here. Good stuff. So, now you can see, if we hover over it, we can see the pointer thing. We should do 0.5, the padding. And now, if we click over here, you can see everything looks good. If we refresh, everything works nice and smooth. Okay, now we added the delete product button as well. Good. Okay, so delete, update, create product, all the orders, managing stuff. Okay, so everything is done for the UI part. This is done. Admin dashboard done. Manage order from the admin side. Manage orders from the user side. Order details, product page, product catalog, authentication dialogues. Everything is ready. Okay, as you can see, this is my screen and we will understand what we are going to do. Yesterday, we have finished building the front end of our application. We have designed using Excalibur the basic wireframes, and then we have developed them using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. Today, we are going to build the backend part of our application. So, an application contains two things inside it. Okay, front end and backend. Front end is connected with the backend using an API. We have talked about everything front end, backend, and how things work in our first video of this series. But today, we are going to implement the real backend. For that, if you see my screen, there are a few stuff you need to understand. So first of all, we have front end, and now front end will call the backend using something called API. Okay, so API will take the data from the front end and it will take to the backend, and it will say to backend, do this for me, do that for me, and return me the response. And what response contains? Response contains the data that the front end is requested. Let's assume this is a front end, and when the user clicks Y button, what will happen? Okay, so we will take the user to Stripe checkout. How we take? We will call our backend. So this is our backend. We will call our backend and we will say this is the user. We will give the user email to the backend and the ID. Basically, we will give the ID and we will get the email from the ID because we have already saved the user in our table. How we will do this? You will understand very soon. So we will call the backend with the user ID. We will say, give me the Stripe link, and we will generate a Stripe link using the Stripe SDK. What is Stripe SDK? Stripe SDK is basically a JavaScript package is created by Stripe so that we can use in our Node.js application to do stuff related to Stripe. Stripe is our payment processor, and then Stripe will return us a link, and we will just redirect the user to Stripe page. This is how this whole flow is working. So this is more a simple use case. Okay. Now we have other things like orders, cart, and every other stuff. So first of all, let's design the database. Let's design DB. So how we are going to design the database? First of all, we need to understand what the data we need from the user. What is the data we need to show on the website? So if you understood the first video, we have did a lot of this stuff. We have JSON for our use case. Okay, so let me show you what I'm trying to say. So if you see my screen, if we go to Command P, mock data, you can see this is the data we have generated and we have saved it inside util here. This is our mock data. It has ID, name, description of the product, image URL of the product, quantity available, and slug. So this is the data that will come from the backend. Currently, it is just the dummy data. We are just statically rendering it on the front end. We need dynamic stuff. Okay, we need to be able to create products. We need to be able to update them. We need to be able to delete them. We want to take control of our whole system inside our application. That's why we are going to save all these details inside our database. Database is just basically, you can assume it as an Excel sheet that has every stuff inside it, and we can fetch it relatively to the user, and we can join the tables, and we can do a lot of stuff that you will see me doing very soon. So yeah, so here is the data we need for the products. We have products, we have users. So number one thing, we have users. Someone will sign up, we will save about the user data inside our database. So number one thing, we have user. Then we have user will buy a product. So we have product. What will happen after the user buys a product? We will save it into database as an order. So user buys a product. So users, products, and orders. 3 things we need for this application. And if you want to extend this application's functionality, you can also add the cart feature. But for now, we are going to implement the basic stuff. Okay, so let me take you to the iPad screen and we will understand everything. Designing the DB. So first of all, the number one table is users table, and it contains ID of the user email that we have got from authentication. Okay, we will save ID, email, and when the user is created. So this is a table which is required in each of the tables so that we can know when a user is signing up in our app. So ID, email, created it. That's all we need for now. Okay, you can save more details like phone number, address. Yeah, we can save address, phone number, address, etc. Okay, you can save more details about the user. But for now, let's keep the 3 things. We will save address in some another way. We can save the address in order as well. Okay, and we will see what to do. So number 2, we need what will user will do? Products. So this is a database we are designing. Okay, you can understand it. So this is a table and these are the columns inside our database. And these columns has ID, email, and created it, and each user will be inserted in a row. Products. What products has ID, the name of the product, the description of the product image URL. Okay. Other thing is image URL and the quantity of the product. That's all. Okay. This is a product. Number 3, ID, name, description, image URL, quantity available, and the other thing is slug. Okay, slug is needs to be for SEO purpose, for a dynamic, a nice URL. The other thing we have is order. Okay, now the order will be in context of user. Like who is the user who placed this order? So that's why we need to know this order is connected to which user. That's why we will save a user ID inside this orders table so that we can know this user ID is connected to this table. That's why. Okay, you need to understand this. A user can have many orders. A user can have many orders. That's why it is a one-to-many relation. Okay, so in the database terminology, we call it a one-to-many relationship. So a user can have many orders, but a order can be only placed by one user. Okay, a order cannot be placed by multiple users. So basically, that's why it is called one-to-many relationship. An order has user ID. Other thing is we can say address if you want here where the user want to deliver this order, what are the items inside this. Okay, so we can say which product it belongs to. So a user can order one product at a time, so product ID, and this will connect it to it. Okay, and you can understand a product, a order row has product ID, and product ID is connected to products table, so that we can know this order belongs to which user, this order belongs to which product. So an order contains one product ID, okay, and a product can be in multiple. So this is a many-to-many relationship. Here you can see a product can be inside many orders, and an order can have one. So basically you can see a order can have one, so it is one. So is it many-to-one relationship? Okay, so you can understand it is many-to-one. If we say this order can have multiple, this order can have multiple products, so we will say a product ID is inside it. So this is now many-to-many relationship, because a product can be in multiple orders, okay, and a order can also contain multiple. So both are many-to-many. This why it will be called many-to-many. But you don't need to worry about many-to-many or one-to-many. You just need to understand. You just need to feel what we need to do and what we need to achieve. Here we are only implementing the single functionality, which is a user can order a single product. That's why a order can only contain one product ID, and it will be connected to this. Okay, so it is one, and a product many, so it many-to-one connect, many-to-one here. Okay, you can forget this, what is this, but yeah, these are the main stuff we need. Address where the user want to deliver, user ID, product ID, which user, which product is this, and then the other thing we need is what other thing we can say payment status, if the payment is succeeded or not, order status, so that is order is processed or not. So this both are important. Fourth thing basically, what else we need. Okay, now if you want to implement the cart functionality, we will talk later, and I will tell you how you can implement it, and it will be a great practice for you after we finish this whole tutorial. But for now, these are the basic stuff we want: products, users, order. Anything else we are forgetting? Let me think. Yeah, I think that's all. So now we will use this terminology and we will implement our schema, our database schema, and we will connect it to our database so it works very nicely and easily. So let me show you my VS Code editor and we will begin the coding part. Now you can see my code editor, and inside source directory we have server, inside server we have DB. Inside schema, here we will design our database as we have just learned how and what tables what we want. Okay, so remove this stuff. You can see we are using PG Core and we are using Drizzle ORM. We don't want to use plain SQL database, we want to use Supabase PostgreSQL. Okay, so PostgreSQL, and here you can see this is create table. We can create naming for this table, but you can remove this thing. Instead of this, we will just use a simple PG table, just like this PG table. Import the PG table from PG Code, just like it, and we will call it users. Okay, so this is the name we will use inside our database, and this is the name we use for referencing this table inside our code. Okay, this can be serial or this can be UUID, but we will use it UUID. Import the UUID from PG Core, just like it. It is a primary key and it can't be null, and it should be randomly assigned if we don't specify it when inserting a table, inserting a row inside this users table. Here we have the name of the user. This is good. This is created it. It is also good. Updated it. It's also good. And we need one more thing, which is email. So we can say email and import the text from PG Core like this and use email. It also can't be null, so we will say not null, just like it, and it should be unique, so we will say it should be unique like this. Here we can use indexing. What is indexing? Indexing is used for, let's assume you are searching names of the user. Okay, so you need to implement a way so it is faster. Okay, so sometimes if your application grows to some extent and then you have to take some speed measurement and tackle some issues related to speed, and that's why we use indexing. Okay, so indexing is basically when your app grows and then you have to worry about it for now, for the basic app, you don't need to worry about it. You can just create a table like this. Then we will use products as we have learned. So products is equal to PG table. We will call it products as well. And here we will define all the schema for the table schema. So the ID is same, UUID. We will use this name. We will use description. We will use created data as well, just like it. Okay, so ID, name, description, and the product quantity. So quantity, and it is number. So you can use something. So if you search about it, you can search about this Drizzle ORM to learn more about it. Drizzle ORM, you can go to the Drizzle ORM, and in the documentation, if you go to PostgreSQL, here you can see the Supabase, how to use this. Everything is given here because we are using create t3.gg. The create t3 app starter, we already have schema and everything. If you go to DB, you can see everything is set up for us directly by default. Okay, so in the column types, you can see all the column types. So we need the integer for our products quantity. So we will use the integer from PG core. The quantity of the product by default, it is 0, just like it. And it also can't be null. And this is how we are defining it. Okay. So quantity, name, description. Other thing we need is image URL. Image URL, text, image URL. Image URL also can't be null. Okay, we need the product image, at least one image. We need at least one product image. So this is how we have created a product. One more thing we need inside user, if the user is admin or not. So here we can say is admin. An admin user can create, update or delete a product and can access the orders page, the admin dashboard and everything. So here we will define a boolean. We will say import the boolean from PG core, and we will say is this user admin, and by default a user is not admin. So we will say by default it is false, just like it. Products, users, and one more thing we need is orders. We will say PG table, orders, define few things here, ID of the order, user ID as I said, and it is also connected to this ID. So how do we connect it? Let's see. We will use UUID. We will say user ID. You can see this is for referencing inside JavaScript React applications. We use this type of naming conventions, and in the database we use this type. This case is called Snake case. This case is called Pascal case. I guess you can search about it. React naming convention, and if you go to Stack Overflow, you can see we'll use camel case. Okay, this is, so we should be considering, you can use anything, but most of the time you will see camel case is being used, and all types of cases you can search about it. Cases. Okay, this is not programming. Okay, so snake case, camel case, Pascal case, kebab case. There are 4 types of cases you can understand. This is snake case, which we use inside database in Python. This is camel case, which we use in React. Pascal case for naming the components, kebab case for naming the component. Okay, Pascal case is like this. Let me show you. So if you can see, this case is kebab case. Okay, so this is kebab case. Here, if you are using product manage dialog, it is also kebab case. But inside the file, you can see this is Pascal case, and here this is in Python and database and all this. Here we use snake case, and here in the React ecosystem we use camel case. So you can understand it's like being consistent with naming, so your code looks clean, your files look clean. That's the whole point. Other than that, you don't need to worry much about it. So here we have the order from this user. Now the user ordered what? That's why we need a product ID as well. So we'll say product ID, UUID, product ID, just like it. And now we need to reference them with this table. So what we can do, dot reference, and this is how we can reference this column from user's ID. Now this user ID is related to this ID. This is how we are referencing, and we can copy the same thing, we can paste here, and we need to reference it to this ID. So what we will do, we will say products.id. Now this order is connected to this ID and it is connected to this ID. Okay, this is the main thing. So this order can be now used to, now we can get the details of the order, like who is the user who have placed this order, and what is the product this user placed. Now the other thing, we can also input the address if we want, address, and we can save more details of it, like status, payment status, boolean, and Boolean is payment status. Default is false, and order status, you can say Boolean order status dot default is false. Initially, the order status is false, means the order is not accepted by the admin, but when the admin clicks on processed order, it will be turned on and it will show the user that your order has been processed. So that's the whole meaning of this thing. You can remove the serial, you can remove this index. These are the tables we need for our full stack e-commerce project. Save everything and close everything. If you need to learn more about Drizzle ORM, you can go to Club of Coders YouTube channel. You can search youtube.com/Club of Coders. You can go to this channel. In the video section, you can search Drizzle, and I have made a video, build a to-do application with Next.js, TRPC and Drizzle ORM. Inside this, you can learn more about Drizzle ORM. This is a basic application, basic to-do list application that will take you from zero to end building a to-do application. So you will get to know more about Drizzle ORM if you wanna learn about it. Okay, that's awesome. Now we will migrate. Okay, so now here we have defined our schema. We can now insert some stuff inside our database and use this. But if you go to supabase.com, we have already taken the Supabase database URL inside our project. We have access to that URL. If you go to e-commerce challenge, if you go to database in the table editor, okay, for now we don't have any tables here. We have defined the schema, but we don't have any tables. Why is that? Because we have not synced our schema with the database. And to sync it with our database, one thing you must need to do is go to .env, and you need to know that you have database URL inside your .env schema, because we are using this database URL inside our config file. So if you go to the drizzle config.ts, here you can see PostgreSQL. You can remove this table filter because we don't want this table filter, and you can see this is the database URL we are using over here, and you need to make sure that you have this URL inside your .env file, otherwise the syncing won't work. Okay, we need to sync our database, our remote database, with our local setup. You can see no entities available, and to sync our database with the remote database, what you need to do is you need to db push. So you need to run pnpm run db push. Hit enter and your database will be in sync with your code base. Now if you go over here, you can see we have 3 tables: orders, products, users. Our data will be saved here. So user says ID, name, email, is admin, created it, updated it, products and orders. So now we have completed one thing, created the database schema, and our remote schema, our Supabase remote schema is now in sync with our project. Next thing we need to know, every time a user sign up in our application, we need to save the user details inside our DB. For that, what I'm saying is, let me go to Xkelly and help you understand. So first of all, a user will sign up in our application, sign up, basically auth. Okay, and the Supabase, this job will be done by Supabase. We are not handling any kind of authentication stuff by our own. So what will Supabase do? Supabase will handle the authentication, and Supabase will save the user detail inside the Supabase database, not in ours. Okay, so there is something, if you go to authentication, if you go to users, this is the Supabase authentication users table. So this is different from the table we have just created. This table is different and this table is different. So every time user signs up on our e-commerce application, the user data will be saved over here. Now we need a way to save the same user with the same authentication ID into our database table. How do we do that? So for that, we will use a trigger. Every time a user is inserted into Supabase authentication table, we will trigger another function. Basically, we will trigger another function that the function will save the newly inserted user into the Supabase authentication table into our table, our users table. So Supabase sign up auth, and there will be a trigger, and we will save this user, new user, into our table, our users table. This is what we need to do. So this is the whole thing we need to do. This is basic understanding, and Supabase already provides us with this functionality because this is done in every Supabase project. So if you now go to SQL editor, go to your Supabase project, go to SQL editor, go to quick start, go to user management starter, you can see the basic code. You can now, we already have created the profiles table, so you can remove everything about this. This is the handle new user function we need. You can remove every other stuff here, and you can see create function public handle user, and it is a trigger. Basically, you do not need to understand how to code this function by yourself. You just need to understand, as Supabase already gives you, this is a SQL function, simple SQL function. It handles an user. It insert into public.profiles. So we have public.users. So public.user, you can see the auto completion, public's order, products user. So we have public.users. We need to insert into ID, and instead of full name, we have name. So we'll insert name. And the other thing we have is email. So instead of avatar URL, we will have email. So we need to save three things from the Supabase authentication table to our users table. We will insert into public user ID, name, email, because we have three tables if we go to schema. So command P, you go to schema. Here we have three things: name, email, and ID. These three things are important and we need to save them. So ID, name, email. We are getting ID from the new.id. New is basically the new user, new.id, new.row, user metadata name. This is the name which we are getting from the metadata, and I will show you how to pass the name using the metadata when we call the Supabase authentication functions, new.row, user metadata, and email. This is how we are passing the email. So the email is not in the metadata. The email we can directly pass, just like you can remove this thing. We can already pass email like new.email, like this, new.id, new.email, and the name from the metadata, and return the new, and it will insert these stuff into our public.users table corresponding to each of the ID, name, and email, just like it. And we are creating a trigger every time each row is executed, means each row is inserted into auth.users table, which is Supabase table, and we are creating a trigger to save this inside our public.users table. We can remove this storage stuff, we don't need it. We can remove this policy stuff as well. I will tell you how to do policy and stuff, but for now we just need this thing. And now you can run this, and it is a very important task we have just did. Okay, so this is a very important task, and we will see how this works in the future. Now we have our schema, we have our authentication function trigger setup. Everything is good to go, and now we are ready to insert and do CRUD operations with our database. So what is our plan today? Let's see. If we go to clubofhorrors.com, if we go to join 5-day challenge, this is our plan for today. Set up Supabase. Here you can see set up Supabase. We have set up the Supabase. We have set up the authentication. We have set up the tables. Okay. Now we need to do some CRUD operations. We need to update, delete, insert some stuff. But before that, we need to handle the authentication, because without authentication, it doesn't matter if you do CRUD operations. That's why now we will proceed with authentication, and it is very simple task. So first of all, let's run npm run dev and start the project. Our project has been started. Copy the localhost 3000, go to your browser, and let's see what we have done. So this is our project. When we click on sign up, here we can use this authentication like this, login authentication. Okay, now we need to install a few more packages so that our authentication works real good. So you can search Supabase auth Next.js pages. This is what you need to search on Google. You can see Supabase auth with Next.js pages. Directly click here. The auth help me refresh Supabase pre-grammar setting of okay. So we can go here and we can install these packages. So copy the command, go to your project, open this npm install Supabase.js and Supabase SSR. Hit enter and install these packages. Now we already have next public Supabase URL and next public Supabase NN key inside our project. If you go to env, we already have the both two things we have set up when we have created this project. Supabase URL, next public Supabase NN key. Remember to use the exact naming as suggested over here, and we have already done that. Good. Now we can use this thing. Okay, so we can create our Supabase client just like it, and we can use it. There are a few options given. This is for server client. This is for browser client. Basically, Supabase client will, this Supabase thing, this variable has a lot of stuff inside it, and it will help us to authenticate the user, and you will see how we do that. So we need this thing, okay, create client. This is a Supabase we need, so we can copy this thing and we can go to source inside utils, inside API, we can create another thing, index.ts. We can paste the copied stuff, and this is how we have created a Supabase instance. And go below, and this is how we can log in and authenticate users. Okay, so this is how we can sign up. This is how we can log in. The email and password. This is the create client from Supabase component. Okay, so this is what we need. Create browser client. So we need to create the browser client using this instead of this one, static props, because it is given as in the Supabase docs. I will paste this thing into the README so you can see. Also, I need to update you about something. This is what I'm using for the authentication. If you go to github.com/Sony Pranjal into the repository, this is the repository which you can use and track your progress. Okay, so if you go to commits, this is day 1, this is day 2. And if you click on day 2, you can access all the code I have written on the day 2 and use this for reference. If you are stuck somewhere, use this for reference and it will be good. Okay, so only use this for reference. Try to code yourself. It is the best way to write it on your own and learn. Now you can see we can use this create client over here. Okay, and basically copy this thing, which is component, copy this thing, paste it here, create client, create browser client. Basically we need the browser client, and copy this thing, close everything, go to the authentication dialog. Okay, so auth dialog inside our component here. So this is our authentication form. Okay, this one. And now you can paste this create client just like this, copy this thing like this thing. Okay, and go to the auth form, paste this here, and you need to import the create client from index. Okay, we have named this wrongly, so this index.ts, and now we can import it from @/utils just like this. So this is our Supabase client, and we have already set up everything. Okay, when this is form register, we are getting the email and password value. So instead of using these functions, we can directly use this thing. Okay, so copy this thing. When we are signing up the user, paste here. So await Supabase auth sign up. It is basically not an async function, so we can make this function async by using async keyword. So this is now await will work. Supabase auth email and password, and we can get both values, email and password, like this. We can remove this console.log and we can copy the login stuff and we can paste it here just like it. And this is how simple. Okay, this is how simple it is to implement authentication inside your application using Supabase. We have just copied a few stuff from this page into our application. We have created a client, Supabase client. We have called a function Supabase auth sign up. We have given it the value we are getting from the user, email and password, and we are signing in and signing up the user. So sign up and login complete. Now we need a way to basically get the user authentication state. Okay, so how do we know that if the user is authenticated or not? If you have email confirmation turned on, user will receive email confirmation after the sign up. Change the email template to support a server-side authentication flow. Go to auth templates, do this. Okay, create a route handler for authentication. So app router and pages router, there are two stuff. Now we need to do a few more stuff. Okay, so we need to use all this client. Okay, so we need a way to ensure everything works. So this is server. We need to ensure that all this stuff also works. So first of all, we have used this client. This client is enough for now, and this is done. Now for confirmation, for authentication confirmation, we need to do something. So go to auth templates inside your Supabase project. So e-commerce challenge, go to the auth template, and here we need to change something. It is saying that change confirm URL to this. So copy the whole thing and paste it. So instead of this, we will use this like this. Site URL, API, auth confirm, this, and save this thing. Now we need to make sure that site URL works. So go to the URL configuration, and we have the site URL as localhost 3000. That is good. For now, we are using localhost 3000. Then we need to set up an API route where API auth confirm. So we can copy this whole thing. Copy it from here, go to source, inside pages, inside API, create a new folder called auth. Inside auth, create a new route called confirm.ts. This is the API, and paste everything you have copied here. And we need to now a new Supabase instance which is API instance, you can see this one. So create client Supabase/API. So yeah, this one, you can see Supabase API. So we need this one. So copy this thing, and if you go to here, you can see API.ts, Supabase API client. Paste here, and this is how we are creating the Supabase API client. It is saying that any, but yeah, we can remove this error by, if you go to package.json, this is the error, and we can remove this by uninstalling a few packages that are not very much needed at the beginning stage. Okay, so you can remove this TypeScript ESLint parser and TypeScript ESLint plugin. Remove both of them, save this and run pnpm install, and you will see 2 packages are removed. And now use Command-Shift-P and reload the whole window, and this error is gone. You can see this error, the error we were seeing was related to some TypeScript configuration, like more good practices and stuff. But yeah, you can remove this and now save this thing. And now we have the Supabase API client. You can remove this and import the create client from the Supabase API client, because this is inside API, and save this, and it is good to go. Okay, so we have now created a full-blown authentication using Supabase. You can see when we use sign up, we will receive an login link on the email, and when we click this, we will be able to log in the user. Okay, and if we hit the error, we will use this error page. So copy this thing. So go to pages and create a page error.tsx. Paste here, you can see page error.tsx, and we can show sorry something went wrong, and we can show it here. Now close everything so we can see what we are doing here. Make an authenticator only page request with get server side props. So if we want that a page can be only accessed by authentication user, that we can also do by using this function, and we will see how to use it later. And fetch static data, we can use this thing. But now we have successfully configured our user authentication. But there is one thing, now we will try the authentication if it is working or not. Okay, so let's go to localhost 3000, click on sign up. We will use clubofcoders.com@gmail.com. I will use some randomly password, hello world, just like it. And first of all, we need to pass the name in the metadata. So go to auth dialog. Here we need another thing, which is name of the user, John Doe, and we need to specify name inside it, and name z.string, and it can be optional, just like it can be optional. But we always want the name of the user when it is sign up form schema. So we can say sign up form schema, and we have another schema which is email form schema. You can see we want to use camel case, that's why we'll use form schema capital F capital, and we will use 2 forms now instead of 1. But you can avoid all of this by using a single schema. I would say form schema. Here we have name, email, and password. You can make it optional, and you can make the minimum 2 character if it is not. But yeah, let's see what we want to achieve here. Name, email, and password, 3 things are here. Okay, and when this is registered, if there is no name, you can see name. If there is no name, you can return it, and you show alert to the user. You can alert dot name is required, just like it. Save this thing, and that's all. And we only want to show this name field when the authentication auth type of the authentication, here you can see form type of the authentication form is register. We only want to show the name when it is registered. We want to save the name inside our DB. Remove this form description, save everything. Now you can see we have a name field also here, name field. And yeah, so input type of this input is text. Type of this, you can say type of this input is email. Here you can say type of this input is password. Now you can see the password is hidden, email is good. Now if you click sign up, something will happen. Okay, let's see. Now let's remove the name for now. If we click sign up, you can see include email address, so it is validating thing. So we will say clubofcoders.com@gmail.com. If we hit sign up, you can say name is required. We will put the name, Club of Coders. Password is 123456. You can see password must be at least 6. 123456. And if I hit sign up, you can see something is happening. You can see something happened in the network tab, and we have successfully able to sign up the user. But we haven't shown anything. So you can see it is authenticated. And if I check my email, now I have received an email for confirming the user. You can see, and I can click here and I can confirm it. And now I am logged in inside my application. If we go to network tab, if I hit refresh, and let's see if we are authenticated or not. For now, we can't see. If we go to Supabase, if we go to authentication inside users, we can see email is verified and we have created a new user, but we haven't passed this user. And here we can go to users and we should be able to see this new user created into application, but we can't see the name. Why? Because we haven't passed the name into the metadata. So we need to pass the metadata into it. Options, in the options, we have data, and data is basically the metadata, and we can pass the name over here, just like it. Okay. So on the authentication, we are passing this. If this is successfully done, what we will do? We will close this model. How to do that? So we will use onSuccess. So onSuccess is a function that we will receive as a prop from the top component. It can be anything, void function. So this is a function. This is how we define a function in TypeScript we use, and we can call the onSuccess after this is done. If this is error, we can return it. We can alert. We can alert with the error.message. And here, if this is successful, we can run the sign up function. This is the same thing we need to do when doing the login as well. And onSuccess cannot be a undefined function, and this is how. And we need to pass now onSuccess over here. So onSuccess, what we will do on onSuccess, we will close the model. How to close this model? We will use a state over here. Okay. So use state is auth dialog open. Initially, the authentication dialog is not open. You can import, double click, control space, enter, import use state from React, just like it. Okay. And then what we need to do is we need to use this state to close and open the model. So we can say open when this state is turned on open change, set is auth dialog. Okay. And then we can use this set is dialog, and we can say when it is successfully done, make the close this model. Okay. onSuccess, close this model. Save this thing. We need to save this thing here as well. It will close the model and it will alert the user, check your email for confirmation. And we only get this after register, not after login, because login will be successful if we are done. This is how we are doing it. So now we can remove this user here. We can check this authentication flow one more time. Go to authentication, delete the user from here as well. We will check the authentication one more time. So go to localhost, refresh this browser and delete the browser cache by going to application, storage, clear site data, go to local storage, clear site data, session storage, go to cookies, clear anything it is having. Okay. And now we will try it again. So click on sign up. I will say Pranjal, I go Club of Coders, clubofcoders.com@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I will hit sign up. You can see sign up, check your email for confirmation. If I hit OK, it is good. But the authentication dialog is not closing. Why is that? I don't know. What is the problem with that? Okay, we need to use this for this as well. So use this for both of these. Okay, so now it is closed. You can try it again. You can go here, Club of Coders, clubofcoders.com@gmail 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on sign up, email, rate limit exceeded. Okay, so we have received an email already. So you can see this is the email we have received. Click on confirm your email, and now we are successfully logged into our application. And to check if we are logged in or not, what we can do, let's go to index page, the main page in our application. In the pages index, const user, we can use the use user hook, use session hook. I don't know which hook we need to use. Let's import from Supabase SSR, not SSR, Supabase, yes, I think. And there is something called Supabase. Okay, we need to create the Supabase client. So what we can do, client, if we go to client, you can see this is the Supabase API client. This is Supabase. So we can call this function, you create client from the utils. This is component Supabase client, this one, browser client. Okay, and this is our Supabase instance, and we can use const user supabase.auth.get user. Okay, use effect, we will run a use effect. Use effect is basically run every time when the user go to a specific page. And we can create a function here, const get user is equal to async function. We can use this, create a function like this. We can say supabase.auth.get user const. This function will return us a few things. We can destructure it. We can await it first, and it will return us data and error, and we can log this data and error for now, data error, and we will call this function over here, get user, just like, and it will run on every time we go to a specific page. Now if you go to console, you can see we are getting the user just like it, and it is the current user. If we refresh the page, we can see the current user just like it. And we can, now we need a way, we don't want to call this function again and again, we don't want to use this whole thing again and again. So what we can do now, we can create a context. Now the time is for state management. Okay, so we are already learning the state management. So how to do that? Go to source, inside create a new folder called context. In the context we'll create a auth context.tsx, use RAFCE auth context. Context is used for passing the data to the whole component, the whole application. Okay, so we will use this authentication context, auth context provider. This is the provider, and we will create a context. Understand, a context is like a box, and this box will wrap your whole application, so you can get the box data inside your little boxes inside the big box. Okay, so let me make you understand. So this is our context, and these are our components. Okay, there are a lot of components inside our application. You can see these are the components, these are the components. Some components are used here, and more components. So this is our React application, and this context has some data. Context has some data. And now when we define a context, we wrap the whole application into the context. We can use this data anywhere inside our application. We can use this inside here as well. We can use this data here as well. We can use this data here as well. Okay, so that's why we create context. Otherwise, we need to define this function again and again. We need to check if the user is authenticated or not. But if we try to create this function only once, and we can give it to every function inside our application, and that's why we create a context. So let's create a context. Auth context, you create context, import the create context from React. Initially it is null. We will define the type of this context very soon, and we will use this auth context as a provider to our whole application, auth context.provider. So this is how we use it, and it will provide these values inside our application. For now it is null. You can see now we are passing null value, but in the future we will pass the user object, and here we will use the children, just like we did in the layout. So if you use command P, go to layout, main layout, you can see here we are passing the children. Copy this thing. This is how we will pass the children. So this is how we will wrap our whole application inside this authentication context provider. So now this is just a boilerplate context code which we already use. Anytime you want to pass data into your whole application from the parent component to child component, you can use this syntax. Now we need to wrap our whole application using this authentication context provider. So let's go to app. Here you can see we are not providing it, so we need to provide it. So you can use authentication context provider, import from authentication context, and wrap our whole application into this. So now we have wrapped our whole application, this one. So this was our app, and we have wrapped it with auth context, and now we can get this data. For now, this data is null, but we will soon pass some data. Now we can use the same function we have created from here to here, just like it. We can copy the same thing. We can import missing things. So create client, import from utils. This one is browser client. Remember, not the API. This is browser. And use effect, import the use effect from React. Now we are good to go. And when we get the data, we want to set it to a state. We can define a state over here. Use a state. This is a user. Okay. We will use this state inside our whole application. Why this state? Because we need a variable that can change the UI anytime this variable is being changed, and we can pass this data inside our whole application. We will use user and set the user, make it capital letter like camel case. Initially it is null. Import the use state from React. It can be user from Supabase, or it can be null, just like it. Now you can see how we are passing the data and doing everything, and we can set this user when the user is logged in. So here what we can do, set the user to data.user, and you can see we are getting the user, and we can set the user like this. This is how simple it is to performing the user, and now we can pass this user into our application just like here, and we can define this type over here. We can say user, it is user or null, and it is complaining, and here we can say as any, and it will not complain. Okay, so this is how we have passed the user inside our application, and we can get this user now from anywhere inside our application. This is how simple it is to perform the authentication. And now instead of calling everything function, we can just use the use context hook, use context snippet, import the use context, use auth context. So we need to export the auth context from here, and we will use this context. We can use this context anywhere inside our application and get the data. Auth context, and now it will give us the user. And now we can console.log and check if the user exists or not. Save this thing, go to the application, remove this console.log, everything remove. And if you refresh this, you can see we are getting the user, and we can see that we are authenticated. Okay, we can see we are authenticated. So this is how simple it is to implement the authentication. Now, if we are authenticated, we can copy this thing, close everything, go to the header. Here we can use the same components, the same code to get the user. And if the user exists, what we will do? We don't want to use this thing here. We can cut everything. We can go to this auth. Okay. Now we can use the authentication thing over here as well. So import the use context, import the use auth. Here we will say if the user is authenticated, if the user exists, show a button, and this button is for logout. And if the user doesn't exist, show both of these dialogues. Okay, and we will wrap the whole thing into a single component. That's why we have used this thing. This is called a fragment inside React. Okay, and we can say if the user doesn't exist, show the authentication dialogues. If the user exists, and an operator is for if the user exists, show this. If the user doesn't exist, show this. And save this thing. Now, if we go here, you can see the logout button. If we refresh this, now you can see we are not seeing the login and logout button. We are seeing the logout. And when we click this button, we can console.log something here for now. Console.log, logout, save this thing. Now, if we click the logout button, you can see we are able to click this logout button. And we'll use this Supabase hook, this thing, copy from here, paste it here, and we will use supabase.auth.logout, sign out, and this is an async function. So we'll use async, we'll use await, and we will reload our whole window after this is done. So what we will do, window.reload, window.location.reload. This is how we can reload our application, or we can use router.reload as well. Okay, so both works. So now if you go here, if you click logout, you can see we are logged out and user is null. If we click on login, you can see we are able to see the login here as well. So we want to make sure that we don't see the name field when we are on register form. I don't know why we are seeing this. This is sign up. This is login. Here we are passing the form type as login. And here we are only showing the name when this is from the register. Then why it is showing, I don't know. Let's check it out. So console.log, the form type, save this thing. If we click on login, you can see something is happening. If we refresh this, if we click on sign up, it is initially login, but then register. If we click on login, it is still register. Why? Why is that? Okay, so something is wrong inside our application, and we need to check this thing. What is going wrong? This is our auth form on submit function, register password. Okay. So this is because of these states. Okay, this is because of these states. When we click this, both models are being open. That's why it is happening. We need to make sure we need to use two states here, two states instead of one. Or we can use one state and we can say, but using two states is fine. Or we can use just like, I don't know. There are two things we can do here. Let me show you what I want to say. Okay, so we don't need this two stuff. We can just use this auth form and we can paste it here. So there are two authentication dialogues. Okay, we only want to create one dialogue, and we can dynamically render which dialogue is this. For this we need to do a few things. Okay, so let me show you. First of all, set is authentication dialog open. That's good, but we also need to know which dialog is this. Okay, which dialog is this? So here we can define one thing, and you can say is open, which is false. And here we can say type of the form, login or register, just like it, the type of the form. Initially it is login, and here you will define the type of it. Open is boolean value, and the type is form type, basically form type, and form type can be login or form type can be register. And here dot is open, so we can say is open, and when it is changed, we can call this function. We can use set is auth dialog, and here we can get the previous value, return the previous value, dot p, and we can say is open like this. I will tell you what I'm doing here. So for now, just copy both of these things, and we only need one dialog, so we can remove this dialog, but we need to make sure what is this. So if the form, if the it is auth dialog dot form type is equal to login, then show login, otherwise show register. Here we will do the same thing. When the form type is login, it should show login, otherwise show register. Okay, and login to continue, and inside we can do the same thing. Here we need two things. Okay, if this form type is login, show this auth form. If the form type is register, show this auth form. That's all we need to do. And when this is successfully done, we can use this same thing. We can close this model. So open false. Okay, and we can successfully remove this whole model. We can remove this button. We can remove this trigger, because we will use two separate buttons here now. One button, two button, and this button will be login button like this, and this button will be sign up or register button. When this button is clicked, what we will do? We will say set is auth dialog, open true, and set, we haven't used this parenthesis, open is true, and the other one is form type is register, and the same on click function we will paste here, and instead of register we will say login. So you need to understand what I have did, and we need to fix this one as well. So on open change, we will copy this thing, paste here. This is open, we'll copy this thing, paste here. Okay. So what I have done is I have removed two dialogues. I'm only using now one dialog, and the state I have changed from single boolean to boolean, and the form type. When I click of this button, I am opening this dialog, open true, and I'm saying it is login form. When it is true, I'm saying it is a register form, and I'm dynamically rendering according to the form type stuff here. Okay, when this is login, show the authentication form, which is login form, otherwise show the register form, which is auth form. And here when this is changed, I'm just not changing the other state, I'm just changing this open state. Okay, this is just a way to not disturb other properties of this object and only disturb this open property. So we are only changing the open property here, not changing the form type property here. We are just closing or opening here on the open change, and here we are tracking the open field, and if this is true, we are opening this dialog. We will check this functionality now. So now if you go to our application, if you hit refresh, you can see the user is null. If you click on login, you can see we are able to see the form, which is login form. If we can close this, if we click register, we are able to see the register form. We can close this. Now we will log in into our application. So we can say clubofcoders.com@gmail.com, and the password we have used 123456. We will click login, and now you can see we are successfully logged in. We are successfully logged in, but we haven't changed this state over here. So for that, we need one more thing here. Okay, we need one more thing. So in the authentication on submit, you can see after success, we are closing the dialog, we are doing everything, and here we can reload our application basically. So after this thing, so after logging in, what we can do, false, and reload the window. Here we are not reloading, we are saying that check your email for confirmation, because it is for sign up. Here we can reload the window. So now we will try again. We will log in with the same stuff, clubofcoders.com, gmail.com, 123456, login, and now we are logged in, and this is our user. So today we have successfully learned how to manage state inside our application. So if you go to clubofcoders.com, and if you go to 5-day challenge, here you can see the day 4 thing was doing authentication state management. We have already did that. We have already did some part of day 3, which is creating the database tables and saving the user inside our state. We have tested the whole flow. We can now log in and log out and register and do a lot of stuff. Okay, we have created the UI, we have created the tables, we have migrated our database, our local database, to production database, to our remote database inside the Supabase. If you go to table editor, here you can see we have tables. So as you can see, this is my VS Code, and if we go to Xcalid row, you can see my screen. Okay, so these are the stuff we need to do. I have already prepared the plan for today. As you can see, first of all, we will pass the auth data to backend. Currently, we have this in the front end, so we need a way to identify the user on the front end and on the backend. Okay, so we need a connection, and you will see how we do that. And then we will build the admin dashboard, the CRUD operations for the product, creating a product, deleting a product, updating a product. Then we will show all the products on home page and on the product page. Okay, this is for the customer who visit our website to buy the stuff. Okay, and then we will implement the buy functionality. When the user clicks on buy, we will create an order and we will redirect the user to orders page. Okay, for now we will not do the Stripe stuff. In the day 5 of video, we are going to do the Stripe stuff as well. So let's start building right away. If you can see, this is my e-commerce folder, and I will directly start PNPM run there. I will start the Nextshare server, and my app is running on localhost 3000. If I go here, localhost 3000, if I open the terminal, or not the terminal, if I open the JavaScript console by using command option Z, you can see we are getting the user object which is null basically. And if I search where I am console.logging this, console.log here. Okay, so if you can see in the home, I'm console.logging user, which means if I am authenticated, I can see it. Okay, now let's log in and see if we are getting this user object or not. cluboforders.com @gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Now you can see we are logged in and we are able to see the user on the front end side. This is our browser, and the browser now knows about the user. Who is this user who is using this application? Now we need a way to pass this information to the backend, so we can identify the user on the backend as well. So why we need to identify the user on the backend? Let me tell you. So this is our front end and this is our backend. Okay, these are both separate stuff, separate machines. This is something running on a $5 VPS. It can be on AWS. It can be on DigitalOcean. I will tell you how you can deploy your Next.js application very easily on AWS in the 5th day. But here, let's see. So this is a separate machine. This is a separate machine running on somewhere else in the world. Okay, this is a box. This is our server, and it is running somewhere. Okay, so the client, a lot of browser sends this server request. There are a lot of front ends. Browser means they send this server request, all of them. Basically, the server is same machine which is running, and all of them will send our server request, and server will return the data according to each client. Okay, so these are clients. These browser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of them are sending requests to our backend. But now they are all requesting their orders. Okay, so let's assume Amazon.com and the user 1, 2, 3 all are requesting their order. Now the browser knows that who is this user. They have their email, just like we can see it. We have used Supabase for authentication. Now we can see, now the browser knows who is the user. But now we need a way to send the information to the browser, to the server, so that server also can know like who is this user who is sending the request. So we can include the user detail in the cookie. If we are implementing the authentication by ourselves, we can include the user detail in cookie. We can include the user detail in request body. We can include the user detail in the headers as well. So there are a lot of ways to include the user detail. But in the TRPC, it does for us. The TRPC helps us very effectively. So if you go to server/API/TRPC, here you can see we have stuff. Okay, we have stuff, a lot of stuff that may seem complicated to you, but you don't need to worry about anything. Here you can see this is public procedure. Public procedure means anybody can use this function, which is created by public procedure. So if you go to routers, if you go to post, you can see there are a few functions. And we are seeing some errors here. That's why we will remove the post, because we don't have any post now. We will remove this post and get latest. Basically, the get latest function returns all the posts. If they were, we have deleted the post schema. We have created our own schema. If you go to schema in the last video, we have created our own schema. So if you see, this is get latest public procedure. It means anybody can access this post. We can remove this. Anybody can create post. We do not want unauthenticated user or a user who is not an admin to create products on our website. So we will implement this security checkups very soon. Here you can see this is hello public procedure. It also has, it is public procedure. Okay, it can be accessed by anyone, even if we are logged in or logged out. So I will show you what I mean. If I go to home page, which means pages/index.tsx, how I am using this command P index.tsx, go here and you can see this is our home. Now we need a way to see this user. So what we will do, we will call the API. How do we call the API? Using TRPC, it is very simple. The TRPC uses React query behind the scene. Basically, it is a wrapper around React query, better wrapper, and it connects front-end and back-end in a very nice way. If you want to learn more about TRPC, you can visit trpc.io. And you can see this example. Basically, this is our client, which means the browser. And you can just send a request to the server just like this. Just like calling a function, just like calling a JavaScript function in your front end. So it's like working in the same file or a same folder. Okay, you don't have to worry about managing another server. You can just write functions and that's all. So this is our front end code. This is our backend code. Okay, so I can write here console log. I can write this is server code. Okay, so this is not here. We should write here. So you can see this is server code and this is client code console.log. So you need to be very careful. You should understand what is a front end and what is a backend. Okay, front end is means anybody can view this code and this is public code and this is our secret code. Okay, we should write our business logic, our application, your logic, and anything that should be hidden in the server. And we should only pass the stuff to the front end that can be viewable by publicly. Okay, that can be viewable by public. Okay, here we can say this is front end, or we can say this is client, or we can say this is browser. And this console.log we will see in the browser, and this console.log we will see in our terminal here. So this is our backend running and this is our client or the front end running. Here we will see this is our front end console.log. Now we need to call an API so that we can reach to this function. This function is written in our server code. This is running on our server. That can be AWS, that can be on Vercel, that can be on anywhere. Okay, on your self-hosted server, or even if you want to use your own computer as a server, that's also good. You can do that. Okay, so this is our server code. This is our client code. And now we need to call this hello API. You can see this is a hello function and this is a public procedure, which means anybody can access this function. And this has some input like z.object text, z string. What it means is you can pass some data from your front end to back end. As I said, if we can pass this and we can modify and do manipulation with the data and return the data that is needed for the front end to consume, right? Now we will call this API, call demo API. It's just like calling a function and using a React hook, which is API, and it is already created for us by create trpc, create t3app command. Okay, so you can see in the pages, your source code, in the utils, you can see there is an API file, api.ts, and this is our hook that lets us consume all the API functions on our front end side. Basically, it means we can use this function in our front end, and you will see some other stuff as well. You can see router inputs and router outputs. What does it mean? Is basically you can directly get the types of the input and output of these functions by using this router inputs and router outputs inference. Okay, so this helps us sometimes if we are using TypeScript, if we want to do some, this will make your life very easy, and you will see how very soon. Okay, so now we need to call the API. So if you use API dot, you can see all the routes here. Where is this post coming from? It is coming from server API routers post. So every function inside it, you can use api.post.hello. You can use another Zello. You can use hello world, anything. You can write any function, get, set, anything. And you can directly access it from your front end by just using simple operations. Okay, api.post. Now you can see we have hello function and we can use this function. Now we can define another function. We can say something and we can use public procedure dot and we can use a query. Query basically getting something from the backend. Mutation meaning doing insertion or updation or deletion in the back. Basically there are 4 terms: CRUD, C-R-U-D. C means create, R means read. Okay, so for reading the data from our database, we use query. If we want to manipulate something or delete something, we use mutation. There is something called mutation. They both works a similar way, but if you use query, it will be a GET request. If you use mutation, it will be a POST request. That's all. But you don't need to write any of the API logic like POST request, GET request, some errors. TRPC will do everything for you very easily. Now you can call this, you can define this function, you can define this API just like this. Query, this is a function, and you can write a function here, async arrow function. This is the auto completion we are getting from the React snippets extension that I have already told you to install. Now you can see async arrow function. If you click here, this is our function created. It has some stuff. So if you use control space, you can see context and input. So in the context, we have the database. In the input, we have some stuff. So anything you want to pass from front end to back end, you can use this input and you can use a Z object. What is Z object? If you are passing something from front end to back end, you need to make sure that the data that is passed from your front end to back end is verified and is correct. That's why we use this dot. Okay, because sometimes some attacker or someone who might want to hack your website or do some bad stuff can pass some bad data. Okay, that the data which is not suitable for your API logic. That's why it is good for us to make sure that this data is correct and this data is in the same way that we want. That's why we can use this input, but here we don't have any input, so we can remove this. We just have the DB. You can also remove this. We don't need here. I'm just showing you that how you can define a simple function. This is something function which is in database, and you can see public processor query, and you can console.log something. This is something function from server, and we can return something. And this return data will be on client side. Okay, this return data will be on front end. So we can say hello something. So this is a JSON object which we are returning, and this is returning something. And we can call this API from our front end, and I will tell you how you can call multiple API also now. So API.post dot, if you see, we have two functions, hello and something. First of all, we will call the hello, then we can use the use query, and then it will accept the text as a something. Okay, hello world, it is accepting the text. As you can see, as we have defined this input, and we are able to see the auto completion and the type safety here. Why? Because of TRPC and the goodness of TRPC. Now we will call another API in the same way, api.post.something.useQuery, and we can just call like this. And this is how we call the API, and we can consume this data. So now if you want to use some data from this, you can use call another API.data. And you can see the data which we are returning from the backend. It is type safe. Okay, call another API.data.hello, and this is the data we are sending from our backend, and we can return Zello as well. Okay, you can see Zello, and here you can see this is now showing us the red error, and we can see the Zello now. Okay, this is how simple it is, and if you understood what I want to try to tell you, that is very good. If you don't understand, read more about TRPC, watch my previous TRPC tutorials, check out Club of Coders, and I have a lot of TRPC content, and I already use it in all of my projects because of the beautiful developer experience we have because of it. Otherwise, you need to define a lot of logic just for calling an API and managing the state and doing all this stuff. Okay, now you can see this is front-end client browser. Here we are seeing everything in the browser. And here you will see this is something function from server. This is server code, and we are seeing this inside our terminal of the VS Code, because this is our server and this is our VS Code running the server. So now I have tried to tell you what a front end is, what a back end is, and where you should define your logic of business and application, how you should call the API. Now what we needed, first of all, today's our goal is to pass auth data to our backend. So how do we do that? So let's go to close everything. Let's go to source, in the server, in the API, in the TRPC. Here we have public processor. We will define one more processor, basically two more processors. One is protected and one is admin. Okay, so that we can throw the error if the user is not in the shape of we want. Okay, now you can see here we have create TRPC context. So the context is basically have everything. So now here we will define our user logic. So first of all, we will make this function async. We will get the Supabase client. So we will say Supabase create client, and import the Supabase create client from Supabase API client, just like this. And here we will pass the request and response, which is inside options, options.request, options.response. Now we have our Supabase client. Remember to import it from Supabase API client, not the browser client. Okay, because as I have told you, this is the server client and this is the browser client. Okay, both are different. Okay. Now here we have the create client, and we have created the Supabase client, and when we will get the session while calling any function. So before proceeding to the function, we are defining inside our routers, it will go through this code. And every time somebody sends a request to our server, this code will run, and we will get the session using the Supabase. Supabase does this for us. It is very simple. If you were using anything on your own, it would be difficult. That's why we use Supabase to make our life easier. Okay. Here we can get the session, get user, Supabase.auth.get user. It is an async function, as you can see, promise user response, and you can await for it. That's why we have defined the async keyword here, and you can log this get user.data here, and we will now see how it works. Okay. Now you can see, if you go to localhost 3000 and if you refresh this, you can see now we are logged in and you can see the data of the user. Okay, that's what we needed. We needed a way to pass the user information to our backend server in a secure way, in authentication session. And this is how we are passing the information. This is the user object. And we can now pass this inside this context. So what we need to do is get user dot data dot use. It is complaining because we haven't defined the type. Here we need to define the type. Here we can say user, and user can be user, import from Supabase.js, or it can be null. Create context options. Now here we are returning the important stuff. And that's how we have passed the user information to our backend, and now we can use this information to identify each user and return appropriate information to the client. Got it? And here, what we can do here, we can return the user from the options, because we are passing the user and the options now has the user, and we will return the user from options dot user. Now we have this user inside our each API call. So now if you hover over the context, here this is our function. Inside this function, we get access to a few stuff. If you use object destruction, here we have context and input. If you go to context, now if you hover over it, you can see we have the user and the DB. So I can see context dot user and DB. Now if you log in, this is how we are getting user from front end to back. Save this thing. Now open here, and if we go to our front end, the request is done. And if we see here, this is server code, and this is something function from server. This is how we are getting user from the backend. And now we have the user details inside our functions, and now we can use this data to find the relevant information about the user or about the user related data, and we can return them. That was the goal of our today's video. This was the first goal, and it is achieved successfully. Now what we will do, we will define an authenticated function. Now here you can see these are public procedures, and anybody can call them. Okay, even if you are logged in or logged out. If you are logged out, you can even see the console.log here, and you can see the APIs are being called, and this is like calling the API. This is receiving the response, and you can see we are getting all the data, just like. And these can be called by anyone. Now we need a secure way. Some functions can only be called by authenticated user. Okay, maybe it is like getting all the orders on the e-commerce website. So now to get the orders, we need a way to tell the client what orders you want. Okay, what orders you want? Give me some idea. That's why we will say, give me the orders of this user. That's why we need an authenticated way. Also, if we want to create product, delete product, we can't let anybody to do CRUD operations with our products inside our database. So we will define another procedure, which is admin procedure. Procedure means a way to create functions inside database, and this will run first. Now we will define two functions. First of all, let me define a procedure called protected procedure. So it is protected. How protected? Why protected? Because I told you why we need a few functions to be protected. Protected procedure. Here we will say t.procedure.use. Use is a kind of middleware thing. This function will run before anything else. Here we can say this is a function, and this function gets a few stuff like options, and we can return options dot next. And this is now not complaining. This does nothing. Okay, this will use this function before anything else. Console.log. I can show you what I mean. This is being called before API logic. If the function that are in our backend are defined using this protected procedure. That's what I mean. So now if we use this protected procedure and go to post for the something API, we use protected. For the public, we will use public. Import the double click, control space, import from server TRPC, because we have exported it here. Now you can save this. Now if you go to front end, now you can see this is being called before API logic, and then this is called console.log. You can use after, you can remove this, so you can get a clarity of what is happening. Now you can see if you go to your localhost 3000, now you will see this is being called before API logic, and this is after. So first of all, this function is running, and then this is running. That's why we are using this next thing. Next thing means do the next thing. First run this and do the next. We can define multiple use here, and this is also called middleware. If you are using Express, if you have used Express in past, you must know what a middleware is. Middleware is basically calling a function before calling the actual main API logic, so that you can verify some details. Now you can see we have a few stuff. Now here we will check options dot context dot if the user exists or not. It can be null or it can be user. So if the user doesn't exist, we will throw a new TRPC error, just like it. We will use code unauthorized and we will say not authorized. This is the error a user will see on the front end. We are returning. Okay, what we are doing, we are first calling the Supabase to give us the current logged in user. We are saying pass this user to further functions and do stuff with it. Now we have passed this and we are using this use middleware and we are saying if the user exists, pass on to the next function. If the user doesn't exist, throw an error to the server. Don't do anything. Stop here. Okay, you are not allowed to do further actions. You are not allowed to call this API because you are not authenticated. That's what it does. Now if you save this, if you go to front end, you can see now we are getting this error 401 unauthorized. 401 is a status code. Now you can see how you don't need to define anything and TRPC does everything for you in a very simple way. Now you can see TRPC failed on post to something not authorized. Now we can pass the data here as well. So here in the next we can define, we can say dot options dot context dot. We can spread the context over here. We can say pass any context this context has in the next function, but do one thing, define the user as options dot context dot user. Now you can see this user is not null. Okay, that's what we mean. So just send this in a way. So you can also search about, you can also go to docs. You can also, on the TRPC website, go to backend users, go to define procedures. In the procedures, you can see this is our public procedure and this is protected procedure. Here you can see context.user is nullable. That's why we have thrown a unauthorized error. And here user value is known as to be not null for now, which means we have already checked for the authentication and now we are passing the user and we will not see this value to be null now. And here we can get access to this value. So if you, after you can use context.user. And now if you hover over it, you can see this is a user and it is not null. Email. Now we have the access to the user email and the user ID. Okay, now we will test this thing. For now we can see we are getting some error, but if you log in, if we go to login dialog, clubofhorrors.com, and we will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we log in, now you can see post.something is working and we are getting the result. And if you go here, you can see after clubofhorrors.com, we are able to call this function because we are logged in and we are able to get the user information in our backend. So now we have achieved a very great task, which is passing the auth data to backend, and it is done. Now we will proceed and we will build this admin dashboard. Before building the admin dashboard, we will define another procedure that will check if the user is admin or not. And then we will proceed building the CRUD operations for product, and then we will show the data on the front page, on our home page, and then we will do further stuff. Okay. Now we will start building the admin dashboard and the admin CRUD functionality. So here you can see admin dashboard and CRUD operations for the products. So this is our application. We are now logged in. If you refresh, you can see we are logged in and everything is looking good now. What we will do, we will create another procedure which we will call admin procedure. And what does admin procedure means is we will check if the user is admin or not. If the user is admin, then we will allow user to proceed for the further actions. If they are not admin, we will throw this just like, we will throw an error just like this. Okay, so what we can do, we can basically use export. I can say export const admin procedure, and you can say t.procedure dot, and instead of using this t.procedure dot use, we can directly use this protected procedure. What I'm saying is protected procedure dot use, and now we can define a function to verify if the user is admin or not, just like, okay. It gives us some options, and we can return options dot next like this. So you can see first it will verify that this user is authenticated or not. When it has verified that this user is authenticated, it will proceed further. It will check if the user is admin or not. Okay, so this is how we are using two types of procedure and we are identifying the user. Great. So here we will say const find users. We will write an SQL query now to get the data from the database. We will say await options dot context dot db. Okay, so the context has db and we can use it like this. We can select from tables users, import the users table, and we can say where, give me the user where equal. We will use the equal operator from Drizzle ORM. We can say, give me all the users, where user.id is options.context.user.id. Give me the user from the database where the users.id is equal to the current user ID. What do we mean? That's why we have used this protected procedure, so that we can get the current user information, who is sending the request. We are identifying the user from our front end, and we are getting the user details, and we are finding the users from our users DB, and we are saying, and give me the user whose user ID is matching to the current user ID. And we also want only one, so we can limit it to 1. Now the find users will return an array of this type: ID, name, email, everything. But we are only returning the 1. So what we can do, we can destructure it like that, and we can use this like that. And we can say found user. If you hover over it, you can see this is one user, which is the first item or the 0th index item of the return array from this DB operation. Basically, this is a DB query, and we are getting the data from the DB of the current user. Now we will do if found user dot is admin. If the found user is admin, then we can proceed. If it is not admin, so what we will do, if found user is not admin, then throw the error just like this. So we can copy this command, paste here, and we can say forbidden. Now we will use another status code which is forbidden. Forbidden is unauthorized and forbidden. There are a lot of status code you can throw from your APIs. So unauthorized is 301. Basically 401 status code, it is called for unauthorized. And there is another status code which is 403. 403 status code means forbidden. Means you have identified the user, you have said that you are authorized, but you are not admin. So we will not allow you to proceed for further actions. That's what it means. Okay, so we have identified the user, but we are not allowing you. Okay, you are not allowed here. Please don't hack us, just like it. Okay, so this is how we can throw an error, and we will not allow further actions. And here, that's all we need to do. Now, if you save this, we have 2 procedures. One is protected procedure for authenticated users. One is admin procedure for protected and admin users. So this has 2 levels of securities. So this is how you can define multiple procedures according to your security rules. According to you, if you are building a SaaS application, you can define multiple procedures for different types of subscriber to your SaaS application. If someone is subscribed to Pro plan, you can define a new procedure. If someone is defined to Enterprise plan, you can define a new procedure that allows specific set of features to that user inside your application. So it is like a middleware, but a more user-friendly, a more developer-friendly way to write middleware. And that's how we have written the admin procedure as well. Now we can delete the post because we don't need it, or we can rename it. Let's delete, and we will initialize it from 0. So in the router, we can create admin.ts, and this is admin router. We can say export const admin router is equal to create trpc router, and this is how we have defined the router. And here we can define the function. First of all, we need a way to create the product inside our database. So we will say create product, and we will use something called admin procedure that we have just defined dot, and we will say it will take some stuff from it. Okay, so input, what the input it will take, and now we will use something called Zod schema. So if you search Drizzle Zod schema, so there is a function, there is a package called Drizzle Load, and it helps us to create, insert, and select user schema directly from our Drizzle schema. And it is a very great package, and we are going to use it. So let's install Drizzle Zod. If you go to package.json, if search, we don't have it now. So go open a new terminal, npm install Drizzle Zod, import the Drizzle Zod, just like it. Go to schema file, here we can import it, and we can create insert schema for our product. We can say export products insert schema is equal to, it is for validating the data which is passed from the front end to our back end, to validate the data and then do the operations that we need. Export const product insert schema. We can say create insert schema. Here we can define the table which is products, and that's all we need to do for insert schema. Now it has given us a Zod object so that we don't have to write z.object and stuff. Okay, so we can directly use this inside our input. So paste here, use control space, enter to import it from @db schema. And now if you do mutation, why we are doing mutation? Why not query? Because it is create product route. It is for mutating the data inside our database. It is not for fetching the data. It is for mutating the data. And now here we can use an async function just like this. And this function will have everything we need to insert. So insert in the context, we have DB, In the context, we have user. We don't need the user for now. In the input, if you go, you can see all the things we have, all the things, and we can remove this thing and we can directly insert this data inside our database. We can say await db dot insert. What to insert? We need the products. So import the products from @servers db schema dot values, and the values what are the values? It is input. So you can see everything is now connected, every type safe. We are validating the input using this product insert schema created using result sort. We are passing all the values and we are using this database query to insert the data inside our database. Just like very easy. You can see how easy is it. We will do the same for update product as well. So copy this whole thing, paste here, instead of create product, what we will do, update product. And we will use the same thing, but here, this is for insert schema, but in the update schema, we will do a few things. What we will do, this is a Zod schema, and we will omit a few things. So we can say dot, first of all, we will say make everything optional. Okay, so to update the product, anything can be updated from the front end. And if the admin wants to update anything, the admin can update. So what we will do partial. Now, if you hover over it, you can see everything is partial. Means it can be string, it can be undefined, it can be null, it can be undefined, and all this stuff. Now, after doing the partial, we want to omit something. So we can say omit. And what the thing we want to omit? We can omit the ID, because we don't want the admin, even admin, to update the ID, because the ID is unique and it can't be updated once it has been created. That's all. Okay, that's all we need. Great. So this is like ID true. And now here instead of insert, what we will do, we will say db.update products dot set in. Now this is how we are updating a product. So save this thing. Now we are updating a product and creating a product. But this will update all the products. We only want to update a specific product. So we will receive an ID from our front end. What we will do here, we can say dot, we will modify it more. We can say extend. And what the thing we want, we can say product ID. We can say it is z.string dot uuid. And the extended will be also a Zod schema. So we can say z.object, I think it was. So how extend work? Okay, so if you see, extend is also a result Zod schema. We can manipulate stuff. So Zod row shape. Okay, so we can say z.object, import the z first, and we can say z.object, and here we can define the product ID. Just like we are extending this whole Zod object to it, and it is not working. What it is saying? Let's see if. And this is not a, there are a lot of functions you can see, but we need the extend one. You can search about it if you are confused about like how I am using this thing. You can search. You can also see here how this stuff works. Now what we can do, we are omitting the ID first, and then we are omitting the ID, and then we want a product ID inside this product insert scheme. Got it? Yes. So also you can search about Zod extend. You can search about it. This is Zod stuff, and you can search about all this stuff. If you go to extend, you can see z.object student has ID this merge. Okay. So basically we can use merge or we can use this extend code. So dot extend, and here we will say product ID, and product ID is z.string.uuid. Previously we haven't imported the z, that's why we were facing the problem. Okay. So now the input has product ID, which is string, and the product ID can't be undefined. Okay, the product ID must be available when a user who is admin tries to update a product into our database. A product ID must be defined, and we can set the input, and we can say dot where, and we can use the equal operator because we only want to update a single product, not all. We can say where equal products dot ID is input dot product ID, or a better way to say input and spread all the input, and we will get the product ID. You can call it final input, and we can use this input over. And when we spread this stuff, we need to define the product ID here, and we can then spread everything. We can say this is final input that contains everything that can be updated inside our table of products in a specific row where the product ID is product. Just like save this. Now you can see very easy. It is very easy to update a product inside our database. Just define the schema, make it partial so that everything can be updatable, omit the ID because we don't want to update the ID, and then extend the product ID as z.string.uuid because a product ID must be a unique UUID because in the schema, if you save this, in the schema we have defined all the IDs that are primary keys. Primary keys basically are identified as a main key of a row so that we can identify each row if we want to find any. Okay, it's just like we are finding it inside like this. So we are saying if the user is admin, then only don't allow, then we are doing further operations, create product, update product. And now we will define another thing, which is get all products. It is a fetch route. So we will say admin procedure dot query async arrow function, remove this stuff. We can say context, it is DB, and input doesn't have anything, and we can just got all products is equal to await DB dot select everything basically from products and return got all products. Copy, paste, and return this JSON. But we don't need to define like this. We can just we can remove this and we can return got all products, and it will work the similar way like doing this. Okay, so this is how we are getting all the products. Now we will need one more thing, which is deleting a product. For that, we can copy this thing. Always remember, when updating a thing or deleting a thing, always use where. If you miss where, everything will be deleted inside your table. So this is a very careful operations. Update and delete both are very careful operations. So now we will say delete a product. The user, okay, so this is a query because we are getting the data, we are fetching. This is mutation because we are updating the data, or we are inserting, or we are deleting. Mutations means manipulating. Okay. Deleting the product admin procedure, we just need a product ID, nothing else. So what we can do, we can remove this whole input. We can use z.object. Inside z.object, we only need the product ID that needs to be deleted. And we can remove this final input, and we can say delete from products where the product's ID is equal to. So remember, this thing is very important. The where clause is very important. Otherwise, everything will be deleted, and this is not a good thing. And you need to make sure whenever you are working with database, make sure you pass where when updating something, when using set, and when using delete. So we are now able to delete this. So we are using admin procedure. See, this is also a very security procedure. So you must be an admin to update something or do anything with your database. So we have created all the CRUD operations for our admin page. Now what we can do? We can go to our admin dashboard. So where? So admin/dashboard. Here you can see we are showing the fake data, mock data, but here we can show the real data. But before that, we need to create some products. Okay, so now we will create some products, update. We will consume our APIs we have just created. We can call them APIs, or you can just call them functions to make you feel good, to make it feel easy, because it is very easy what we are doing, and you will understand on it first go when we do stuff in our front end as well. So this is our product manage dialog. When someone click on add new product, it will be open. If you click here, this is our form schema, which is here. You can see this is the same thing like create schema. So we can remove the whole thing or keep it as it is, and we can just import the create insert schema that we have just created using the Zod schema. We can do that, or you can skip that part. Okay, so anything can be done. So now we will, instead of this, when submitting handler, what we will do? Product manage dialog. This is the product manage dialog. It has product ID on close or is open. When we submit this, all the values has stuff inside it, and we can call our API of creating a product. So what we can say, const create product is equal to API dot. Now you can see we don't have the products we just have created. We don't have the admin procedure. Why? Because we need to define that inside the root. So close everything, close every file, go to source, go to server, go to API. In the root, you can see there is post router, but it is not defined. So we can remove this. We need another router, which is admin. We can say admin and import the admin router from routers admin. This is what we have defined just now. And now if you save this, you will be able to access this route from your TRPC API hook. Now you can see api.admin.createProduct.use mutation. And now you can call this using this. Instead of values, you can say createProduct.mutate. And this is all you need to do to create a product inside your DB from front end to back end. And this is how a full stack application is work. We have defined a form. User will fill the form. User will hit the submit button. The form will hit this function, and we will hit the API using createProduct.mutate. Mutate means give this value and pass on to the function we have created. So if you go to this function, a product will be inserted. The input we have just passed from the front end to back end, and everything will work like charm. Okay, so this is how a create product is working. Now we have a few stuff here as well. So if the product ID is defined, which means the product already exists. If product ID is defined, we want to update the product instead of creating that. So we can, first of all, we can return it, and we can say, we can copy this whole thing, paste here, And instead of create product, if you see dot update product, and we can use this update product here as well. And we can call this function over here, update product dot mutate. And for now, here we need also a product ID. That's why what we will do, we will pass all the values as destructured values. So we can say values, and other than that, we need product ID, and product ID is product ID. That's all. The product ID is number here, but we have strings, so that's why we will define it as a string. And now you can see if the product ID exists, we are saying update the product. If it doesn't exist, that means we are inserting a new product. Then we can say create a, save this thing, and everything is good to go. Now we have used two APIs, update products and create product. This is how simple it is to just mutate the data inside your database. Now, other thing, what we need? Now we need a way so that we can get the product ID here. So if you go to admin/dashboard, here you can see something is wrong. Here you can see selected product ID is number. Here we need string. So now it is gone. But here, now we are seeing another problem, which is because of this mock data. Okay, so instead of mock data, now we can get the data from our database. How we can get the data? So we can say get all products is equal to API dot admin dot get all products dot usescript. And this is how we can get the products from our database. So instead of mock data, what we will do, we can say if get all products dot is successfully fetched. If all the products are fetched, then we want to render all the products instead of this fake data. So instead of mock data, what we will do, get all products dot data dot get all product. And if you hover over it, we can see all the things we have. The product ID, the product name. If the name doesn't exist, we can use this operator, and we can say if the name doesn't exist, then make it empty. The alt text, product name, description, available quantity. Instead of quantity available, we will say quantity, just like it. So now, as you can see, we are fetching all the products. If the fetching got successfully done, we are rendering all the products like this. Now we need one more thing. What we can do? If get all products dot is loading, we can show a loading indicator. For that, we can use a division, and here in the division, we can say it is loading simple. A simple loading thing for now. If the get all products are loading, then just use this. That's all we are doing. Okay, we are getting all the products, we are rendering them, we are creating a new stuff, and everything is good to go. And this is our product manage dialog. Now there is one more thing we need to do. We need to fill all these fields if the product is already available. But for now, we have done a lot of coding, and now it's time to test the functionality we have done. So if you go to the application, if you click on admin dashboard, you can see this is loading, but we don't have any product, so it won't show anything. First of all, it is saying that server responded with a status 403 because we are not admin. So for that, go to your Supabase and mark yourself as admin. Okay, mark yourself as admin. So go to dashboard, go to e-commerce challenge inside your database, go to users and mark yourself as admin. So this is how here we are marked as false. That's why we are not able to access this. That's why we have defined the admin procedure. If someone tries to access our admin dashboard, they won't be able to access. Okay, that's what it means. And we can mark it as a true. That's all. Now if you go here, you can see there is no product and the APIs are successfully done. Let me show you. Yeah, here you can see we are getting all the products, and in the results, in the data, you can see get all products is empty array. Now, if you click on add new product, we can create a product here. Let's say t-shirt, product description, L size t-shirt, product image. We can copy any image URL from Google. So we can say t-shirt image on Splash. This is the image. We can copy any of this image like this. Copy image address. We can paste it here. Product image URL. Okay, so we have two image URL fields. We don't need to. And that's all we can submit it now. Okay, we can submit it now. But we don't have the slug operation and define the slug here. So we need to define the slug and we need to sync our database. How we can do that? It is very simple. Slug text slug dot not null. Slug can't be null because slug will be used for identifying the product. Okay, so this is how it is simple. And we can now sync our database with the newest schema. How we can do that? pnpm run. If you go to package.json, here you can see db.push. We can say pnpm run db.push and our database will be in sync with our stuff. Okay, what it is saying? Pulling cannot read property of a string. Something is wrong. Okay, let's try it again. Maybe it is network issue, or let's remove the not null property. Okay, so text is okay. What is happening? If we remove this and now let's try it again. Basically, we are not able to get anything, or something is not correct with our Supabase. So let me refresh all the API keys and I make sure that I'm using correct keys. What I will do, I will generate a new secret. This is, you don't need to do that. I'm doing it because I have already exposed my environment variables that are secret to the public, and I have published one video on YouTube, the first part, so that more people can know about this 5-day challenge and enroll in it. So that's why I'm generating a new secret for now, and I will then delete this product because it is just for the demo purpose and to show you how you can build your e-commerce application. Now I will use generate a new random secret, and it will update the enum key and the secret key, and let's give it some time. So if I go to the config, result config, here we are using this schema, PostgreSQL, everything is looking good here. We have already done syncing previously, so it should work. Something is wrong with our database or Drizzle ORM. Okay, so we will see what is happening here. If you go to package.json, not in the package.json, in the env, I will update my environment variable. You can see my environment variables are updated. I will copy this new enum key, I will paste it here. This next public Supabase URL is same, and I will also update my database URL. I will reset my password. I will copy it, I will generate, reset it, and I will use a new password. And you can copy the new transaction URL, paste here. Here I will use my password. That's all. And I will use pnpmdb push again. It is saying something is wrong. The server did not return the correct. Let's see. So sometimes if you do the transaction, if you do the migration to your database, we should use the session mode string instead of this 6543. Instead of init, we should use 5432. Why? Because this is a polling database URL. What is polling? Basically, if you use your database in serverless environments, a lot of clients will request the data. So the database will have to make new connection with every client. So that's why to manage the connection, a terminology got developed. It is called polling, to manage the connection, to destroy connections, to make new connections and everything. That's why sometimes for migration stuff, this doesn't work well. For migration stuff, we will use this Postgres. We can say migration URL. This is a new URL which we will use. So if you go to config, result.config, instead of this, we can use process.env.database URL. Instead of database URL, we will use migration URL and use this thing to avoid the type error, because it may be undefined if you haven't defined something in your database. To make sure that we are sure it is defined, that's why we are using this operator, exclamatory mark, to say that we have defined this thing and it is available inside our .env file. Hit this file, okay, this thing. But if you go to server/db, in the index, here we are using this database URL, okay, which is for serverless environments. If you are not in serverless environments, you should use this URL, which is 5432. If you are not in serverless environment. If you are in serverless environment like Vercel or Netlify or somewhere, you should use 654. That's good. Now save this and we will try to run db push again. So if we go to package.json, this will run Drizzle kit push and we will try it again. So let's try it. Okay, still we are getting some problem from the database. Let's try to run pnpm run db studio and we will see if it is working or not. Drizzle studio is basically a way to see all your data. Yeah, we are seeing this, the server did not return the correct signature. This is the error we are. So now I don't know where is this error coming from. So I will search on Google about it. Yeah, you can see this is the Supabase. You are able to see this error. Okay, you can see I had the same issue because my password start with $sign. After change my password, work fine with setup. Let's see, prepare false. Also we will use this prepare false stuff. So let's go to the DB Postgres prepare false. In the schema, if you go to our config in the drizzle.config. Okay, sorry. Why is it we haven't updated the password? Okay, so we need to update the password. Okay, you can see this is the password and we haven't updated it. So we need to update it. Let me update it quickly. You can see this was our password for our new Supabase instance. So let's refresh the password again. Let's refresh the password. Reset the password. Generate a new password. Generate a new click again. Copy it. Reset the password. Now we have successfully updated the password. Paste the password here and as well as here. Now I think we don't need to use this migration, but yeah, it is best practice to use this URL. Now if you do pnpm run db push, it is still throwing us the error. I don't know why. The server didn't return something. Let's copy this whole thing again, and the password we have just copied from our Supabase instance. This one, cut it here, paste here, save this. Let's try it. Okay, it is still throwing us there. Now we will just check if we are able to test our application or not. If we are able to see the data, if we are able to create the data, then that's good. If you go to admin, you can see forbidden, not authorized. So first we will log in. Let's log in. Use the same credentials, clubofcoders.com 12345 6. Login. Now we are logged in. we are able to get the products. It means our database, your password and URL is correct now. Okay, it means this is correct, but this is not working. I don't know. Let's try it again. We have removed the SSL thing and let's try it again. PNPM run db push. Now it is successful. Now it is work. So now what we can do, we can define a slug thing here. The slug can't be null, and we will use db push. And now our database is in sync with Supabase. So if you go to Supabase, if you go to table editor, if you see the products, it should have a slug column inside it. You can see this is a slug column which we will use to insert the data into it. That's cool. Now this slug will be passed to our database, to our server when we create a new product. So now let's test this functionality. Remove everything. Add a new product. First we will remove this 2 image URL properties as well. So there are 2 image URL. We don't need 2 image URL. Okay, so this is product quantity. So we can say product. You can remove this and remove 0. You can do this. Now that's good. Product description, product quantity, and everything is looking good. Now you can see this is our product manage product thing, and we also need to hide this delete button whenever this product ID is not available. What I mean is, when a product is available, we can delete it. If the product is not available, that means if the product ID is not available, why we need to show a button? Okay, we don't need to show the button because the product ID is not available. That means the product is not available. So what we can do is, if product ID is available, then show this button. Otherwise, don't show this button. And we can also do this thing. Instead of manage, we can say if product ID is available, manage it, or otherwise create it, just like it. Now save it. Now you can see create product. If we close this, we don't have any product, add new product. Now we can create a new product here, and let's type all the stuff here. Okay, product name t-shirt, product description L size t-shirt, product image random image, product quantity, let's give it 20. Product slug can be anything. Okay, t-shirt, let's give it t-shirt for now. And when we submit this, you will see what happens. When we submit it, it is saying expected number received is string. So product quantity, here we have said that this is a number, but we are passing the string. So how we can fix this? We can fix this using z dot string dot, there is something called dot course, I don't know what is it, but z dot course, this is used for transforming the string to number and simultaneously, and we can use it and we can say this is a number like that, and it is minimum 0, just like it. Now if you save this and if you hit submit, you can see the product has been created. The product has been created. And if we close this and if we refresh this, we can see this product available. Okay, so this is how we are able to create a product. Very easy. And now to fix this thing, what we need to do is, let's see. So instead of product quantity, I will say it is quantity, because in the database here, in the schema here, we have defined this as quantity. That's why it when we submitted the 20 quantity, it has not been saved. That's the reason. Okay, so instead of product quantity, we will call it quantity, just like it. Now one thing we need to make sure is product slug before inserting this data into the database. So what I mean is, when we create a product, okay, so we need to slugify the slug. What do I mean by slugify? So you can search about slugify library, go here, and you can see what slugify does. This sum string will return it as a string, sum string. So this is more URL friendly instead of this. That's why we use this slugify package. So to install this slugify package, open a new terminal, pnpm install slugify, and we can import from slugify, and we can import slugify from slugify. And before inserting the input, what we can spread out the input, and we can only change the slug as input.slug, and we can slugify it using this slugify function. It will return us the string, and this is how we are slugifying the input before inserting. We can do the same thing here. Okay, so we can do the same thing over here. What we can do? So here, this is our final input. We can spread out the final input, and finally, if the slug is present, if the slug is available, use this, otherwise don't. So now we can do one thing here. Final, we can say let final object is equal to final input. If final input dot slug is available, final object is equal to spread the final object, spread the final input, and do one thing, do slug final input dot slug, and we can slugify this thing just like it. And now in the final object, if the slug is available, it will be slugified. And now instead of this, what we can do, we can use the final object here. You can see everything is looking good overall. That's we want to do, and these are the things we need to make sure everything works nicely in our application. So now we are slugifying our thing, and if we click here, now we can manage this product. You can see we can manage this. If we close this, if we click on add new product, we can create a new product. If we close this, if we click here, we can change this product detail. So first of all, we need to make one more thing. So if the product ID is available, we need to fetch this product details. We can say get product by ID, and we can say API dot admin dot. We don't have these functions, so we will define this function into this admin router. What is the function? What is the API we need to define? Get product by ID. We will say admin procedure dot query. First of all, we need something. We need the input from the front end, and we will use the same object like this, the string, the product ID string from the front end, and we will say give pass the query. Use the async operator, just like we are getting all the products instead of this. So copy the whole query thing here and paste the query thing here. Get all the products, select from products. Now instead of selecting all the products, we will define the where clause. We will say where equal give me the products, where the products.id is equal to the product ID, which is in input. So input, and inside the input we have product ID. We can say give me the product where the product ID is equal to product ID, and got product, and it will be one product. So we can say dot limit dot one, and we can destructure it using this arrow operator, and we can now get this product, and we can return this got product. So get product by ID. Here we can use this function in a front end dot use query, and here we need to pass the product ID. Now the product ID can be undefined, so what we need to do is we can use as a string, so it doesn't complain, but it should only call when the product ID is available. So what we can do, so we can define a enabled boolean here. Okay, what we can do, enabled only call this when product ID is boolean available. So this is used for, okay, so we can say when the product ID is available, so we can say boolean enabled. Only enable this when this is available. So it is not working. Let me enabled. Now if we save this, you can see this API will be only called when the product ID is available. Otherwise, this API won't be called. Okay, so now get product by ID. When we get the data from the backend, we can update the details. So for that, we can run a use effect hook here. Remove the use effect. Use effect is basically run when we first open the dialog, or import the use effects from React, or when this dependency array values are changed. So we will use get product ID dot data. Whenever this data is changed, call this function. That's what use effect do. Okay, use effect, we use use effect to run side effect. So whenever this happens, run this thing. Whenever this happens, do this thing. That's when we use use effect. Now get product by ID dot data. Whenever this data is fetched from the backend, we can say if data exists, data dot got product. If this exists, then update the form value. So what we can do, form dot set, form dot reset, where we can reset the whole form. We can say reset get product by ID dot data dot got product. This is how we can reset the whole form. It is complaining that some stuff are not defined correctly, but what we can do, we can reset the form just like it. Got product. Instead of this, we can say data is equal to product data. Now this contains this stuff. We can say name is product data dot. If product ID is our data is defined, we can say product data dot name. It can be null, but it doesn't accept null. So what we can do, we can use this. Whenever this is undefined, use this empty string. Now we can say description, same product data dot description. If it doesn't available, use empty string. Image URL product data dot image URL, same. Quantity product data dot quantity, otherwise 0. And the last thing is product data dot slug. Okay, so we don't need to define this quantity here. It will work. We don't need to define the image URL. Only the description can be null and the name can be null. I don't know why we didn't do the checking. What I mean is, if we go to schema, we should also make this name as not null and this description as not null. But for now, let's keep it as it is. And we can also do it one way. We can use the spread operator, and we can use the product data. Here what we can do, we can use dot product data like this. Now if you save this, it will work correctly. So the data is automatically populated. If you close this, if you refresh this, you can see we are getting the data from the database. If we click over here, we are able to see all the data is being populated in our input fields. That's what we wanted. Now everything is good and we can update this product. And one thing we also need to make sure, when this product ID is available, we need to change this button as well. What we can do, if the product ID is available, we can call it update product. Otherwise, we can call it create product. So this is how we are using the same dialog, the same manage dialog for creating a product and for updating the. So this is how we are not making two dialogues, instead using one to make sure that our code is less repetitive and we are making the code as dynamic as possible. And this is how a full stack application is working. We are fetching the product from ID, we are updating, and we are inserting. Now we can also do some more cool stuff inside our application. So go to app.tsx and we can install something called Toast Messenger to show some cool notifications on our front end side. So there is a package called Sonar. If you search about it, this is a great package. And this is how we can show this cool looking notifications inside our application. So copy this command, write p and pm install Sonar, and we can use this Sonar inside our application. So first of all, we need to import the toaster, and we can use the toaster over here. So import the toaster from Sonar, okay? And we can say rich colors if you want colors, and we can give the where it needs to be shown. So direction, or there is something called position, and we can call the position as top center, because here if the notifications shows here, it is good, like on the success and on the top center here. Now if you go to our application, after everything successfully done, we can call these functions, okay? So when we are submitting and after success, we get some properties here, okay? So after updating the products, you can do stuff here. If the error happens, if the success happens, what you need to do? Further actions. So you can define in the second argument of this mutate function, you can say there is object, and when this is successfully done, you can define a function, and that function will use toast success product updated successfully. And what you can do, you can close the model. You can close the model, on close, just like it. And you can use this. Okay, so on close is not available. What is happening here? On close, yeah. So what is happening is, if on close is available, use call the on close function. Okay, good. We can't close this because we are not passing the set. Set is open from the parent component. So what we need to do is here, when we are calling this thing, we need to pass the, okay, so set product set. So we can define a state here to manage the state for opening and closing it. So we can say use state is dialog open. We can initially make it false, and we can initially make it just like how is open is. And whenever is open is changed, we will run a use effect hook, and we will set is dialog open to is open. This is what we need to do. We are getting a state from our parent component, and we are using it for this local state. What we want is, we want to close the model whenever we update the product or we create a product, and we are not passing any close function here. So we can pause instead of this messy things. This is not a good practice. What we can do is in the dashboard, we can pass a on close function. This is the on close function. It is called when the function, when the product is called, or instead of this, we can also call a function. Instead, we can also create a function that we can call so that the model will be closed. So what we can do? Close dialog. So this is a function that will close this dialog. Okay. So first of all, it will set the product ID as undefined, and second thing, it will make the product as false. So this is a function which we can pass, and we can get from the props like this. It is a void function, and we can call this function after successfully updating the product, just like this. We can save this here, we can save it here, and that's all we need to do. We can do the same thing when we create a product. In the second argument, we can pass product created successfully and close the model. That's all we need to do. After the product is created, we can also reset the form. So what we can do? First of all, we can call form.reset. We need to make sure after we have created the product, the input fields are reset. And when some error will happen, we can also call the on error hook and do stuff with it. Okay. Now save this, and let's add a new product. Let's update this first. If we click this t-shirt XYZ, if we click update, we can also show loading state. Okay. So how we can show the loading state? Here we can say if it is loading. So like this here, we can say if create product is pending or update product pending. If either of both is true, then show loading, otherwise show the update product or create product stuff. Let's wrap this in the parenthesis. What here we are doing? Here we are checking if either of them is true, then show the loading, otherwise show this. And we also need to make sure if they are loading, disable this button like this. And now if we use t-shirt XYZ and we call the update, you can see this is loading. And here, if we refresh this, you can see we are able to get the new data. But every time we need to refresh. So to prevent manual refresh each time, what we can do? We can just do a refresh here, or a better approach is invalidating the data using the TRPC hook. So we can call the API again, call the get API again. So what we can do? Const utils is equal to API.use utils. So these are the API utils we can use, and we can call utils.invalidate here, and it will invalidate our router. Just like this. Save this, and if you update some data XYZ, new update, and if you hit enter, you can see we are automatically calling the API and we are able to see the latest product details over here. So this is great. Okay, as you can see, we are able to successfully get the data, update the data, create the data, close the model, reset the state, do every stuff we want. Now we will create another product by clicking on add new product. You can see that this is still here. So what we can do, when we close this, we need to reset it. Okay, form.reset so that it works nicely. Close this. If we click add new product, it is still shown. So what we can do, we need to make sure of something. Okay, if the create button is clicked, if the product data is not available, then we need to reset it to empty. Okay, so what we can do here is, let's keep it as it is. What I want to tell you is, whenever this product ID is changed, we want to run this. And if product ID is not available, we can reset the form and we can return it just like it. So if we click here, so here we are facing a problem. What is the problem? If you click here, we can see all the data is populated. Good. That's good. That's what we wanted. If you now click on add new product, the data is still here. When we are creating a new product, this data should not be in the input field. To fix this error, what we need to do is, we are doing this incorrectly. It is not a correct way to handle this closing and opening of the dialog, because we are handling two states at a time and things are getting messy here. So instead of two states, what we will do, we will use only one state for one time, and we will just pass one state. Instead of this, we will do this state, and instead of on close, we will pass the set is create product open directly inside our product manage dialog. Or instead of this, what we need is, whenever this product ID is defined, we can say boolean is open and set is open. So we only should pass these two things whenever we try to create a dialog. Okay, so if it is open or if it is not open, so is open or set is open, and all the other stuff you can delete and you can manage using use effect in your code. So this is the product manage dialog, and you need to manage it. The one thing we need to pass it, selected product ID, it is important, so you can pass it. Otherwise, these two things you can pass it over here. So you can delete everything. We just need is open and product ID, and set is open. And set is open is a React state. There's a boolean set state. So you can copy this state over here, paste here, remove this question mark, remove this close dialog thing. You can directly close the dialog now using set is open, and instead of closing the icon, you can directly use set is open, and instead of using boolean product ID, you can directly use this is open here. Great. Now we have a better way to manage things. So instead of closing, we can directly use set is open false, close the dialog like this, and here as well. Now this model is complete, and we do not need to change anything in this thing. Okay, you can remove any function here. Like this is the thing we need to do whenever we fetch the data, update the data. This is what this use effect is for. Other than this, we will use one use effect here more, and that's all. What we will do, first of all, we will fix this stuff. Product ID set is open, and is open is also boolean. Product ID can be string or can be null. And we will define a new state over here, which is set is create. Instead of this, we will say use state is product manage dialog open. Initially it is false. Okay, and we can pass this props directly over here, just like it. And instead of product, here we will say we will pass the product ID. Now what we will do, whenever a product is selected, whenever a product is selected, we'll open this dialog. So whenever this selected product ID is true, the value is truthy. What we will do? We will set is product manage dialog to true. Okay, that's what we need to do. And whenever this we select a product, when we click here, instead of this, we will use set is product manage dialog open, and here we are selecting the product. Whenever we select a ID, we will use a use effect and we will open the dialog. Now the other thing we need to do is run another use effect hook or include the detail in it as well. What we will do? We need another use effect hook. Let me tell you why. We will use another use effect hook. What this use effect will do? Whenever this product management dialog is closed, so we will use this over here. If it is not open, means if the dialog is closed, then set the product ID to undefined. Set selected product ID to undefined. So these two use effects we are implementing to manage our dialog state. Now if we go here, if we refresh it, everything is good. We can click on add new product and our product model creating open. We can close this, it is closed. If we click this, we can see all of our fields are here. We can close this. Now if we click this add new product, our fields are still here. Okay, so these should not be now here. Okay. Why is this happening? We want to reset our whole form when this product management dialog is closed. So here, what we can do, we can use a use effect form here as well. We can use this is open. So if it is not open, form.reset, console.log, resetting the form. Now let's see. If we close this, resetting the form, add new product. Okay, so the resetting is not working as expected. So we can use this empty thing here. Resetting the form, open this. Still we are able to see. Okay, why? Name empty string. Now if we close this, if we open this, name is empty string. If we close this, basically I don't think we need to reset every field inside it. We can just call this and reset the form, but it is not working because in the default values we have did this thing. So can remove this as well. Let's try it out now. So log setting form date from API. Save this code. Go here, remove everything. Click here, setting form data from API. That's good. Resetting the form. If we click here, we still see the data. That's bad. We should not see this data. And to reset this, it should be working, but I'm not sure why it is not working. We can use name, empty string, description, empty string, image URL, empty string, quantity, 0, and slug, also empty string, like this. So if we now close this, if we open this, you can see this is set to reset. And if we open this, we have all fields here. If we close this, if we open this, we have, So now we can see, it is working. I thought previously when I was using React hook form, it got already reset using form.reset, but this time we need to do for every field. I don't know why, but let's see. So this is how we have created the product manage dialog. Let's create one more product for testing. T-shirt second, winter collection, hoodie. Let's call it hoodie and hoodie. Copy image address, paste image, product quantity 50, product slug, hoodie. Create a new product. And you can see we have second. Now we have this product. Okay. But we also have forgot one thing. We need to define the pricing for this product. So we can go to schema. We can define the price of the product, which is integer as well. Or we can define a whole value as well. The another type field, which has float values in it. So drizzle types, you can go to drizzle ORM inside the PostgreSQL. You can search about columns type and you can see the numeric. Numeric is basically the decimal. It allows decimal, double precision, real. So we can use the real thing. Okay. Single precision for floating point number. So we can use real, import the real from PG core price. Default price is 0, just like it. And when we create a product, so manage product dialog, here we can define the pricing as well. We can say z.course.number, just like it. And we can say .default is 0. Save this thing and it will complain again and we will say the price is 0. If the product data.price available, otherwise it is 0. And we need to create another field, name and the price of the product. So price, product price, $100, product price in $. So now if you go to here, you can see currently the product ID is 0. We can use 100, we can update it. Okay, it has not been updated because we haven't synced our database with the Supabase, so we need to sync it to npm run db push. Now our database is in sync. If you update this now, it will work. And we can also show the price of the product on the product admin dashboard. So admin dashboard, in the admin here, we can show the product price as well, price, and we will already getting the price here. You can see the price is 0 and 0. Both of them are 0. I don't know why. Let's fetch it. 0. Even we have updated. So 100, save this. Yeah, and now you can see this is the price 100 and we will use 50. So now you can see it is 100, it is 50. And we can use a dollar sign here to make it look good. Price 100, price $50. And this is how we are able to manage our CRUD operations as a admin. Okay, so we have completed this step as well. Admin dashboard and CRUD operations for the product. This was a lot of work and you may not get what I have done. Now the next task is to show all the products on home page and the product page, which is very simple. What we need to do is just give me 10 more minutes and I will complete this. Go to pages/index.pages. Instead of calling this fake APIs, now we will call the product API. So instead in the API, let's close this everything in the source, in the server, in the DB, not in the DB, in the routers. We will create another router, which is products router. Products.ts, export const products router, create TRPC router. Here we will create a new router and we will get all the products that are available in our database. We will say get all products. And this is the similar route as in the admin. Okay, this route is similar. So we will copy the whole thing, paste it here. Instead of now admin, we will use public procedure because anybody can see our products. Okay, the products are publicly available and anybody can access all the products. Slug price description. There is nothing like something which we should hide. We know that if we create a product, it will be shown to anyone in the public. That's why we are using this public procedure instead of admin procedure. Admin procedure is for authentication. Here we can get all the products, and if we go to a root, in this we need to define this here. So products router, import from routers /products, and now we can call this API over here just like we were calling in the dashboard. So we can copy this thing, paste it over here, use API.products.get all products, and instead of this mock data.got all products, we can map this. We can also do get all products is successfully fetched, then show, otherwise don't. And now it can be null, so we will use this. And the quantity available instead of quantity, that's good. We can remove the description from here. We can only show the quantity. When user wants to see more information about the product, we can use the same here. So instead of the current product, so what we can do here is over everything. So all the data, so import everything. So get all products data, and this is how we are doing. And we can use the current product and we can show the current product over here, quantity, and we can show the pricing here, product price, current product price. And now we just need to implement the buy functionality, and our e-commerce application seems to be going good. Okay, so we have two products here. If we go to home, we can see these products, and now we can also see these products in the incognito mode, and anybody can see these products. You can see anybody can see this. Or if we click here, we can see all the products detail. If we go back, we can see all the stuff. But if anybody tries to go to admin dashboard, they can't see because we have did some security measures for admins to be able to manage the product, and they also can't add any product. If they try to add some product, they will not. Okay, so if they try to add products, expected number, product image URL, HTTPS something, if you create, nothing will work. Okay, they are not allowed because they are not admin, but they can see all the products, they can buy products. But here, if we are admin, you can see we can see the products, we can update the products just like it, and all the updates will be available inside our application. That's awesome. So now in day 4 we have did a lot of stuff, and this can be overwhelming for you, but I'm sure that in the next video you will get to know more about how we are building this full stack e-commerce application. We will proceed the buy now functionality, the checkout functionality, then we will proceed for the order functionality, the orders on the admin side, the orders on the user side, and then I will also give you a few rewards for watching the whole series and a few bonuses for watching the whole series. If you want to engage with more such a content, you can go to clubofcoders.com and you can enroll in the lifetime membership of Club of Coders. I have a lot of courses here now. Currently there are 3 courses. 2 more courses are coming very soon here, and they will be also great, and you will be able to build highly complex web applications and mobile applications using the latest tech stack in the market. Here, as you can see, we have stuff here. This is our VS Code editor, and let me open this browser window. Here we can use localhost 3000, and this is our e-commerce web application, and we have 2 products so far. We can create more products by going into admin dashboard, like you can see. But currently we can't delete this product. You can see we haven't implemented the delete functionality, so we can implement it very easily. So go to the manage product dialog. Here we have this button. If the product ID is defined, we just need to call an API we have already created. So we can just copy this thing, paste here in the admin. We already have the delete product API, and we can use this here, delete product, and we can just call this API over here. So when we click this, we can call our API here, delete product dot mutate, and here we can pass the product ID just like it. That's all we need to do. Here you can see it is throwing us an error that string undefined is not assignable to type string. So we can check if the product ID is not defined, then return, and we can alert the user product not found. And here that's all we need to do. And after this product has been deleted, we can use this second argument and we can define here success. Here we can say on success toast dot success product deleted successfully, just like it, and we can save this thing, and that's all we need to do. Okay, that's all we need to do. Now if we refresh this, we can click here and we can delete this product. But if we click here, if we click this delete button, we also need to make sure we close this dialog. So what we can do, we can close this dialog. We can say set is open, and we can say set is open to false, close this dialog, and we also need to fetch the data. So we can say utils.invalidate the data. And if this is not successful, the delete product API fails, we can call the use on error, and we can use toast.error product deletion failed, just like it. Okay, and we can save this. And when this is being done, we can disable this button. So we can say disabled delete product dot is pending, and we can disable this button when we are deleting this product, so a user cannot click this button 2 times. That's what our goal is. Now this is our product, and now we will delete this product. Click here, and now this product is deleted. We can also delete this product, but let's keep it so that we can see this product and we can purchase this product and implement the purchase flow as well. So now if you go to home, we have the product. We also have the product page. Now if you click on buy now button, we need to redirect the user to Stripe page. So we need to implement the checkout flow. How to implement the checkout flow? It is very easy as well. So first of all, we need to install Stripe SDK. We need to use a very few stuff, and you will see how we do that very easily. Okay, this is Xcali Draw, show all product on home page, product page. This is done. Buy functionality, Stripe, and create the product. So now we will implement this buy functionality. Like how we are going to approach this functionality, let's see. I have already told you how it works. First of all, this is our product. User will click on buy now button, buy now, and then what will happen? User will redirect to Stripe page. User will do the payment. User will do the payment. And after this payment is done, what will happen is, after this payment is done, we will call our server. Stripe will call our server. Stripe, this is Stripe. Stripe will call our server. And okay, so this is our server. Basically, you can assume this is our server. This is our front end. This is our server front end. Now the buy now will redirect the user to Stripe page. Stripe page, the user will do the payment, and then the Stripe will send a notification to our server that this user has purchased this product, and then we will do the further computation, like making the order status as success and the payment status as success inside our database table. Okay, and now when this is done, we have already updated the status inside our server, and now Stripe will again redirect us to our front end. That's how it will work. Very simple. So first of all, you can search about how Stripe works and how Node.js Stripe SDK works. So first of all, we are going to find the Stripe SDK and copy and paste some functions from Stripe documentation. So if you search Stripe docs, here we have the Stripe documentation and sell and get paid online, invoice client, everything we have here. Use a pre-built checkout page, API development quick start. So click here for developer development quick start, and here we can select our language, which is Node.js. We can call our Stripe API like this, and we first of all, if you haven't installed the Stripe API, if you already have the Stripe CLI on your machine, you can skip this part. But if you don't have, you can choose your preferred thing and you can install this Stripe CLI. So I already have the Stripe CLI, but if I haven't installed it previously, I will use this command. Just copy it and open a terminal and paste this to install the Stripe into your system. Then what we need to do is authenticate. So use the Stripe login to authenticate your Stripe. So we already have the Stripe. So if we go to stripe.com, let me go to stripe.com and we will create a dummy account. If you go to Stripe, sign in, let's create but we already have a fake account. Let me check. Where is the Stripe? This is, let's sign in. This is just a test account. We will use the test account for now, but if you use it in your own machine with your own Stripe account, it will work just like we are doing here. So to accept payment, complete your business profile. If you want to accept real payment, you need to complete the profile, do the authentication and all the stuff, and that's all you need to do. Now we will copy the secret key which I have here, and I will open my .env file. I will use Stripe key is equal to Stripe key and save this thing. And we also need to make sure that we have this Stripe key inside our env.js. Okay, so go to source, inside go to env.js, and inside the server schema alongside the database URL we need a Stripe key. That's all. And now we need to also define it over here, Stripe key process.env.stripe key. That's all. And now we have our secret key environment variable in our code base. That's what we wanted. Okay, now this is a fake business account, okay, and you can use your own Stripe account instead of this, but make sure to use the test Stripe key on the development environment. And if you go to production, you can use your production environment keys. Now we have the Stripe. Now I will log in so that I can receive the server events that Stripe sends me to my server from Stripe server. When someone tries to purchase something or someone tries to do something with our Stripe account. As I told you in the Escalator server, Stripe will send our server the notification that this user has completed the payment for this product. And now we need to process that user payment for this product and make the status of the order as successfully done. That's why we are doing this. We need to run Stripe login command. Okay, so if you go to Stripe documentation, you can search just like we have gone to this page. And now what we will do, we will copy this Stripe login command, paste into your terminal, and it will open a new URL. Or you can just copy this URL and paste it inside your window to confirm your sign up or the login into your Stripe. Why we are doing this? Because we want the Stripe server to send our server, which is currently running on localhost, to receive events from Stripe. And it is called webhook also, okay? You do not need to worry about the terminology. If webhook seems complicated to you, you do not need to worry about. You can just follow along what I am doing and it will be very easy for you to understand. You can see this is the same keyword which we are using and allow access. And you can see now the access is granted. CLI key is confirmed for your account ID. This key may expire in 30. Okay, so now we are authenticated and good to go. Now next thing we need to do is we can create the products like this, but we do not need to create the products. We will direct accept the payments without even products created in Stripe. We will use something called checkout session, and you will see how we do that very soon. First of all, we need to install the Stripe package. To install the Stripe package, go to your terminal, open a new terminal, clear everything, use npm install Stripe, just like this, okay? And when the Stripe initialization or installation is finished, we will do a few more stuff. Great. Now the Stripe is here. We can create the products like this. We do not need to create the products. And yeah, create a payment link, create a checkout page. Yeah, we need to use the pre-built checkout page. Yeah, here you need to go to checkout and quickly start Stripe hosted page. We will use Stripe hosted page. We do not want to use our own Stripe page. So just like this, you can see there is an option for Next.js. Click here, and Next.js has basically server and everything inside it, and this is how we will use this. So copy this whole thing, copy this session, whole thing. That's all we needed. And go to your server, go to API, go to routers, and create and go to the products. Okay, the products.ts. Here you can see checkout, create a flow. Basically anybody can buy a product, so we will use the public procedure here as well. Public procedure dot, or we can use the protected procedure because we want to recognize the current user who is buying this product, so that we can send him the product on his address or ask him more information, or we can track along. That's why we will use the protected procedure. So protected procedure dot input, and we will ask for the product ID from the user. So we can say z.import z from z.object. Here we can say product ID. It is z.string.uuid. and then we can use dot mutation and use an async function, async arrow function, and here we can do stuff. Okay, first of all, we are getting the user. It is current user who is logged in. We are getting the product ID. So now we have the user information and the product information, and we can create the checkout flow. We can paste the stuff we have copied from the Stripe documentation. Here it is saying that provide the exact price ID. For example, this is the product you want to sell. The mode also contains a few stuff. So first of all, let's import the Stripe from Stripe. Here import, or instead go to utils, index, and here this is server client. Here in the API we can define, or in the utils we can create a new file called stripe.ts. We can export const stripe is equal to, first of all we need to import Stripe from Stripe, just like this, and we can, and you can see the naming is same. Okay, so we need to make sure we import it in another variable. So we can say Stripe is load Stripe. Okay, it is not working. Why? Let me fix it. So we can import the Stripe is load Stripe directly like this, and we can use this load Stripe, and it will ask us for a few stuff. Okay, so we can import the Stripe from Stripe, not this load Stripe dot. We will just use the Stripe key here, env, import the env dot Stripe key, just like this. It is asking us for a few more details. Let's find out what it is asking, what it is saying. Okay, sorry. So we need to define new load Stripe. Okay, so this is a class, and we need to define new instance for it, and it can ask for a few more details like API version, etc, but you don't need to worry about it because they are optional. You can directly call this class, and you can define a new Stripe instance inside your code base. And here we are exporting it, and now we can use Stripe over here. Double click it, control space to import it. This is our Stripe. Here we have everything ready, good to go, nice and easy. Great. Stripe checkout session create. We are creating a checkout session, and we want to accept the payment from the user. You can see we have a few stuff over here, and we can also use the success and failed URL. So instead of using this, what we can use http://localhost 3000, just like this. And mode is, there are a few more mode: setup, payment, subscription. We want a single payment. We do not want the subscription. That's why we are doing this. And here in the line items, we can define the products details. So here you can see price data, quantity, everything we have here in the line items. For the payment, there is maximum of 100 line items. However, it is recommended to consolidate line items if there are more than a few dozens. Good. A list of items customer is personally uses parameter to pass one time or recurring prices. That's good. Now we have a few stuff here. Okay, price data, quantity, anything. Previously you can see this is price ID. We do not need this. The quantity is one. That is good. In the price data, here we can define more about the pricing. So currency is USD. Product, we do not have any product data. So inside the product data we can define product data, and it will create product on the flow and the pricing on the flow, and we do not need to do anything. So first of all, we can fetch the product details over here. Const found product is equal to await db dot select dot from, and we can say products dot where import equal from diesel ORM, the equal to check which row we want to fetch from the database. You can say products dot id is product id, just like it, and you can limit it to 1. So we're only getting one data from the database, one row data from the database. And here we have the product details. And if this product doesn't exist, what we can do? We can throw an error, throw a TRPC error, just like this. We can use code is bed request. We can use a message product not found, or we can use a 404 request as well, which is not found request, not found error code. Now we have the product, and we can specify the product data here, found product dot name, and we have the description, found product dot description, and the other things as well. What the other things? We have images, so we can also pass found product dot image URL, just like it. Now what are the other things we have? We have the metadata for it and text code, and other things at unit amount. Unit amount is basically, so now if you hover over these line items, you can see if you go to this, copy this thing and paste here. Now we will see how this session and pricing object stuff work. So this is our prices, and we do not want to create the price. We want to check out inside sessions, create a session, and here we have all the stuff we need. Creating the session, customer email line items. For payment, there is show child parameters. You can see price. It is price data. one of price or price data is required, and we are using price data. Currency, which is USD, we have already defined this. The ID for the product, okay, this doesn't matter. Here we have the product data. So this is the API documentation, which is from Stripe, and we are reading it to make sure everything is correct inside our API. Okay, here we have the name, description, images, metadata, text code ID, etc, text behavior, unit amount, and non-negative integer in cents representing how much to charge. So what we can do, unit amount is basically found product dot price into 100 because it is in cents, and if it doesn't exist, what we will do, we will use as 0. That's all. Okay, this is how we are charging for a product. Here we have recurring text unit amount decimal. What is this? Required conditionally, required conditionally. If we remove this, what the thing is missing? Okay, unit amount decimal 100. Okay, we are missing something. Here we can say adjustable quantity, price text rate, adjustable quantity. What is this parameter? When set, provides configuration for the items for to adjust. Okay, we do not want the adjustable thing, and we can remove this quantity, I think, and it will work. No, this is showing us some error because of the stuff we have used here. The JSON is not correct. We need to make sure the JSON is correct. Recurring product, everything is good. Unit amount and unit decimal. We will see what is happening over here. And let me check back very quickly. Here we have more payment, return URL, success URL, good. Same as by accepted decimal in cents with most. We can remove this unit amount decimal. Unit amount required, non-negative integer in cents represent. Okay, so if we use, if we do it 100, good text behavior, recurring text code, metadata, images, description, name. Okay, so we have set product, the ID of the product. This price will belong to one of product or product data is required. Okay, supported currency. Let's see what are the currency that are supported. I use a country code. I don't know why it is showing us the error. Adjustable. Let's see. Now let's save this and we will see what is happening. Now this will return us a URL that we can redirect the user. What we can do? We can return URL. And we can say session.url. This is the URL for checkout session. It can be used for purchasing the products. And save this thing, and now we can call when we click on the buy now button. So go to the front end of our application where inside the slug here, and we can call the API over here. So we can say checkout API, import the API dot products dot checkout dot use mutation, and we can call this handle by product function over here. Checkout.mutate, and here we can say product ID, and the product ID is current product.id. And if the current product doesn't exist, if current product.id doesn't exist, we can return and we can show a toast error, toast.error. We can say product not found. We are validating that the product ID is defined, and that's all we need to do. If not current product.id, if the current product ID not found, then return this, otherwise proceed for it. Okay, that's what we are doing over here, and that is good. So if we go to product, I think in the manage dialog, just like here we are doing, if the product is not found, then return it. Here we are doing in the slug, this page, on the product page, here we are doing this. And when this is successfully done, so in the second argument of this function, we can pass a own success function here, and the own success function has the data we have returned from our server. The data contains the URL. So we can say if the URL exists, then return or use the router dot push URL, return the user to this checkout URL, and save this. And when the checkout is happening, disable this button so that the user won't be able to click this button multiple times. We can use is pending, and instead of buy now, here we can say when this is pending or it is loading, use loading, and otherwise buy now. That's all we need to do. Okay, here we are seeing an error, and we will fix this error because Stripe will throw us an error because we are seeing this error. Okay, so let's also wrap this whole thing in the try catch block. The try catch block helps us to catch the errors, and when we get some errors, we will console.log it to see what the error we are getting. Console.log is printing and for debugging. Okay, now if we go to our product page, we are able to see our product. Awesome. We can remove everything and we can click on buy now. You can see this is loading, and we are getting a server error. And let's see what the error we are getting. Okay, 500 errors. We are not able to see the error. Why is that? Session is not defined. This is the error we are getting. Okay, the session is we should return the URL from here instead of outside. Now we will call this by checkout function again. Let's click this, and now you can see we are we are now redirected to the Stripe page. Okay, and we can put our card information and buy this t-shirt. We have the image, we have the t-shirt information, we have the US dollars, $50, that the t-shirt price, we have t-shirt XYZ, new, the t-shirt name, whatever. And here you can put your card details. Okay, let me put here my email and everything. And basically you can pass your email over here. Okay, you can say customer. Okay, that's why it is complaining. We are not providing it customer email. We can say the customer email is user.email, and we can pass the metadata to it. We can pass the metadata. We can say email is user.email and the product ID is product ID. That's how we are passing the product ID and the user email, so that when the Stripe server calls our server, we will have this product ID and user email included in that request, and we can use the details, emails and product ID to mark this product as successfully ordered by this user and put this is in orders table. That's what we are doing. So okay, so we are seeing some errors over here. You can see it can be null or undefined. Okay. Here what we can do, we can say return URL undefined. Now it won't complain, you can see. And this is complaining, and we can line item something. I don't know why it is complaining, but it is working correctly. And if we go back, you can see we are again redirected to Stripe page. We can click this product, we can buy now, and we will be redirected to the Stripe page where we can buy this. And now our email is pre-filled because we have passed this customer email over here. Everything is looking good. Now we can buy this product, and Stripe has a fake card that we can use to buy products 424242424242 and put any details 1225 123 hello club of coders, billing details, okay, something, and we can click on pay, and you can see it is processing, and it will be successfully done. Now you can see, and we are successfully redirected to our page. You can see how easy it is to build our checkout flow. We can build the checkout flow now. Now, one thing is remaining. If we go to our orders, we have successfully done the payment, but we can't see the product order. Basically, we can't see the order. We need a way to show the order. That's where webhook comes into the picture. So now we will define the Stripe webhook so that Stripe can call our server after the Stripe has taken the payment from the user, so that we will update the order status in our backend. Okay, so let's start building the Stripe webhook. Now, as you can see, we have completed our checkout flow, how a user will purchase a product from our website. Now what we need a way so that Stripe can tell our server that this product is purchased by this user. That's why we are going to now implement Stripe webhook, as I have already tried to make you understand how webhooks work, how server to server communication work, and that's how we are going to design. Webhook is basically the API that the Stripe server will call after anyone do the payment on our website. So if you go to source, if you go to pages, if you want to define any API, you define over here. We can create a new folder, we can call it, or instead we can directly create a new file and we can call it Stripe webhook.tsts. Okay, and here we can define our API. So if you want to know how Stripe webhook works, you can search on Google Stripe webhook Node.js, and we will get all the reference, all the code, so that we can copy and paste and use it. Okay, so listening, we want to listen to Stripe events. Basically, anything happens into Stripe, Stripe will send us the information via events. So Stripe webhook endpoint, update a webhook, retrieve a webhook. No, this is not what we want. We want to listen to Stripe webhook. So receive webhook. Yeah, this is docs.stripe.com/webhook. So this is how. Let's see how it works. So you can see this is how we can map the event. Event.type is equal to payment intent.succeeded, payment method.attached. So there are a lot of events that Stripe gives us, and we can track them using our API. And then we can listen to our Stripe webhook in our local host while developing the web app, just like this, using Stripe CLI. First of all, what we need to do is go to this one, webhook builder. This is what we need, interactive webhook endpoint builder. This is what we need. First of all, we need to import the Stripe, which is we already have, and then we need the endpoint secret, the Stripe webhook secret. After that, we can listen to our webhook just like it. So we can copy this whole thing basically, and we can copy and we can paste it over. Or there is a better way. We can also ask ChatGPT to write us the webhook endpoint using Next.js, because here we are using Next.js. So let me show you how you can use ChatGPT to enhance your productivity while working and while building web applications. So this is the ChatGPT window, and I will just ask it, give me a Next.js API endpoint accepting Stripe, handling Stripe events via webhook. And there are a lot of events. What event we want to track? So for Stripe events, we can search Stripe events. So if you go to this first thing, and here we can see all the events that Stripe gives us. List all events, type of events. Okay, so this is how we can see all the type of events. So whenever someone will do something with our Stripe, we will receive this event on our webhook. We need this one thing, charge.succeeded, where it is charge.pending, charge.refund. If someone refund, you can read about it, occurs whenever a charge is successful. This is what we need, charge.succeeded. So we can ask a ChatGPT and copy this thing, and if you see what the charge object give us, you can see all the details, billing details, email, phone, address of the user, and everything we have over here. This event will only occur if the charge is succeeded. That means if the user is able to successfully charge their card, then it will happen. So we can go to ChatGPT, we can ask, I only want to track charge.succeeded event, and then mark order as success. Use TypeScript. That's all. And now ChatGPT will give us the API endpoint easily. Now we can also do one thing. If you go to Stripe, it gives us the option to use TypeScript. So we can say TypeScript, and if you hover over, you can see optional type indicate that you are using this currently has no runtime other than adding TypeScript to your user agent. So we can mark it as true, and we can mark API version as this. Now if we go to our products where we are doing the checkout, you can see this is the error we are facing here. But if we try to purchase the product, it is working correctly. So let's search about the price data. Let's search about the price data Stripe, and we will see why we are getting this error. So currency is USD, unit amount is good, product ID, images is good, quantity is good. Yeah, we are doing it correctly. Then why it is showing us the error? We have the quantity is 1. Inside the line items, we have an array, and then we have the object just like this. Then in the object, we have price data like this, and then we have the quantity. Okay, like just like it is shown over here. Name, description, images, unit amount, everything is looking good. Then why we are getting the error? Sometimes it happens. So what you can do, TypeScript is complaining over here. So for now, you can ignore this type here. What you can do, you can use command / and @ts ignore, and TypeScript will ignore this thing. This is just for now to fix this for temporary. In case if you find how to fix this type, fix this by yourself. But if it is working, then it's good to go, as we have already tested this as it is working. That's awesome. Now we can see this is also good. Now here ChatGPT has created the webhook endpoint for us, and we can copy and paste the whole thing, and we can just copy this code and we will modify it if we need to. So assume you have function to mark order as success. For now we don't have, but we will create one. So for now, mark it as like this. And what is this micro? It is importing the buffer. Instead of importing it from micro, we can already import from. So we can also import the Stripe from the Stripe we have created. Now we need this buffer thing. What is this buffer? Basically here, if we say, you can see this is how we are updating our order status. We need also the Stripe webhook secret. You can see this is our webhook secret. Where it is, this one. This one is our webhook secret. And we can go to env.js, and in the server, we can use Stripe webhook secret j.string. Basically, when Stripe sends over a webhook a request, then our webhook, our API will check if it is coming from Stripe or if someone is spamming us. So that's why Stripe will send us a secure header inside their request headers, and we will also have this environment variable saved inside our server, so we can refresh and we can check if both are matching, then we are good to go. If both are not matching, and then we will throw an error. Okay, we won't allow doing any further actions. This is needed for security. And here we can copy this Stripe webhook secret and paste here process.env.stripe webhook secret. And we can now use it type safe. Instead of this, we can say env import env.stripe webhook secret. Save this thing, go to env file, and here we have our Stripe key. Now we also need Stripe webhook secret. So for that, we can open our terminal, and we have to listen to Stripe webhook. So we have already logged in to our correct Stripe account in the recent video, or in this video as well. So we can say Stripe login. We have already done that, and now we can listen. So we can say Stripe listen and forward to. I'm not making this from myself. It is given in the documentation. If you search, you can see run the server, and you can see this is how we can listen to our webhook events inside our local environment. So we can use forward to localhost 3000/API/Stripe webhook. This one. This is our API route. Inside API, Stripe webhook. So we can say Stripe webhook. We can enter this, and now Stripe will give us our webhook secret. This one is the webhook secret. We can copy it, go to your environment file and paste it here, save this, and we are good to go now. Now we need a way, because you can see we need the raw body instead of the parsed body. That's why we are disabling this body parser. What body parser does is it will parse over a raw request body into JSON. Okay, so we don't want it. We can disable it because Stripe accepts raw body. Here you can see we need a raw body and we need to buffer it, something buffer. So we can search Stripe raw body Next.js, and there is a, you can see this is there is a Vercel guide about this, so we can use it. You can see the whole code is given to us nicely on Vercel, and we can use this. So I will also copy and paste into our readme, so you can also get it. This is for Supabase authentication. This is for Stripe webhook, and you can delete, you can keep the other stuff as well. So save everything, and now we have this, and that's good. Okay, so here you can see the quantity is given inside the line items instead of outside. So maybe we can do that. So if we go to product inside our products route, instead of giving the quantity over here, we can give the quantity over here. Price, data, line items, name, amount, currency, quantity. Can we do that? I don't directly give the name to it. Okay, so it is wrong. We were doing it correctly. So the Vercel documentation is not correct here, but yeah, we can get the buffer from Stripe like this. Here buffer, but it is not showing where it is importing the buffer from. Okay, so the ChatGPT was correct. We can import it from something called micro. Let's install the micro package, micro buffer npm micro. This gives us this buffer function which we can use. This buffer and parses the incoming body and returns. We can parse it to text, we can parse it to JSON, we can pass it to buffer. So we can install this package into our code base. So clear pnpm install micro. So you can see ChatGPT gave us correct code on the first go, and we can import this buffer from micro. So for that, you can also reload your window, so the TypeScript get to know that you have installed a new package. So Command Shift P, reload the window, double click on buffer, control space, and we are still not seeing that. So we can manually import it from micro buffer, and that's here we have the buffer. We have the Stripe signature, which is in the request headers. When Stripe sends Stripe request will have a secret key inside its header. We call it Stripe signature. It is same as it is not same as, but yeah, it can be used to verify our secret key inside our server, which we have as Stripe webhook secret. That's all. Now we can show the error here. If this, okay, so you can see we are constructing an event, and we are checking if this Stripe webhook is true. The signature, we are passing the request buffer, we are passing the signature, we are passing the Stripe webhook secret. We are checking everything, we are checking, and we are verifying that if it is true, then that's good. If it is not true, then return a 400 status code, which means you are not this bad request. Okay, so 400 is client bad request code, and now we are handling the event here. And when this is charge succeeded, we are getting the charge object, and inside the metadata, we can have the order ID, or we can create a new order. We don't need, inside the metadata, we will have something called user ID, and we will have something called product ID, charge.metadata.product ID. And we are passing this when we are calling the Stripe checkout function here. When we are creating this, we are passing two things, product ID and the user email, or we can pass the user ID directly. Okay, so let's pass the user ID instead of the user email. It's better. So now we have the user ID and we have the product ID. Now what we can do, we have both of them. Okay, so if user ID and product ID both are available, then await, import the DB from @server/DB dot insert into orders. We will create a order and import the order from schema, DB schema, and we will say values are the user ID is user ID, product ID is product ID, order status is success, payment status is success. Just like if we go to order, okay, so these both are true, so we can mark them as true. Basically, the payment status is true, order status is still false. Order status means if I am the admin, if I accept this order, that means I am shipping the items, the user order to them. Okay, so Then after I mark an order as a success, then what I will do, I will toggle the order status as true, then it will be true. Otherwise, now it is not true. So we can remove this, and by default, it is false. So if you go to schema, if you go to orders, you can see by default, the payment status is also false, order status is false, and here we are doing the same thing. We are inserting a new order, and that's all we need to do. Now here you can also send an email to user about payment confirmation. Okay, this is how you are making sure that you are confirming the payment of the user. And that's all we need to do. If the user ID and product ID is not available in the metadata, we can throw another 404 request. We can send response.status 404. We can say metadata not found, just like this. And that's all we need to do. That's all we need to do. We can save this. And this is our webhook handler. It will handle our request, all the requests that Stripe sends us. Now here we are listening to the Stripe events on our API, just like this. We have specified our API, which is this. And now if we try to purchase a product, and you will see how we do that. So go to your application, go to our application. Now we will buy this product again, and we will put our fake information, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there is a lot of information. 1, 2, yeah, we can pay it. And now you can, if you go to your terminal, open, you can see all the, you are able to receive the Stripe events. And now you can see when the charge was succeeded, we are getting a 404. That means something is wrong. Okay, let's see what is. So now we are not able to proceed for the order. We are not able to ship it using the Stripe webhook. We are not able to configure it properly. So we need to now debug it. Okay, we need to debug it. Okay, so first of all, let's see what went wrong. So if we open our terminal, you can see this is the 404 request we have got. Unhandled event type checkout.session completed. But we don't want to handle the checkout session completed. Where it is 404. Yeah, unhandled event type checkout session completed. But we only want to handle this charge succeeded. We don't want to handle checkout session completed. For that, let's checkout session completed 200, charge updated 200. Good. Payment intent. We are only getting when this is charge succeeded, so maybe we are not doing something good. So event.data.object, let's print this charge.metadata so we can see what the metadata we are getting, and we will check what is happening. Save this. Now we can make sure that we are reaching till here. So now we know that our Stripe webhook event, now Stripe is able to construct the webhook event, and it is able to verify the webhook secret. That's that thing we know, but we don't know why something is not working it correctly. That's why we are printing the charge metadata, and we can also print the charge object, charge dot. Let's see what are the stuff we have. And now let's print both of them, and now we will see what is happening. We will buy it again. Go to the product, click on buy now, fill out the fake details, pay it. Yeah, now we are able to see all the details over here. You can, in the address, we have the address of the user where they want their t-shirt to be delivered. Here we have email, name, everything. But we don't have any metadata. That's why we are seeing that 4040 error. So now we need to see why there is no metadata. So metadata is not found in this. Okay, so metadata is not in this charge object. We need to make sure where is metadata. Let's find out event.data.object.metadata. So we don't have any metadata inside it. So let's also listen for, we can see we are getting a few things, and this checkout.session.completed it is also a very useful event, and we can also listen to it. So we can say, instead of charge.succeeded, we will listen to checkout.session.completed, stripe.checkout.session. Here we have charge.metadata. Let's see charge.session. Yeah. Now here we have all the stuff we need. Charge.object. Let's see what the stuff we have in this charge.object, charge.metadata. Now we will print this. Yeah, I think it will work. It has the stuff we need. It has the charge.metadata. We can also listen to this instead of charge.succeeded. This event will have the metadata we are providing here, because we are creating it using checkout session create, and when the user completes it, we are listening to checkout session completed listener, and we are proceeding the order for the user. Now we will try it again. Go to the order, buy now, put the stuff 1, 2, 3, put the details, pay the payment, and now we will check if we are able to successfully. Yeah, now you can see we have the product ID, we have the user ID, and we are able to see this 200 status code for all the event. That means our Stripe webhook is successfully processing the order. And now if we go to our Supabase, and if we go to our dashboard, inside our e-commerce challenge in the table editor, here if we go to orders, we should be able to see one order from this user, and we are able to see this product and this user. If we click this user, you can see this order is done by this user. And if we go to orders again, and if we click on the product ID, we can see what product the user has chosen to be delivered to him, or what product the user ordered. So you can see this is the t-shirt the user has ordered, and now we are able to complete the checkout flow just like here. Okay, so you can remove it and everything is working nice and easy. Now a few finishing touches are remaining in this application. We have did a lot of stuff, we have did everything, but a few things like we can't see the orders here in the admin dashboard. We are also not able to see these orders here, so we will do that now. Now we have successfully completed the whole Stripe flow. Now we need to show the user his orders on our website. Okay, so when the user goes to order, we need to show all the user order, and when the user clicks here, he should be able to see all the order details. So how we can do this? So first of all, just we need to fetch all the orders from our database and return to the front end. So we can go to products, and here in the products we can define another API for get user orders like that. And this is a protected procedure, which means only protected users, only authenticated users can see their orders, and only authenticated users can purchase the product. That's why we can do protected procedure dot query. Basically, it is a query. We are fetching some records from our database. It is a async arrow function like that. Context, inside context we have DB, you have user. Here we don't need any input. We just need to return all the user orders. So user orders is equal to await db dot select from orders. Import the orders from db schema like this, and we can find the current user order. How we can find? We will use the where clause dot where. We will use equal operator, and we will say orders dot user ID is current user ID. So user dot ID. We need to find all the current user orders like this, where the users orders dot user ID. Give me all the rows where the user ID is equal to current user ID like this, and we can return all the orders. Return user order like this, and we can call this API from our front end, get user orders. And let's go to /orders page here, not in the admin but in the pages /orders, and here we can fetch all the orders. We can say const get user orders API dot products dot get user orders dot use query, just like that. And after we can show a loading state, get user orders is pending. We can show division, or let's use P loading orders dot, and when it is successfully fetched, what we can do, get user orders dot is successfully fetched. What we can do, we can render, instead of this fake array from length 5, this fake array, we can render the original user orders. So we can say get user orders dot data dot user orders, and here instead of this underscore, we can map the order, and the order has everything. The order has order dot ID, and here we can pass the order ID here as well. Basically we can pass the whole order. Okay, so order like this. And now I will show you how you can directly reference the types returning from your API endpoint directly inside your front end. You can use router, something called router outputs, import router outputs, use products. Inside products we have the API called get user orders, and inside it is an array. We can use the one item of the array. If you hover over it, you can see in the get user order we have another key which is user order, and inside it we will use the user orders array item. And here if you hover over, you can see all the user details. Great. Now you can order dot ID, item purchase, item name. Here we can show the item name as well. And now I will show you how you can get the item with it. Okay, so we need the product, the user order. So what we can do, we can join the table. We can use inner join. We can use dot inner join. What we need to join? We need to join the products table. We can say where the products dot ID is equal to orders dot product ID. So also give me the product which user has ordered. Now if you see, we are passing the whole order here, and here we can render everything dot orders. Now it has two things. Here, let me see. Items purchased, items instead of item purchased. Here we can render the product name. We can say order dot products dot name of the product, and here we can show the payment status. We can say order dot orders dot payment status. If it is successfully done, we can show success, otherwise we can show just like it. This is how we can also show the order status, copy order status. If the orders dot order status is true, we can show processed waiting for delivery, or we can just show the processed, and otherwise we can show processing like this. Here we can use the orders.id. Basically, this order has two things. One is products, one is order. Order contains every the item user ordered, and the order contains the order ID and the payment status and the order status and other stuff. Now we are successfully rendering everything. Here, instead of this, we can use orders.id, and that's all. We can now save this. And if we go to our orders page, you can see this is our order ID, this is order success. If we click here, we can see item purchased. This is a t-shirt we have purchased. Our payment status, our order status, and everything is looking great. We can also use some classes for making it green or something that you can do. You can use some classes to make it look good. That's all. Here we are rendering all of our orders, and user can see their orders. And now we will make another order, and we will see how if it is working correctly or not. You can see our webhook is already running. We can go to home. We can click on this product. We can buy now. So we are placing another order to test if our order functionality is working or not. So we can use the fake card name here. Let's use something pay. We can also save this address into our database. You can do that simply. If you have watched this video series till here, you should know how to do this on your own. When we were inserting the order stuff in our webhook by using our webhook, then you can save the address as well. So go to webhook. When we are saving the stuff, so you can save the address in the orders table as well. But first you need to create, we already have the address, so you just need to get the address from this object and save it here. Now if we go to our orders, we can see we have two orders. First one is this, second one is this. In both orders we have purchased the same item, and we can see our orders detail. Now if we go to our admin dashboard, here all of the orders will appear. We need to show the orders, but here the orders won't show from a single user. Instead, we will show all the orders from all the users. So we will not use the where clause which we have used here. This where clause, we will not use this. We will use everything. So copy this whole thing. We will go to admin route. Here get product by ID. Here we have get all orders. We will use admin procedure because this is an admin protected route. Only admin can access this data. Anybody can't access this data. And we will import orders. We will remove this where clause. We want everyone's order, and we will join the products, and we want to know because what product each person has ordered. And now that's all. We can remove this thing as well. And now if we go to, instead of user orders, we will say all orders. Good, save this thing, close everything, go to admin/orders, and here we will use the same thing as we have used in orders. So copy this thing, paste here, import it in the admin, get our orders, and we will use the same thing over here as well. So copy and paste. Instead of get user order, we will do Control D to select all, paste, and instead of user order, we have all orders over here. Now the order dialog, this is our order dialog, and we can use the same thing over here. We can copy this whole thing, paste it over here, import the router outputs, and instead of this product route, we can use admin, and instead of this, we can use get all orders and all orders, just like it. And now we have everything. We can also copy this whole dialog over here, copy this dialog, paste over here, and we have ready to go our admin orders page. You can see all the orders the user has done. We can make it flex column and give some space to each item, space Y4. Now it is good. You can click and see all the user's order. Now we will log out and we will create a new account. Okay, let's create a new account. Log out, register, name, Club of Orders, cluboforders.com, and you can create another account by using test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Using the same email, you can create multiple accounts using this plus test 1. Like this, you can put anything here, and I will sign up. You can see check your email for confirmation. Okay, and now I will open my email and I will sign up. I will click on the confirm your sign up link. Now I'm logged in. If I go to orders, I can't see any order, and if I go to admin dashboard, I can't see anything because I'm not the admin. Now we will place this order as another user, and you can see this is the email we have. Let me put the card details, something, and pay, and now it should also work. Okay. This is a new user processing a new order. Now if you go to our orders, we can see a new order is here inside our orders. We can see all the item purchased, everything. And if we log out from this and we log in from our other email, which is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we log in, you can see we have 2 orders. If we go to admin dashboard, if we click on all orders, we can see 3 orders. All these orders from different users. These 2 are from different, this one is from different. Okay. So this is how we have created a fully fledged e-commerce application that has managing orders, managing everything, add new products, managing all products like this, order management, admin management, and a lot of other stuff as well. And now you can hide this admin dashboard if the user is admin by using a dynamic state as well. That's very simple to do. Just get the user details from the database. If the user is admin, show this link, otherwise don't show this link. That's all for this. Okay, that's all for this. Now if we need to deploy this application on the cloud, how we can do that? Now we will proceed for that part. We are processing for the deployment. We have created a fully fledged application from zero, and now we will deploy it. First of all, let me close everything and let me git commit everything, day 5, git push. And if you want to check out the code we have written, you can go to github.com/sonipranjal/ecommerce 5 days, or you can, I will put it on and in the description, so you can check out the code. You can go here and you can check out the code. Okay, so I have 4 commits here, day 3, okay, so I haven't pushed the day 5 commit, but you can see day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 5. Now we have everything ready to go. Now we can deploy this application to the cloud. So how we are going to deploy this application? We are going to use AWS, and we are going to use something called Coolify. Okay, so there is something called Coolify, which you can use to deploy your AWS, to deploy your applications to cloud using self-hosted or using cloud. It's a very cool thing. If you go to AWS Fargate, there is something called AWS Fargate, and it gives us a very cool way to just run our application. Okay, it gives us like VPS, and we can use them. I already have AWS account, and now I will show you how you can use Coolify in AWS Fargate to deploy application to AWS very easily. Okay, so let me open my AWS account. AWS gives a lot of free credits if you are a startup, and you can sign up for $1,000 free credits, and you can use them to host your applications for free. So now let me search, let me open my AWS console, and I will show you how it works. Okay, sorry, I was talking about AWS Lightsail instead of Fargate. Okay, so there are a lot of AWS services, and you may get confused with it. You can search about AWS not Fargate, AWS Lightsail, virtual private server and web hosting. It's a very easy thing to deploy your side projects, to deploy even your production products, and you get 3 months free with AWS free tier, and you can get a lot of stuff as free. So now we will just create an instance. You can see, just create an instance. First of all, we will go to Coolify, and we will see what the computing minimum is required for that. So we can use this cloud. Instead of this cloud, we will use a self-hosting version. We just need to install this command, and we have a ready-to-go Vercel setup for us, a similar kind of Vercel where we can deploy our application for free, and we can set up it without any worry. So let's click on get started. And they have also shown us what is minimum requirement: 8 GB of memory, 4 CPUs, and 150 GB disk. Okay, this can deploy this much of stuff. So let me, minimum requirement is 2 CPU, 2 GB of memory, and 30 GB. Okay, so now we will choose a server for us. So we will choose Linux. We will choose Ubuntu, where it is operating system only. Select operating system only, and select Ubuntu where it is. Yeah, you can select any of this. It is good. Linux, you can change your server. I will change to near me. You can choose wherever you want. We have selected Linux. We have selected Ubuntu. Now we will see what we need. Add launch script, change SSH key pair. No, we will connect to using default SSH key. Change SSH key pair. We can create a new SSH key. Create. This key we will use to SSH into our virtual private server. And demo SSH key YouTube. We can generate it and we can download it. You can see I have downloaded my SSH key. That's great. Now I can select this thing, and I can use, you can see 2 GB 5. Okay, so we need at least where it is. We need at least 2 CPU, 2 GB of memory, 2 CPU. Here it has 2 CPU, 2 GB of memory, at least this, and 60 GB. So we need at least 3. So $12 instance, we need minimum this to run our Coolify server. So we can select this. I already have $1,000 AWS credits, so I can use it without worry. And if you are on free tier, you can see first 90 days are free for this instance, and that's all. Identify your instance. You can see Coolify for e-commerce, and that's all. You can click on create instance, and it will create a virtual machine for you that you can use, and that's awesome. Okay, so let's use it, see how we can. So it is processing, and let's wait for 2-3 minutes to let it finish. Now you can see our server is up and running, and we can directly connect it in using browser. Okay, connect using browser based SSH client. We can directly click this button, and we can connect it, and it will open a terminal for us. Very easy, okay? And you just need a command, and then we will use something. So now we just need to install it. To install this, we can copy this command which is given to us by Coolify, and we can go to this terminal, paste here, enter. Please run as a root. Okay. So what it is saying, to run a command, use user root, use sudo command. Okay, so we can use sudo and we can paste the command we have copied. What it is saying, please run as sudo to run the command, use root, cmon. So currently we are not logged in as root. Let me see. So we can SSH into it instead of using this terminal. Let me SSH it again. So close this thing, connect using SSH client. Let's see how we can connect using our SSH key. So we have this private key here with us, and we can use it to connect to our SSH client. What we can do, open a new terminal, open this new terminal, and we will just use clear. And if you want to, okay, let's assume I don't know how to SSH into a VPS server, so we can just ask ChatGPT. I have a private key locally and I want to SSH into my VPS. How can I am on Mac? So this is how you can also use ChatGPT to ask information, anything about. If you don't know anything, you can it will give you everything. It will even give you use command space and open a terminal and do stuff. Okay, it is saying that change use the correct permission, SSHI, username, your IPS. Okay, so we can do this SSH input. Basically SSH, we can use SSHI, and this is our demo SSH key. What we can do, I can show it in my Finder. Let me copy the path of this SSH key. So to copy a path of a SSH key, what you can do, you can just put this here, and you can see we directly have the path to SSH. Just put the file into the terminal. This is what Mac. This is how much Mac is powerful, and now we can SSH into here. We can use a root user @ and the IP of our server, and the IP of our server is, you can see this is public IP, and this is our, we can use this private IPv4 address and just use this, enter. Let's wait. Okay, maybe we have to use this public one. Now we are logged in into our virtual private machine. You can just follow me. If you are not understanding, this is very easy. We are just doing one thing and then you are good to go. You don't have to worry about logging again into your SSH. It is very simple. Just we need to install the Coolify thing, and then we can use the Coolify to deploy our application easily. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Yes. Okay, permission, this are to open. It is required that your private key are not accessible by other. Load key, but permission, the private key will be ignored. Okay. So now, as ChatGPT told us that we need to set the correct permission for our key. So we can use chmod 600 and we can copy this thing, paste here. Now we have changed the permission and we will do it again like this. Please log in as user Ubuntu rather than the user root. Okay. So it is saying that we need to connect using Ubuntu @ the IP key, the IP of our server. Now you can see we are logged in. Good to go. We are good to go. Now we can copy the SSH, the command for installing the Coolify. Run this, enter. Please run as a root. Okay, we are getting run as a root. So we can sudo update. I don't know why it is happening. Sudo pro stress. You can use sudo. Can use this. Please run as a root. I don't know. The list of available. Let's update everything. The list of updates is more than a week old. To check for new updates, sudo apt update. Good. You can see the uses of our machine. Memory uses, swap uses, processed user logged in, etc. System load. We need to install. Please run as a root. I don't know why it is saying sudo. Let's ask ChatGPT to find what the problem. Please run as a root. See, I don't know much about like deploying to VPS. I haven't used this, so I can ask ChatGPT how can we use this Coolify thing. Good. So it is saying that we should let's exit this VPS and we should connect as a root. Please log in as a user Ubuntu rather than the user. So we can say I can't able to log in using root user. Maybe it is security, and we will see on the AWS dashboard why it is preventing us from logging in as root. Can root. Okay. You can switch to using sudo I. Good. Okay, so we can get the root privileges. So we will logging in again. Now we are root. Okay. You can see sudo I. So we have just used ChatGPT to find how we can do stuff. Now click on the up key on your keyboard. Okay, it is not have. So we can copy this command again and we can paste into our terminal, and it will install the required packages for installing Coolify. It will do all for us. App does not have stable CLI infra use with installing required packages, Ubuntu Coolify version. Let's wait for some time to let it finish. So it is installing Docker, it is installing all the things that needs to be installed to get the Coolify running. Let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes to let it finish and we will get back to it. Now our Coolify is ready and it is ready to be set up. So you can say please visit this to get started. So we can copy this. We can now exit our VPS and we are done with our VPS. We can exit it, exit again. Now the connection is closed. We can copy this thing and let's set up Coolify. You can see it is taking too long to process. Let's find out why it is happening, why we are not able to get access to it. Now after we have created this, go to this, but if it will not work, because what you need to do is you need to create a new rule and let's delete this. First of all, there will be a TCP and there will be TCP protocol and you need to give access to your application from the firewall. What you can do is add a rule, choose all TCP and allow access to anyone who wants to publicly access your website. So now create it, duplicate for IP. You can select it or not, but yeah, you can do this and do this. Okay, create. Now after creating this, if you go to your copied thing, you will be able to access this. And now you can register a new account here. So let's go into here and here we will try to register a new account. We can say Club of Coders @ we can select password 123 anything. Password is same as Club of Coders and register it, save the password, and now we are ready to deploy our application. So just give me a few minutes and you will be able to start your application and get it started. Next, use localhost, create a new project. Let's do it. We have a public repository which is hosted on my account github.com/TonyPranjal. If you go to my profile, if you go to repository, you can search this one and you can copy this and disable this pop-up, create, select server, select this repository URL, check repository. Now we have everything. The branch is main, port is 3000 and click continue. Now we need to specify the environment variables as well. So you can add the environment variables, use developer view, go to your env and copy all this stuff here. Just copy and paste and that's all. Save them. Now we have all for environment variable. You can click on normal view to see them. Now we have our environment variables. What you need to do is deploy. Click on deploy and it will be deployed to production. That's how simple it is to deploy a web application using Coolify. We have used AWS, we have set up our VPS, we have installed Coolify, and now we are able to deploy it. And you can also configure custom domain and stuff. Like you can see, this is a domain which we have given automatically, but you can use more domain. You can specify comma and you can specify your domain here, and you can also check your deployment, how is doing, progressing. It will take a 1 to 3 minutes to deploy, and let's wait. Now you can see our application is deployed. You can see health check is passed, our container is healthy. You can hide the debug logs, and that's all. Now our application is ready to go on this domain. If you copy this domain, or you can go to here and you can click on here. Now we are able to see this page, orders. So we can't see the order because we are not logged in. So let's log in now. We will use clubofcoders.com@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Now we are logged in. We can see our orders. We can click here. We can buy the order like this, and everything is working nice and good. But we need to do one thing before you push it to production. If you go to webhooks, we have specified in the products, when we are creating the checkout session, here we have specified the localhost as a success and cancel URL. So instead of localhost, you need to use the current URL. Okay, so what you can do, you can create a new env file, put your production URL into the env, and use that env for dynamically using this original URL where your application is running. And this is how we have created a full stack application from scratch. Orders, checking out, using Stripe, integrating payments, a lot of stuff we have. Now is the time. I will show you a few steps. So this 5-day series is over. 5-day challenge is over. Now if you want to explore more and code more things, build more complex project and become a highly skilled developer, you can check out clubofcoders.com. You can join the Club of Coders community for the life. We have a lot of fellow builders who will help you out while you build your dream application or your dream mobile or web application. In the future, we will together build a lot more application, and I am also going to publish a lot of courses on Club of Coders. Now I will also show you, if you enroll in Club of Coders lifetime pricing, what are the bonuses you have. So let me show you one thing. If you go to Club of Coders, clubofcoders.com/pricing. Here we have currently 3 courses, which is building Twitter, building a SaaS from very scratch that generates user AI avatars, and a iOS application that can be used for cloning people voice. So these are the 3 highly complex products that you can build and add to your portfolio, and I'm sure this will help you to get your next dream job, or this will help you to build your next dream product. Okay, and I'm also going to publish 2 more courses very soon and near future. So probably if you are watching this video, if you go to Club of Coders website and if you click get lifetime access, you will see more than 3 projects now. Other than that, so if you enroll in Club of Coders lifetime membership, you have a few benefits that I will tell you now. You have a community where you can share your progress, where you can discuss about building and marketing with other builders. Number 2nd thing, you have access to premium courses that will help you to build your next big application. Number 3rd, I will give you access to web application SaaS boilerplate, which you can use to create your next SaaS product faster. Okay, so let me tell you what I want to convey. So let me tell you what I mean. So first thing you will get, if you enroll in Club of Coders lifetime membership, what are the benefits you have? And you can get the returns from investing in Club of Coders lifetime community very soon. You can get 100x returns from enrolling in this lifetime membership, and it can change your life. First of all, you have access to premium courses that you can use to build your next big application, that you can use to build SaaS application, mobile application, and earn big money. There are huge chances that if you learn from this, your one app will go viral and you will earn a lot of money. So one thing is you can enroll in lifetime membership and get access to all the premium courses and get access to all the community we have. So second thing is community. So in the community we discuss about building. We have a community where if you ask any question from me, I will answer. I will help you in technical things if you have. I will answer your doubts about anything you have. We will talk about marketing. We will talk about building stuff. It's a community for builders. If you are builder, if you are entrepreneur, this is a community for you. Number 3rd, I will give you access to iOS app React Native boilerplate. It has all the stuff like notification, setting up push notification inside your application, setting up authentication using Supabase, have the basic database schema already designed for you, the payments using RevenueKit. So if you are in the iOS ecosystem, you will also have the access to how you can integrate Paywall into your iOS application, because if you see, I have already built a lot of iOS applications and I have already the code for you to help you. So if you assume how much timing it will take, so if you set up notification by yourself, it will take you 3 hours. If let's assume your hourly rate is $50 per hour, so 3 hours would be $150. Another thing, if you set up authentication by yourself, Apple authentication etc, it will take you another 2 to 3 hours. So let's assume $100 for it. If you set up basic DB schema for you, like the users tables, the notifications table and etc, it will cost you another 1 hour, which is another $50 for you. And then if you set up payments by yourself, it will take another 4 to 5 hours for you, and it will cost you another $200. So you can see how much it is getting. So I am giving this boilerplate for free. Anyone who is enrolling in this lifetime membership, who is a member of lifetime membership, they will get all the premium code for free. First thing, you will get all code base of this project. Okay, all the current courses code base plus the future courses code base. So you will get all the code base. You get iOS boilerplate for free to all the members who are part of my Club of Coders community. Number 3rd is web app, SaaS web app boilerplate. What does this SaaS web app boilerplate does? It has authentication. It has basic DB designed already using Drizzle ORM. It has payments integrated already using Stripe, the webhook code already. Everything is inside your repo. So you just need to clone this and you just need to use this for your future SaaS products. So you will be able to ship your products 10x faster using this. You just need to clone my repository, the boilerplate repository, and you will be able to ship your stuff faster. So shipping faster means money faster. You will be able to earn money faster. So you will have access to all the code base of mine. You will have access to premium community. You will have access to any doubts related to if you want to build something, if you want to test your idea among the fellow builders, you can test it, you can share your application. You will have access to everything for live for just $249. And you can see how much it is costing you to just build it by yourself. If you assume your hourly rate is $50 per hour, you can see how much it will cost you. And enrolling or joining this Club of Coders community can save you thousands of dollars. Okay, this is what I want. I haven't calculated the web app for the web app, but you can assume the same rate. So let's assume this is $500, and the same you can assume for $500. So you are getting $1,000 of free code for absolutely free, and the premium courses as well. So you can understand how to set up everything and how to do everything by yourself, how to build your next big application, or how to market them. You can discuss with fellow builders. So that's all for now. Last time I will show you what is the next product. I am building an application that can convert your voice to notes using AI, and I have already did like 6 live stream on the YouTube. So if you are a part of community, you will also get access. Okay, so if you are part of community, you will also get access to all of the live stream I do. It is not guaranteed that I will do all the time live stream, but if I do live stream, you will get priority access. So priority access to each of my live stream, priority access to all the boilerplate code I have, all the access to each of the code base for these products and everything you can access for just $249. And that's all for now. We have finished 5 days full stack challenge. If you have watched till now, that's very cool. And I am very grateful for you. I am thankful to you that you have watched my videos. And if you have learned something, tweet about it. Tag me on Twitter. I have explained you how you can deploy your application to AWS as well, how you can integrate payments, how to verify the user security privileges, how to access your dashboard as an admin user. Okay, so there's a lot of knowledge to consume. It's not like you can complete this challenge in 5 days if you are watching with me. Take your time, learn everything from scratch. If you want to learn more after this challenge, join the lifetime membership, and I will see you inside the Club of Coders community. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you in my next free challenge or inside my community. Thank you.